Okay, colleagues, I'm not calling the meeting to order yet, but I want you to log in. We're going to do a test vote to make sure the system's working properly. And please make sure you enter the February 7th meeting. Okay, there's going to be a test vote open, so just give it a try. Nobody had any errors there? Everybody was good? Okay, great, because the alternative was to do roll call sheets, and that wouldn't have been fun. Okay, now I'm going to call the meeting to order. Everybody could take a seat. This is the continuation of our SPPC budget meetings. Welcome to day 4 of all-day meetings. I will read a statement. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. Just for those who may have been waiting for the live stream, it's now running and they can see us. We had a small technical issue that we had to resolve before we could proceed with the meeting today, so we appreciate the patience of anybody who was waiting for the meeting to start at home. I'll look for any further disclosure of pecuniary interest that any colleagues have further to the ones that they've already declared. Okay, seeing none. I was asked by one colleague if we could put up the model to show where we are, and Mr. Murray will explain exactly what's in that model. And if anybody would like to see any alternate arrangements of the model, we can do that before we start. But this was a request I had by a colleague, and I'm happy to fulfill that.
Thank you. So just to recap where we stand right now, based on the decisions that have been made so far, we have made minor adjustments to both the 2020 and 2023 tax rates. So the 2020 rate has been reduced by 0.1%, and correspondingly the 2023 increase has been increased by 0.1%. But overall, the average annual increase for the 4 years still remains at 4.3%. Just to reiterate, that includes or assumes the approval of all of the remaining business cases. So in the event that you do not approve some of the additional business cases with tax levy impacts, that would then reduce the average annual increase accordingly.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Murray? Councillor Squire?
Just so you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the land ambulance, I know we put that off. Is this also assuming that we would approve the land ambulance levy as requested by the county?
Mr. Murray?
Oops, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, yes, that assumes that the 0.5% average annual increase related to land ambulance is approved as tabled. So that is incorporated into this 4.3% figure.
Okay, no further questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Everybody can flip back to their voting screen. So where we are, we're in business cases for additional investments. Just to recap a couple of things for those following along. The land ambulance part of the base budget has been referred to the end of the business case section. We've also, due to a colleague being away from today's meeting, referred some specific business cases to the end of the business case section as well. Those include the business cases related to Back to the River, as well as the one related to Dearness Home. We've progressed through the remaining business cases in the order that they are in the agenda, and we have arrived at business case 7A, which is the core area action plan. Before we start into the core area action plan, I just wanted to ask colleagues, I've received some feedback from a number of colleagues who are looking to make amendments to this. As you can see in the business case, there are delineated components of it, each with their funding pieces. There's two approaches we can take to this. One is we put it on the floor and we move and second and then debate each and every single amendment the colleagues want to make individually until they're all done. The alternative is I could ask that we take all of the possible amendments that colleagues would like to see. We can put them in one single giant amendment, delineate them A through whatever, debate that giant amendment, and then vote on it separately. So people could vote on all the separate pieces. If there's anything that's mutually exclusive in that, we would have to defeat those portions and put a new piece on. I've just heard that there's people who have a lot of amendments, so I'm kind of in the committee's hands on the two approaches and the way to do it. If you want to just go through, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, so I'll take some really brief feedback. Does anybody oppose the second way that I suggested, that we just basically find out all the things that people want to amend, put it in one giant amendment, and then debate that? Does anybody object to that process? Does everybody understand what I'm suggesting?
No idea. We could try.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Well, I think that's a reasonable way to start. I think what will happen is that once it's all up on the screen and it's all separated by clauses, people will vote on it differently, and I think we just need to be prepared for that. But I think seeing what all the ideas are at once is probably a good idea.
I think it may be a little quicker, a little smoother, and I do anticipate people will want that amendment divided into the constituent components to vote on each of the components individually. But my anticipation is if we go this route, we would do all the debate, and then we would proceed with all those votes without debating it again. That would be ideal, and that would be the thing that would actually speed it up. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to request for context, perhaps what we could see in the model, what it would be like if this core action plan was just voted down in its entirety.
Okay, I'll get that to you. I'll get that for you in a second. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
One of my concerns with amending just the A one is there's also a lot of things in the B case which are essentially like half of what's in A, like double what's in A, like depending how you look at it. And I wonder if we're going to be doing that, if we want to be dealing with them both at the same time, rather than repeating the whole thing with B, or, I just raised that now to see how people would like to proceed with that.
That's not a bad suggestion, given that some of the changes people may want to make in A. There are components that are divided between A and B, and so we could certainly deal with them both at the same time. Let me just make sure the clerks don't get really upset with me about that. We could make that work. Okay, we can make that work. I just wanted to make sure before I made a commitment. So what we'll do is we're gonna deal with 7A, business case 7A, and then business case 7B at this time during the meeting. There are components of business case 7A and business case 7B that are suggested. So we can start with 7A. People can suggest the adjustments they'd like to see to 7A. And we could add 7B and any adjustments people would like to see to 7B as well and deal with them together. But essentially, they will all be divided separately, so you'll have an amended 7A, you would have at the end an amended 7B, and all of the pieces that we'd have, and then we'd vote on those separately. Because some of the items are actually, part of it's in A and part of it's in B, so I could see how some people would want to approve both. And we wouldn't want to amend Part A when there's a part in B. A little bit confusing, but trust me, this is going to be smoother than us doing individual amendments through all of them on both business cases. So I need someone to put business case 7A as it's currently contemplated on the floor. Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Salim. We would put A and B on the floor at the same time. So A and B? Okay, so 7A and B. So for colleagues, I'm going to ask what amendments you'd like to make to 7A and B. If you flipped the core area action plan, and for anybody following along with the budget, those are pages 84 and 87 in the Surlock's binder. In pages 84 and 87, you'll see there are delineated components of both of the administratively prioritized as well as the for consideration parts of the core area action plan. This gives you the financial numbers across years for both of those. You need to look at all of them in Part A and Part B. And we will look for those who want to make amendments to any of those constituent components in either A or B to bring them forward. We will put them together in a consolidated list for you, and then we can debate them all. So I'm going to open the floor to folks who would like to make changes. Mayor Holder.
Thanks. Before changes, I'd like to ask staff this question. I think it's important as we deliberate on the various initiatives put forward in A and B. And I wonder if the role of the LDBA has been contemplated in all of this as well, in terms of, I look at some of these action items and initiatives and wonder if some of these might not be the purview of LDBA. So I'm just trying to get a sense that as A and B, as this, as the core action plan in detail has been put forward, where or how was the role of LDBA considered, if at all?
Go ahead.
Through the chair. I've had conversations with LDBA in conjunction with activation and animation and creating exciting spaces down there. LDBA is the team that works with that. The Dundas Place manager works with them. We have a purchase service agreement with them. They also look at some of the other items as far as cleaning and ambassador programs and things like that. But they, as mentioned a couple weeks ago during the public participation, have some interest in enhancing what we've put forward here as well. We have to work through some of those details after today as to what comes at the end of the day today, but we'll be working with them as well next week to determine what else they're looking for as well.
So, Chair, through you, and as I say LDBA, I also mean, of course, Old East Village, because as we know, the core area action plan through Dundas Street extends right through as well, and I'm sure the same dialogue might well take place with OEV. I guess what I'm trying to get a stronger sense of, and it may come through deliberations of colleagues, is who does what. I mean, there may be some things that are really interesting for us to do, but could it, should it, might it really fall within the purview of these associations to consider? And I'm sensitive to a couple of realities as we do this. One is through the rapid transit downtown loop. We're going to have some construction along there. And of course, through the rapid transit, the impacts on Old East Village and as we make those changes. But I'm I'll have more to say as we go through some of the individual components, but I'm almost wondering, as we consider these options, some of these things that we look at, are these some of the things that others, it really should be, not because they can, but should be within their jurisdiction as opposed to us as a city? And I'll just ask colleagues to consider that as we go through some of these considerations. I'll reserve the right to come back in if I might, Chair, on some other things. Thanks.
Thank you. So to assist colleagues, if you're in your business cases, there are initiative numbers. So if people are looking to, say, remove an initiative from Part A or remove an initiative from Part B, that's the kind of amendments that we could contemplate working together. I will note, you need to let me know whether you're talking about a Part A or a Part B initiative, because some of them are the same initiative and numbered the same. So that will allow the clerks to put this all together. I will go through what we have before us after we've done this. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I too have a question through you to staff. We actually have in Part A, between 45 and 50, we have new, so it doesn't have a number, it just has new, and it's invest in Dundas Place. It's 1.2 million in operating, and then there's another 200,000 in capital between 36 and 50, that's also listed as new. We've just, in fact, we're not really finished Dundas Place. We still have some little cosmetic things to do in the spring. I mean, the big work is done and it's been used a couple of times already, and that's great. And I said right from the outset when the previous council approved this, that this was gonna be a good idea, but do we not already have operating dollars committed and staff committed to Dundas Place activation? And if so, what dollar amount are we currently budgeting before this 1.2 million in additional expenses?
Through the chair, we are looking at new investment in Dundas Place. When the funds were put forward in the previous four-year budget, not all of the funds were put forward to allow for the activities that occurred. The new investment involves security activation and the Dundas Place manager. As we look on page 85, invest in Dundas Place. So that's where it's split up there. And if we look at an event as popular and as simple as the Raptors event, that's where the money is needed. It's not events that are being facilitated or events that are put on through other avenues or through other providers. It's events like that quite frankly had to rely on management override from my area in order to be able to put on an event like the Raptors event, with renting of the screens, security, closures of the roads, the cleanup, all of those different things that aren't contemplated as city running events. City typically doesn't run events. We typically facilitate events for others that want to put on events. But as we look at a Flex Street and a Flex Place and a Dundas Place, in order to take advantage of the facility that we've got there, we need to be able to have some funds in order to put on events like that. And that's what that is for. And the capital, as you saw, the 50,000 on the other side, is to first thought is to try and find a permanent screen and create a permanent screen. I've been to a couple of other communities that have a permanent large screen that we could work with Bud Gardens or work with various areas along the street that we add features like that as we learn as we go. So that's certainly the first thing that's contemplated there. But as we go, we'll find and need other things like that, whether it be a different way, different power source as we start to learn that maybe there isn't sufficient power here and there because to run some of the events that we'd like to run. So that's another additional cost that we need to have. So that's why that annual capital is there. And then also, as we get into life cycle renewals of some of the features that we do have there, we'll run into the need for capital as well. So that's the need and the request in these two lines.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so just to follow up to that, because certainly I know the community really enjoyed the Jurassic Park event that was put on. I'm sure that there will be opportunities in the future for similar functions like that, whether it's a Knights playoff game or the London Lightning on the road in a playoff game, something like that, where the community might be really keen to come out. So where I struggle is the dollar amount in here, $300,000 a year, and I'm just wondering if, because these would be much more one-off sort of functions, so I'm just wondering if you can give us at least a general estimate of, for example, the Jurassic Park event, what that cost us.
General estimate of the Jurassic Park would have been somewhere in the $10,000 to $15,000 mark for the screen rental alone and the setup of the screen. And then as we get into security and maintenance costs, depending on the size of the crowds and those types of things, we had 5 nights at, it probably got awfully close to $100,000 for the Raptors event, which, you know, was a great event, turned out by a very diverse group of Londoners like we haven't seen before probably at events. So I think it was a great event and it also gave us an indication of where we're going and what things do cost as we go forward.
Councillor Squire.
Through you, Mr. Chair. My first question is, this may seem really basic, what's the core? When we talk about doing things in the core, what area are you talking about? Because there's a business improvement area that it includes Richmond Street and other areas. So what is the core that you're going to be doing this work in?
Through the chair, there is a map in the core area action plan, but for simplicity, basically down Richmond Row and Dundas Street from the Forks through to the Old East Village is a rough estimate of where it is.
You mentioned something about Richmond Row. It's included?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
I have another question. I've been trying to track that $7.4 million that came back through the medical network, and I was told, beginning of deliberations when I asked it, was found its way to a large extent into this plan. So maybe someone could explain to me, is it offsetting? Is it on top of what we're being asked to approve? I really need to know that.
Through the chair, in August of 2019, and I'll start this and Mr. Cooper may want to jump in as well, council agreed to pull back the 7.3 million from LMN, that you directed us to report back on a strategy to invest the 7.3 million in permanent housing with supports for mental health, addictions, noting that support services for those with homeless issues, mental health and addictions issues would be addressed as well. So you will see in your submission, the capital dollars, the $7.3 million are specifically for 3 capital initiatives, the stabilization spaces, the resting spaces, and money to create new supportive housing. I'm sorry.
I just want to understand, because I thought it was, I don't, as a counselor sitting here and as a person, I don't understand that stabilization spaces and resting spaces are permanent housing with supports. I had the idea that this money was going into permanent housing for people with serious challenges, mental health challenges, where they could live. And I'm concerned that that's not the end result that I'm at least seeing.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the idea around that was to identify that people that were currently living unsheltered need a place to go as well. And so the ultimate goal and a significant investment is to the supportive housing, both specialized supportive housing for the highest needs individuals, as well as a range of supportive housing, but also trying to stabilize them so that they can occupy that housing. And part of the resting spaces and the stabilization spaces is to provide that as a shorter term option to get people off the street, to get them stabilized so that we can get them into that longer term supportive housing and be supported.
I don't want to debate the merits, because I believe in what you've just said is important, but from my point of view, this money has not gone where I thought it was going to go, which was permanent housing, and I'm going to leave it at that. But I would have liked to have known at the time this is where that money was going, because it was very clear at the time, I thought, at least to me, that it was going to go into permanent housing with support. So I'll leave it there. I have one more question, if I might. A couple of years ago, we approved money for the operation of Dundas Street, you know, to hire a manager and all of that sort of thing. And I know it was a fairly large amount of money around $1 million or something like that. So I'd like to know what that is, what we are spending right now, currently on the operating costs of Dundas Street, and whether that is incorporated into this, rolled into this, or whether it is on top of this.
Through the chair, currently it's $750,000. That includes the maintenance as well in that area, so that's all encompassing. Going forward, the money for the Dundas Place manager was not included. That was in the first four-year budget, so it was included there, but it needs to be a new ask right now.
All right, so I understand there's 750,000 and the rest, so I would like to know, is the manager and where's that going to be asked for and how much is it? And is the all of that money, the 750,000 plus the cost for the manager on top of the ask in these two business plans?
The cost for the manager was not approved going forward. That ask is happening right now on page 85 as part of the new Invest in Dundas Place, part of that 300,000.
I still need an answer to the 750 though. Is the 750 on top of what we're going to be asked to approve today, or is it being rolled into this ask?
Through the chair, I've confirmed the 750 is in the base budget that was already approved. This is a new additional.
Okay, Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just had a question on the security activation part. I did hear a mention around it being for big events that happen. Will this be only, like, we'll have security only for that time, or security is going to be ongoing?
Through the chair, the security is for the event security. This is not for an ongoing Dundas Place security. As mentioned earlier, the part of the foot patrol increase in that is the security and that we use. The security for this is for event security.
Thank you. And what part is there going to be, because I remember when we were talking about the library security, when they're moving their security, they did reference to the core area plan, mentioning having security through this plan, which, you know, was their understanding or our understanding that they relied on some security to be present on the Dundas Place. But if this is only for big events, and can we know the numbers of the number of staff that we would be hiring for this specific ask?
Through the chair, the estimate for the security, and this is for security for events, is the 1/3 where we've got security activation and the Dundas Place manager. So that's the approximate estimate for that. So it is for the events as discussed. My understanding the other day is around the library discussion was that the foot patrol and the police were the security as part of the core area and the core informed response and those items, and it's part of their budget. This is an event security.
Councillor Hillier.
Yes, regarding initiative numbers 62 and 45. 62 is eliminate encroachment fees for patio signage and awnings. That's leaving the door open for businesses to create their own patios and awnings in that area. But then activate spaces with places with bistro chairs and tables. So are we setting them up with furniture in the area? That's $50,000 per year.
Through the chair, we've got a couple of responses here, so I'll deal with number 45, the activate spaces and places with bistro chairs and tables. So that's what has moved on there, as Councillor Squire had mentioned, is this is the core area, not just Dundas Place. So this is to create pop-up spaces and activation spaces throughout the core, and that's not just Dundas Place. That is down the Richmond Row, side streets, Dundas Street, all the way through to Oldies Village as well. So those are ways, and the funding there is for people to be able to move those chairs around. So we're going to have some of those chairs from a capital purchase, but we're going to need people to move them around and set up these little pop-up stations and areas that can create some activation and places for people to enjoy those areas.
Do we have a map of those areas so we can see those areas where going to be located?
In the core area action plan, there is a map of the, what the core area includes. We don't have a plan as to where these little pop-up areas would be yet. That'll be something, once we're done these deliberations over the next few weeks, we'll sit down and create those activation spaces.
Councillor Van Holst, and I've asked our staff to prepare what you, oh, wait, Mr. Kosovas.
Sorry, did you want part two, which was on 62?
We would love part two.
Part two, 62. So that's recommended to be able to fund the costs for the encroachment fees that the private operators have to put forward. So when they want to use the patio, rent the patio space right now, there's a whole process whereby they get an encroachment permit, they pay encroachment fees. So this would offset that. So we would make an amendment to the community improvement plan for the downtown and Old East Village, whereby we'd be able to have this as another funded program.
Okay, Councillor Van Holst, you had asked earlier, and I asked our staff to prepare it, what it would look like if this was voted down in the model, and I assumed you meant A and B? Okay, so Mr. Murray can show that for you, and then I'll go to whatever your question is.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm going to turn off both A and B parts of this business case, and the average annual impact works out to approximately 0.2% on average.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just make a couple more general comments. It was good that we put both A and B together. I think that was helpful, though there's a lot in this plan, and I almost feel better if we could somehow split it into a couple of sections, helping the vulnerable and the core area curb appeal. It's kind of like those are two separate things. I don't know how people are going forward, but it'd be helpful if we need to think about those in two different ways. In terms of the curb appeal, the one metaphor that came to me is, I don't want us to be like the guy who spends a lot of money building a fancy new bar in his rec room and then doesn't buy any liquor. Obviously, there needs to be something that we put in to take advantage of what we've done with all our investments downtown. So I certainly think there will need to be some investment there. And then with, of course, the much more difficult issue is helping the vulnerable here. I want to make sure we help people in a way that makes London seem better and not in a way that makes London seem worse. It's a pretty challenging thing. I like the idea of resting spaces. I remember I was just digging through, I thought, coming forward with something like that a few years ago. So because there was a petition for it, asking for, they wanted places to rest during the day and lockers to hold their belongings and some other amenities. So I think it's important that we are able to provide something like that. How close to downtown it is, I'm not sure. Maybe that could be a little farther away from downtown, but it'd be good to have those things. I also wonder about our philosophy. We're hiring people to help with the vulnerable. I'm thinking back to the idea of basic income that a lot of people had talked about a number of years ago. I think it's unfortunate we didn't get to finish the basic income experiment that was going on in the province. I don't know how it would turn out, but as a scientist, I always like to finish the experiment and get the results one way or the other. But the idea behind that is in our social assistance model. If we've got $100 to help somebody, we would pay our social services we pay a person $50 in salary $10 in pension, $5 to $10 for an office, $10 for a vehicle, and he'd end up giving the individual $10 out of 100. So why not give them the whole $100 and see if they can help themselves better with that? So here we are. I think we're in a position where we could create a space for them and make it attractive. But rather than paying somebody to tell them to go there, I'd rather just pay them to be there, and even provide some opportunities where they could make some more money being there. As I look at our strategy, I realize no city has figured this out. So we can do one of two things, either try what other people have done and failed, or try new things and see if they work. So in a way, really what we're doing is piloting projects. And so I'd almost want to, rather than say do these things, just have a number of dollar amount and say this is for piloting projects to help with the vulnerable we see downtown. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll weigh in as this debate goes on and on.
Well, I have Councillor Lewis next, so we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversations we've had so far on this, colleagues. There's been a couple of comments from other councillors that have actually created a couple new questions for me. I appreciate Councillor Kayabaga's question about the activation of the security and where that's going to lead in terms of event support. And then I look at initiatives 23 and 29, and so I wonder if, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, if we can maybe get some comment on how the expanded case management for helping the vulnerable populations and the more proactive bylaw enforcement pieces will be related to creating a stronger sense of community safety in the core. Because I think that those two pieces maybe are also components of the enhanced community safety. Or
Okay, we'll get your
perception
answers
thereof, at least.
to those.
Through the chair, the bylaw enforcement will be done proactively rather than in a reactive process where we do that today.
And just looking to see if maybe staff have a comment on the expanded case management piece as well.
Thank you, through the chair. The case management is to support individuals as they transition, right? So that's what all that money would be going for through a third party. It wouldn't be city staff specifically. It would be through an RFP to support those resting spaces, the stabilization spaces, and ultimately the supportive housing model.
Great, I appreciate the input there, because I think that those are all interrelated components of this, and I think that those are all, very supportable initiatives for sure. The other one that I wanted to come back to with regard to questions that have been asked of staff is number 44, which is the increased range and intensity of programming in the core area. Because again, it seems to be, and Councillor Hillier mentioned the overlaps here. If we're putting these investments into Dundas Place, and then we're putting in another $100,000 a year to increase range and intensity of programming in the core area. I mean, at what point are we looking at doing an event every day with this funding? I know that's not the level of funding we're looking at, but I just wonder how the balance of care versus cost is here in terms of what we can actually realistically do in terms of programming in the core.
Through the chair, yes, this funding is, as we expand, this plan is a core area action plan. It's not the Dundas plan. It's not the Dundas Place plan. So we've had that before. So this is an increase from programming to the entire core, as we've mentioned in the map, through down Richmond Row, from the Forks through to the Old East Village. So that's what this additional funding is for. It's to increase into the core, not just the Dundas Place. Sorry, through the chair, and one other point to that too, as I mentioned earlier, is we've typically been a city that facilitates. We don't run and program events and animate. So this is new. This is something different. This is something that we're doing differently than we've done in the past. There have been very few events in the past. We've had involvement in New Year's Eve, but an event like a Raptors event is not something that we've done before. And this is why the additional funding is needed for this.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Question regarding Initiative 36, establish, implement, and regularly monitor higher cleaner standard for the core area. I look in 2020, and we're at 450,000. Okay, I can understand establish and implementation, but shouldn't the numbers be going down after that, or is this also including the actual cleaners?
Through the chair, this does include the actual work that will be done in the future. The standard will be established by us, and the intent is this funds actually doing the cleaning as well.
Yes, also, two others. Since we are doing a deep dive into this, I'd like some more explanation on the four-year core area ambassador program. It's $2.8 million. And also shipping container pop-up retail uses. It comes out at $400,000. Our family works in this industry, and I can get an awful lot of shipping containers for that.
Councillor, could you
Sir.
just clarify the numbers so that we can all kind of flip to the same pages?
Sorry, the ambassador is 25 and the shipping container is 40.
Through the chair, I'll address the shipping container at this point. The $50,000 shipping container pop-up retail uses during construction is an idea that, as people were talking about the disruption during the construction and different ways that they could help run their business. So the shipping container option allows for people to adapt and change businesses. So one business may use it for a while, another business could use it later on, and it's becoming quite popular throughout North America and the world. And doing some research, it's becoming actually a little bit of a cool factor for events and different things as well. So it's to get the shipping containers. And then also to be able to move them around and adapt them and help the retailers that are struggling during construction in the core area.
And there was a question about the core area ambassador pilot program.
So through the chair, yes, that's a new program. It would be a pilot program, would build on the ambassador program that currently exists. But these ambassadors would take a much more, I think, active role. That's what the intent was through this. And it would be staff that would ensure that with the encounters of the vulnerable folks there, that we have the right resources, the right people to help address some of those concerns, and also to serve as ambassadors just for the general public in the downtown.
Just out of curiosity, so what would these ambassadors be doing? Would they be handing out flyers, directing people?
They'd actually be doing litter cleanup. They would be doing interventions or help. They would be doing tour guiding. They would be doing building the relationships with the property owners so they would understand hotspots and concerns within the area, so they could be another visible presence within the whole core area.
So they're doing cleanup as well, so we've got cleanup programs there in other parts of this plan as well. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Squire.
I just really want to make it clear, the number one impediment to people in psychiatric institutions, being the Parkwood Institute or London Health Sciences Center, to operating well in the community is permanent, supportive housing. I hear that every single day. The person I talked about yesterday was discharged from his psychiatric bed to the men's mission. And within 30 days, he overdosed on opioids and was back in the emergency department. So I'm somewhat frustrated that we had $7.4 million, and the only place I see an investment in permanent supportive housing is the $5 million in Plan B. I think there's a disconnect between what we're doing and what healthcare providers are doing. You should know, and we should all know, that the psychiatric facilities provide social work support, occupational therapy support. They provide all of the supports that are necessary to get psychiatric patients into permanent housing. And where we have difficulties in that area is where clients like mine are discharged from hospital without permanent housing. So that's my frustration, and it's a real frustration with this plan. I will approve immediately the $5 million in Plan B for permanent housing before I approve anything else in either A or B. And so I'm hoping I can have that pulled separately so that I can vote on that. And I will be voting yay on that, but I'm not going to comment on anything else.
Councillor Squire, could you just show the clerk exactly where the component is that you want separate?
It is in case B, number 22. So I would like the opportunity to vote yay on that.
It looks like it's in 7A. That was just the confusion. Case 22 and 7A, I believe.
It's in the capital section.
Yes.
Yep, I'm sorry, that's my error. I wanted the opportunity to vote yay on that.
Okay, we'll make sure that, yes. Ms. Livingston.
Through the chair, I would just like to provide clarification of the business case in front of you. We brought forward as Civic Administration the Core Area Action Plan last fall that was approved by Council, and we indicated that we would return through the multi-year budget with recommendations around of all of the elements of that plan, which were the 4 gears, if you recall. So what you see in front of you are Civic Administration's recommendations with respect to all the totality of that plan. And what we tried to do was, in the spirit of that plan, address what we consider to be the priority aspects in each of those elements. That's why you see all those pieces together. I would also just like to clarify that the funding for the stabilization spaces was approved prior to this, and the source of financing was clear in that recommendation.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just want to comment a few things. I totally agree with Councillor Squire on that comment. We need to provide supportive housing for a more long-term solution to help folks that are struggling on that area. We're still feeling the fallout from the closing of our psychiatric hospitals. And we're living with the results of that today. With regards to the core itself, we've made a big investment in our core, and I think that over the years, I think that's good, because I think a healthy core is a key to a good city. Over the years, we've seen some challenges, and the city has addressed that, making some pretty large moves. I think with Fanshawe College was a big investment. The Dundas Place or the Flex Street, again, a big investment. And I think with demographics changing and with people looking for different housing solutions, we're seeing an opportunity here to create a virtuous cycle, which is different than the cycle we were on before. And we have an opportunity, and we need to be very careful that we continue to move in that direction. We have a number of high-rise developments going downtown, number on the books. We have a lot of employers downtown that are growing. However, if people do not have a safe, clean environment to live, work, and play, we will lose that momentum. People who have moved downtown expecting a certain experience will change their decision. I've heard from employers that employ a considerable amount of people downtown. There's concern for safety, especially amongst their female staff. They are on the tipping point. They believe in downtown, they want to be downtown. But when these concerns are raised, they're looking at other alternative solutions because for their business. With this initiative, there are many points of it that I agree with. There's some I don't. I believe we will really make a difference, especially on Dundas Street. Dundas Street is a very interesting street, and I think it's key to downtown, especially with its connection to Old East. I think Old East is, again, that's another area that, boy, that is just on the edge of becoming a really cool, interesting, crucial piece to downtown. Again, to provide a safe, clean environment for people who are living downtown, working downtown, visiting downtown, let's move in that way. And that will do is that will provide that cycle that I was talking about, that will bring in private dollars. So I'm a little cautious of dipping our toe into areas that I think should be more private dollars run. I don't want to see private dollars in security. I want us to, now that we've made the investment in the Flex Street, I want us to promote that and use that as the way it was intended. Those are just my general comments as we go through this area. We're going down a good path here to have a fantastic core in London. Let's keep that momentum up.
Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, because as we're talking about the investment of supportive living arrangements and the stabilization spaces and daytime resting spaces, I know that Mrs. Livingston just kind of commented on that. That's why I put my hand up to go back on the fact that we did approve this recently, and this is now here to, I guess, for a second time. But maybe a question I had for the new housing units with supportive living arrangements, do we know how many units that will be? And we're approving $5 million, which I'm happy to approve as well, but I just wanted to know how many of those units are we getting out of $5 million?
Thank you. Through the chair. We don't know the exact number. In the plan, we're looking for 35, but obviously we're looking to optimize that investment and get as many units as we can. Part of the challenge with the bricks and mortar is also making sure that the supports are in place. So working with both Ministry of Health and other partners to make sure that as the units come on, the supports are in place at the same time. It would be key.
Thank you for that information. I just wanted to just get a confirmation that we had approved this before.
Through the chair, you approved an amount of funding from LMN to support the purchase of the property for the stabilization spaces. That's what I was trying to clarify. What you see here is an allocation, an ask for new supportive housing living arrangements. The source of financing for that, should you approve this amount, would be the LMN source.
Good on that? Okay, Councillor Squire.
Yeah, I just want to make something really clear because as a city councillor, if things are approved, this is the budget process, and I have every right as a city councillor to, when I see the allocations of money and how much money is being allocated in one area as opposed to another, to raise questions about that. And that's all I'm doing today, is raising questions about those allocations of money. And I just want to make it clear, I don't want anybody to think that I'm in an area that I've already voted on or something like that. I've never voted on the allocation of money.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the comments so far. I agree with Councillor Lehman his comments were bang on. And what we have to remember, what I remind Ward 5 residents who have questions about our investments in downtown is it is an outsized contribution to our property tax base, to our economy in general. The numbers are probably shifting because the geography shifts and we continue to add more residential units downtown. But the last time I saw the stats, it was something like 0.4% of our geography. So, you have the City of London, downtown is 0.4%, and yet it accounts for 5% or something like that of our property taxes. So it's a disproportionately huge amount. Something like 80% of our office jobs are downtown. And like Councillor Lehman, I have heard people express concerns and uncertainty about whether they will continue to keep their office jobs downtown, or they may consider moving. We have bylaws to encourage and to discourage office space outside of the core. But we want to see this area continue to thrive because it has so much benefit for every area of the city. When it comes to housing, I understand Councillor Squire's concerns because the motion that we passed regarding the London Medical Innovation and Commercialization Network funds were pretty clear. I'm happy to see the $5 million devoted specifically to supportive housing units with supportive living arrangements. But we have an expert here, Mr. Cooper, who has joined our team. I think it was after, or hasn't been with us for extremely long. So when that motion was made about the $7.3 million, I appreciate that we have some very thoughtful consideration that has gone into the utilization of that money. And I appreciate that getting people stabilized in a place where they can then graduate to permanent and supportive housing. That's very, very important. We don't want to see the revolving door of people being housed and then back out on the streets. And I understand that psychiatric hospitals do that work as well, and it's a lost opportunity when there isn't a stable space ready for that patient once they're discharged. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of the people that are waiting for this supportive housing don't go to the psychiatric hospitals or any hospital other than for emergency room treatment. So they haven't had that opportunity to get those supports and get them ready for a permanent house. I want to remind everyone as well, we have other business cases coming up dealing specifically with housing, specifically with affordable housing and social housing and supportive housing. That's coming up. I like that there are funds specifically focused on housing in the downtown, because we are seeing a lot of residential units being built right now in the downtown, and that's great for our downtown. But those units are high-end units. Those units are not going to help the people that are currently living unhoused, currently relying on shelter for a roof over their head at night. So I love seeing the Core Area Action Plan having a component specifically dealing with supportive housing. That's very, very important.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I want to just talk about the Core Area Action Plan altogether. I know it's divided up in a lot of different ways, and I think it's reasonable that people think some of them are more important than others. But at a high level, I think this is a moment where we really need to be all hands on deck. There's a lot of things that need to happen in the core if the core is going to be successful over the next 4-year period. And I think when we had the strategy come before us in October, that was unanimously supported, because I think we recognized that it was urgent and we wanted to see the details in the budget, right? And I do think that, when it comes time to budget, people are going to make decisions about what is really crucial and what's not and what can wait. And I appreciate that people may have different opinions on these things. I will say that for the majority of the items in the action plan, these all need to go ahead right now. And I think on the operating side, these are really important investments. I think on the capital side, they're also really important. So We've been talking a lot about the medical network money, and I don't want to make things more complicated, but I do want to clarify. The part that we have dealt with already that is totally finished is the stabilization space on Sylvan Street. So that was financed through the funds from the medical network when we have dealt with that one. The rest of it is what we're dealing with in the core area action plan, right? So 7.3 minus 1.1 million for Sylvan Street. Now we got 6.2 left, and it's divided into the stabilization space, the resting spaces, and the permanent supportive housing. That's the rest of the money. So just to clarify that part, lots of it's still to be decided now, but some has already been dealt with. I want to talk about the housing part because I think it's really important that overall in the plan, the majority of the capital investments that's where they're going. And I think that's a really important part of the overall core area action plan. You know, there's a lot of different items in there, but when you see where the money is actually going, a lot of the money is going into housing, and I think that's really important. I represent part of the area in here in Old East Village, and I can tell you from the perspective of business owners who are trying to run successful businesses on Dundas, they recognize the need for more investment in housing and actually solving the real problem that is resulting in the symptoms that they're having to deal with in and around their businesses. They want people to have better supportive housing where they can live a successful life and not have their best option being setting up a tent in a parking lot behind their business or sleeping in front of their business. The business owners don't want that. They want people to be more successful. They want there to be better options. And they really support very strongly the core area action plan for that reason. They also support the other things which are not housing because a lot of things need to happen. And I want to emphasize some of those things. The core area, you'll see in the map in the strategy, all the construction projects that are planned in the core. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, there's construction projects all over this area. And making sure that the area, because it's a commercial district, that it's actually successful while we have all kinds of social issues going on that need to be addressed through some of these investments. We also have all kinds of construction that's going to be very disruptive. We have to make sure that we're really meeting the needs and mitigating as much of these issues as we possibly can. So something like the core area, the core construction dollars program, which is divided into $50,000 a year in Part A and also $50,000 in Part B. We need to do both of those things. $100,000 a year spread across all the customers in the downtown area that's impacted by construction and Old East Village is actually not very much money. And so I think that is an important program that I think will really help when these areas are hammered by construction every year. It's just a different street that will be under construction, but basically every year a street in their area will be under construction. And we need to really support it. If we don't, I think we'll see the impact of that, right? And it won't be pretty. It'll be really bad. So I would encourage people to support all of these things, especially the really big ones, because I think they're important. If there's a couple things in there that you don't support, I'd like to see the amendments. We had a lot of discussion about what the amendments are going to be, and I haven't heard one yet. I'd like to hear what they are because maybe I'll speak directly to those if I think that they're a high priority.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. One item that has not come up yet, but is in here, and I think is actually very interesting in terms of supporting, Deputy Mayor Helmer just referenced the importance of keeping in mind these are commercial districts, is the experiment with temporary free municipal parking. And I certainly hear from people in my ward that they don't go downtown because they have to pay for parking. And I get that. I love the fact that thanks to a previous council, we have a Honk mobile app and it makes paying for parking really convenient. But for some people, that is not a cost they want to bear. The amount in here for that is fairly small. It's $150,000 a year. And through the chair to staff, although I know he's conferring with another councillor at the moment, is this dollar amount essentially just replacing the revenue lost by not charging on the spaces that we're currently charging for?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's an example of one where the dollar amount's very small. The benefit to the commercial district might be very large. That's something that I think I can support. I will actually pick up on what Deputy Mayor Helmer was just saying, though, about some of these being split into Part A and Part B. And cleanliness in the area matters. And so I'm willing to support some of the things that we're spending dollars on in Part A, but I'm not willing to top it up in Part B. And an example here is, implement the new pressure wash program for sidewalks and civic spaces. I'm okay with us spending a little bit of money there. I would support the piece in Part A, but I'm not gonna support it in Part B. I think this is steps at a time, and, you know, folks can say it's a small amount, and that's fine, but small amounts do add up. And the same thing I'm gonna say about the, and this one's actually a bigger dollar value, create the 4-year core area ambassador program. The response that I heard from staff is these folks are going to be doing, overlapping with what some other individuals, who will be working in the core area, initiatives will be doing. But they're also doing something that ties back to what Councillor Lehman said. The private sector has a role to play here too. And when I hear about wayfinding and tour guides and things like that, that's where I do expect the LDBA to step up and put private sector money on the table to do these kind of things. I think that there needs to be, and I've talked to a couple of LDBA members who said, you know, we haven't gone and asked for dollars from potential sponsors for these things. We haven't asked our membership about spending some dollars on some of these things. These are our members who said, you know, if I'm asked to chip in for a promotional event, I'll do that. But that's where I think there are some areas of this plan that are concerning to me, is that we're stepping into the realm where the private sector really needs to step up. I think there are things we can do from a municipal perspective that will certainly help the private sector succeed. And I see that we've got money in here for safety audits and then for implementing safety audit recommendations on public property. I think that's a really good use of money. But then we have in Initiative 54, providing grants to implement safety audit recommendations on privately owned property. And that's where I think private dollars need to step in. Again, it's not a big amount of money, but it is $100,000 a year in years 2, 3, and 4. And I think that it's not unreasonable to expect the private sector to pay for implementing safety measures on private property. I don't think that needs to be up to us. I think when we have the foot patrol, I see the storefront capital investment to have the storefront space for foot patrol by law enforcement officers and public washrooms. Great use of money. 100% support that piece of this plan. It creates a safety presence. It creates a space for police officers and by law enforcement officers to work from, and it creates public washrooms, which frankly are a real need downtown. I know when I go into a shop downtown and then stop for something to eat afterwards, I often see signs up saying, you know, washrooms not for public use. And folks, when nature calls, it calls, and it doesn't matter whether you're shopping or whether you're just hanging out. I think that that's a really good use of money, but I really encourage us to take a fine-tooth comb to this one. I will hear what colleagues have to say. There are certainly a few items, just a few, that I want to pull out and vote on separately because I'm not going to support them. But overall, I support the direction of this plan. I think there's some really good ideas in here, and I think that it'll make a real difference in the downtown.
Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleagues. I think this is definitely an important area, and that's why I wanted to second the motion with the mayor, because I think it's an important investment and something that we need to do. But I am hearing the concerns of some of my colleagues around here, and you know, I know some of the concern and hesitation may stem from ensuring that we continue to have an ongoing relationship. So I wanted to ask, back in 2017, I had a motion, and the motion was 6-9. Some of the colleagues that are still around, Van Holst, myself, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Morgan, supported my request, which was the revised Dundas Place governance model, the Dundas Place operational model to reflect the reporting structure of the business manager be through the appropriate City of London service area rather than to an outside organization, Main Street London, be adopted. So that motion failed. So I wanted to ask, could you kind of just let us know where the reporting mechanism is now and what that relationship is with the city and how that's going? Because I think that's why at that time I raised that concern because I felt if there was more of a relationship, a direct relationship, it'd be easier to, you know, myself to support those fundings, and that's why I put that motion, but that failed at the time, so through the chair to staff.
Through the chair. Yes, there's an ongoing relationship with the Downtown Business Association and Dundas Place Manager. We're actually meeting early next week to finalize the plans for 2020 and see where we're headed. Certainly we have to see where talks go over the next couple weeks, but they've had their struggles. I don't think that's new, or I think everyone's aware of that. They've got a new ED that comes into place in the next couple weeks. They've had a different board chair. I've worked with different people in the area. The Dundas Place Manager has been the same. It's been a pilot project. We've learned a lot. We've had several meetings. There's been some mistakes along the way on both sides. But we've had an open and honest relationship with downtown and with ourselves. There's been times where, and we've had frank discussions around the model and the reporting structure, and with Mr. Fleming and myself and the downtown business and previous chair and previous directors, trying to figure out what is the best model for London, what is the best model for downtown. And I think with the learnings that we've had and the pilot project as it is, and 2 blocks of construction happening, and trying to balance those duties and what are the deliverables, and how do we get people down there, and how do they best fit with the people that were struggling, and their biggest concerns are around the construction and not concerns around starting events and activating the space. And it's been a good pilot project, lots of learnings. I think we're still going to have further discussions next week as we get into the new chair and the new ED as to what the model is. I think it's a model that can stay where it is now with the reporting structure, and I've been back and forth in that myself as time goes on and different events are held and different struggles that we face. But I think I think the structure where it sits is the right structure for now. That may change. We'll learn as we go forward in a more stable environment and a street that's completed, and as we move through a core area action plan, as maybe some of those duties expand into the core as well. I think the structure is good the way it is right now.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up question, would there be any benefits or pros to changing the structure so that it would be to the appropriate City of London service? Because I feel what I'm sensing is I'm hoping that we can all come together and support the whole request, but I'm wondering if this is something that comes forward, that there could be that appetite. So just wanted to see if there's any pros that you see or negatives to the chair.
Through the chair, I've probably thought of several pros and several cons over the past year as we go through this pilot project, and I've got to the place where I think it needs a little bit more time in the current structure that it is. I think I've leaned both ways. I think there's pros and cons to the freedom perhaps of a downtown business association, but that being said, it's public property and public land, and we need to work to make sure that some of the rules and bylaws and policies that we have in place are flexible to go along with the flexible street desire that we have. There'll be a report coming forward with some of those things that need to be changed in order to make it a little bit more flexible, that we believe need to be recommended going forward. And I think it needs to be reviewed again now that we've got an open street and a new governance model and new governance in the downtown business. I think we'll review again as the contract goes. I think we look at the purchase service agreement as it comes due in March and work on some deliverables and adjust that with some of the learnings that we've had over the past year. And I think we address it then. But I think the model where it is with some adjustments to the purchase service agreement is where it should be for the next stage of Dundas Place.
Thank you. And just a comment. So I think for me, historically, I've always been one that just always try to have, the oversight and elected officials' involvement. And I think the reporting mechanism is always helpful. You guys remember back 2014, 2015, brought motions related to that were supported with Councillor Helmer at the time and some others. So that's just kind of it for me. I'll continue to listen to the debate. I think it's going to be a struggle to support necessarily all portions of it. So even though I've seconded the motion, I know had my motion that I raised back in 2017 passed, it'd be a lot easier for me today to just willingly just support everything. So I'll continue to listen to the debate, and, you know, the motion was for 2017 and it is still there, so if colleagues are interested in looking at it, I could send it to them.
All right, I have Mayor Holder next.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Mayor, I'm just going to hold you for 1 second. Councillor Lehman needs to speak next. He's got something he needs to say.
As this conversation has evolved, there has been quite a few mentions of the LDBA. I'm a member of the LDBA. While this is a big core issue and there's a lot of aspects to it, there's some areas where I would like some advice from the Integrity Commissioner on conflict or potential conflict I might have here. So in the interest of transparency and you know, full disclosure, I feel more comfortable right now in recusing myself from this conversation and this vote until I do have a chance to speak to him.
Okay. Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I hope in areas that Councillor Lehman feels he's comfortable with, I think he has an important contribution to make, so I would hope that where it's appropriate, he can still feel able to comment, but ultimately those are decisions that we as council members make ourselves. Chair, there's two areas that I'd like to touch on based on what I've heard. I think this has been an important discussion to this point. One is a bit of background and the second is process. From a background standpoint, we've certainly heard a lot of dialogue from colleagues to the stage. I think the first thing I've got to say is, as I reviewed both A and B of the Core Area Action Plan, which is effectively an extension of our pilot program, I think we do need to give a serious shout out to staff on what this looks like and the work that's been done in it, because all departments clearly have to and have been involved in this. And it's not easy. I think communities, as I have learned in this role, and in my engagements with larger mayors in Ontario and across Canada, they struggle with their downtowns and their broader core areas, and they don't know what to do. And this actually, the Core Area Action Plan, we've gotten a number of kudos in early times for the initiative, and frankly, for the guts we've shown, for the initiative that we have taken to put this in place. So kudos to this council as well for engaging the pilot originally, because we are farther along than many municipalities across the country. I don't say that in any bragging way, but I say it in a very progressive way, because that's what we all undertook when we started the pilot. So I think that we need to know that we are effectively leading edge on much of what we're doing. And I think the other part of this is that I think it's three constituencies that ultimately, this is a broad comment, that we're looking to serve. I think firstly, and you've heard it mentioned, our own, I heard the Deputy Mayor talk about our business community, but I'll even add our residential communities within this area impacted by the core. So if you imagine, one of the constituencies that we have to respond to are those business and residential members of the core area. The second constituency area is our most vulnerable. And we've heard a lot of talk around that. And I think what I appreciate about this council is that's absolutely a critical component of where we go. And the third is more broadly the citizens of London who come downtown or come through the core. And what do they want? They want safety, and they want the pleasure of being in our downtown. And I haven't even talked about tourists and tourism, where the core becomes a critical part of that as well. But those are the primary constituencies from a taxpayer base and from a constituent base that we look to serve. And I'm mindful of that because before we get too entrenched in our positions about supporting a component of this or that, I think this comes to the process part, Chair. And that is, I'm not sure if as we've now gone through this, and I've heard some comments, well, I can't or I won't support this or that, sometimes before hearing the rationale or sometimes with that rationale. And I'm wondering if the intent is then to say from sections X to Y, and then I know you touched on it, but I think I'd like to be reminded of that, because I think then we may hear some of those same arguments brought up twice, and it might be useful to have it heard once. So I'll let you use the wisdom of Solomon to figure that through. But otherwise, as opposed to this being the never-ending story, it'd be helpful to understand what the process is as we go through these issues. If you do that for my benefit,
I would love to do that. In fact, I was gonna do that, given the way the discussion went. I think I'll move away from my original suggestion of doing amendments. What I've got and what the clerk and I have been working on, as the debate has happened is, I see there's some colleagues who may support everything. There's some colleagues who may not want to support any of it. There's also some who have made very specific things that they want to support and want to vote on separately, and some who have very specific things that they do not want to support and they want to vote on separately. And we've been tracking those. So I think there's a way for us to not have to vote on each individual constituent component, and I can basically articulate the things that have been pulled out. And then colleagues could add one or two more if they don't see their item on the list. But there's not that many of them so far. And it seems like with a couple of small adjustments to the process, we could probably deal with this quite effectively and give every counselor an opportunity to support or not support the components that they would like to do so. So that's what I'm leaning towards based on the debate, because people are not making amendments to the numbers within the individual sections, which is very helpful. For example, Councillor Squire wants to support the $5 million component. Very easy for us to deal with that part of 7A separately, and then another part of 7A separately that another councillor wants, and then the remainder together. That's kind of the way I'm contemplating this. And it looks like we have not that many motions to deal with if we do it that way. But things may be added in the debate that I will pull out, and I'll let everybody know kind of where that stands, and we can see if we agree, and we'll deal with it hopefully efficiently. But there's still more debate, so anything can happen. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to see you've got a plan. I appreciate that, because this is a really big plan, and I've really appreciated the comments so far, and listening to the comments and sort of seeing, if I agree or not. I think one thing is it's fair to say that our downtown is an important part of our city, and we all support our downtown. And the changes that are going to be coming forward to me are very, very exciting. There's a lot that's going on, and this is just not downtown. We're starting at the Forks and we're going down to Old East. It's a broad area, so there's lots of opportunities. And one of the priorities for me is going to be the housing part. I hear what Councillor Squire says about permanent housing, the need for that, but there's also the need for stabilization, putting people in a place, and as we move them to permanent housing with supports, those things have to happen. Construction. In the next number of years, we're going to have a lot of construction in these areas. I've learned in Ward 9, when we have construction, it is very disruptive to the community, and we need to be a little bit ahead of the game. So there's a number of initiatives here as well that I think are important when it comes to rolling out our plan, and construction is going to be a big part of that. I also heard here as well that these initiatives, there's a number of them, but we can also revisit some of these initiatives. I'm hoping that's going to always be an opportunity to do that. I'm not going to be supportive on everything here. I'm glad our chair's got a plan as we pull things and debate and decide. I'm looking forward to doing that. But for me, it's going to be the prioritization of what I think is important, and what we as a council can support as we undertake this plan.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. So over the course of, I'm just going to speak generally to the motions right now, and then as these sub-motions come forward, we'll talk about those. But we've made significant investments in our core, and we're continuing to do so. And some have paid off quite visibly and directly. And when we take a look downtown right now, we see a number of cranes building multi-unit residential buildings. And that's a good indicator on a number of levels. One, it shows confidence in the measures that we've taken. Two, it shows confidence in the economy and our situation here. Three, it shows confidence that people will be moving into these units, that people will be moving into the core, that it's a place that people want to live. Some investments that we make provide direct returns, and some are a little more indirect. Tourism, for example, is a very indirect return on investment for us because it may provide more people and feet on the streets and spending in our core, and that helps our businesses. But we might not see it as a corporation, as a city, directly in tax revenues. But it certainly helps with this, keeping the shops filled, keeping the city vibrant, and keeping people interested in what's happening in London. On the other side, when that happens, when that vibrancy occurs, and the other investments that we make start to attract direct investment in terms of buildings, whether that's institutional, commercial, or residential buildings. And we've certainly started to see that, and those manifest for us directly in new tax revenues. And a new apartment building might generate as much as $500,000 a year in new tax revenues that we didn't see before. And so, as Councillor Cassidy talked about, 0.2% of our assessed land value in the city generates about 5%, just over 5% of the total tax revenues for London. So when we see a plan like this, what's really fascinating is it affects a whole bunch of things. It's not just the result and the anticipated result of being able to have our storefronts filled and building new buildings in the areas where we have those opportunities. Things start to fit all together, like our move forward, the downtown master plan, where we've identified places for development, we've identified places for investment, fits in with Dundas Place, which is a component of our move forward. And I think one of the challenges for us as we move forward through this budget, and whether it's this item or the other items, is we recognize that the investments that we make, we don't make blind or empty or grandiose investments. We make very strategic investments, and investments that will have a return. We don't do ones that we don't anticipate to have a return. And whether that return is in direct tax dollars from new assessment, or whether the ability to lift up those who are more vulnerable and help support them, whether that's with housing or direct wraparound supports as well. And the challenge for us is that we're being faced with the backdrop of provincial downloads, which have removed a bit of our investment room that we spent a lot of time creating so that we could do things like this, and do things like this without having to worry too much about the pressures that it put on the levy overall. But I think the one thing we have to keep in mind is right now, our economy is strong. Our interest rates are really low. Our unemployment is at a record low. That's not to dismiss the picture of those who haven't entered the workforce or have removed themselves from the workforce. There are challenges there. But when you have the combination of those two, that's the time to invest. And when we take a look at this, some of the items may not seem as important as others in all of this, but it's a package that's pretty integrated. And I like the way that it's been put together. I think staff have put a significant amount of time in trying to figure out each element and how that might add to, one, the ability to assist those who are more vulnerable within the core and throughout the city, as well as creating a space that people will want to continue to invest in. And that will allow us to use some of the other tools that we have right now, such as the residential community improvement plan, where we provide the DC subsidies, where we can try to, as we talked about yesterday, our opportunity to tweak that a little bit and perhaps use that to better leverage affordable housing out of new development in the core. Anyway, we need to see kind of the domino effect of our investments here, recognize that if there's a time to invest, now is the time to do it, because we're in a good economic situation to be able to do so. So I hope as we go through this, I recognize that there are going to be some adjustments that people will want to make, but keep in mind that on the whole, this is the time that we need to be investing.
Other speakers? Councillor Squire.
I just because I made a number of comments, I want to be clear where I'm coming from so people understand. I represent Ward 6, and we have a lot of community meetings in faith communities and other areas talking about what the priorities should be for the City of London. And the one that's always at the top of the list is housing. It's just absolutely always at the top of the list. And as you can appreciate, the Core Area Action Plan, when you're in Ward 6, or you live in Cherry Hill or North London, it doesn't hit the priority items. And I think that's fine, because I think the core is important. I work in the core, and I've seen some of the positive changes, and so I'm all in favor of moving forward in doing that. But one of the things we all come to this debate with is our biases. And people always think if somebody is accused of being biased, it's a bad thing. But it's something we should all recognize. And I have a bias, because of the work I do and where I come from, in favor of better housing and more supportive housing, permanent housing. It's a bias that I have. And I'm not ashamed of that. So it's difficult for me to look at a plan like this and reconcile the decisions we made, where the $7.4 million has gone, and reconcile that with what we're doing here. And I hope people understand that as we move forward. The other approach I take to the budget, frankly, there are things later on with regard to housing that I want to support, that are additions, and I want to support them. So I can't support everything, because I'm also conscious of the tax rate. I know that when people are in Cherry Hill, they say to me, my rent's going up. I'm a senior citizen. I'm on a fixed income. These taxes you guys keep increasing are causing me a problem. Or even people who are seniors and are really living on the poverty line who are trying to hold on to their houses. So we've been through this process before, and I keep a little list of all the things that I add and the things I take out so that I'm conscious of the rate. And I hope all of us are doing that. I don't know if we are, but these are things that I'm balancing, but I'm also bringing my biases to the debate. And bringing those biases, it's going to happen. So when people say something different than what my priorities are, it's absolutely no difficulty for me at all. And once council makes a decision, I need to be fully supportive of it. Whether it's rapid transit or allocating money, once council decides, I will be supportive. But I need people to understand at this point in time why I vote the way I do.
Councillor Hillier.
Yes, regarding 69, inventory social services in the core area in 2021 for 75,000. I'd just like to know what that is regarding. And also, number 46 is the Create a Projection Art Program with 100,000 in the one and 120 in the other, for a total of 220,000 over the 4 years. What does that entail?
Through the chair, number 69 is the inventorying. During the development of the Core Area Action Plan, those involved in the plan had heard from a lot of stakeholders that there's I guess more than enough social services in the core area, and there was a determination at that point in time it'd be good to look at who is all in the core area, do an inventory of that, and then bring that information back as part of the process to determine whether or not we would look at changing that in some way. The intention would be to look at what's there and whether or not there should be changes, but where people are and services are located. The concern is that the services bring some challenging activities and potentially behavior. I'm not saying that happens, but I think that was the perception among some.
Through the chair, around the Creative Projection Art Program. One of the cogs is the four cogs of the four pillars of the Core Area Action Plan. The one that you're hearing from me most today is attracting people to the core. So that's the task that I have. That's the part that our team does with culture and entertainment and tourism and events. And a production art program, if any of you have been lucky enough to see the one at the Parliament buildings over the holidays, that's an extravagant, extreme projection art program. But World Figure Skating, we had one on the side of the Bud Gardens, and there's a bunch of different smaller scale to that as we go. So it's a way to temporarily light up, entertain, bring people down to the core. There's a great canvas on the side of Bud Gardens that I can certainly picture, but it also goes on some of our historic buildings so that it shows some of the cool stuff that happens on some of the historic buildings downtown as well. It's a way to bring art to downtown. The two components of this are, one is to buying the equipment and some of the capital that gets involved with that, and then the rest is the ongoing program as to how it changes and how it grows, and it's a way to attract people and beautify the core.
Yes, follow-up. I'm curious, I can understand buying the equipment, we're gonna need that. Are we looking into sponsorships for running this program forward, for corporate sponsorships possibly? And also with regards to the other, I do find $75,000 an awful lot of money to inventory the social services. Yes.
Through the chair, certainly sponsorships, and as my research into projection art, you can actually use sponsorships as part of that. So projection art can actually be advertising different companies and different sources. So there is certainly possibilities for some sponsorship there, and depending on what it is and what the events are, and as we go forward. So we'll be learning as we go, absolutely.
I have myself next, so I'm going to switch with the mayor.
This should not surprise you. I have Councilor Morgan next on the list.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the debate, and the other thing I appreciated and noticed during the round of questioning the colleagues had is the number of different staff areas that had to participate in the answers. And it truly is a very integrated plan and integrated approach that we're trying to take here. In my own voting on this, I know that staff, and I even had a chance to speak with Mr. Hayward before he retired about his thoughts on this. I spent a lot of time trying to prioritize and delineate the plan into the A and B components that you see. And in general, my approach is going to be to support the delineation that staff has made. I think the components in A are very critical. They're quick action things that we need to go on to. There are components of B that are certainly important, but also things that we can pick up should the need arise. Depending on how it's delineated out, I may support one or two things out of B, but my general voting, and I want to just leave the chair because everybody's basically letting people know how they're voting on this, will be to support the initiatives in A. I'm going to trust the way that our staff has thought carefully about delineating these, and I'm going to leave B for now. And for me, like Councillor Squire, that makes space to support, I think, some other important initiatives in the not administrationally prioritized list of business cases that I would like to support, particularly around housing. Any other speakers? And I know there may be some after I kind of articulate how this has been divided up, but Deputy Mayor Helmer first.
I appreciate Councillor Lewis mentioning the ambassador program as something that he's concerned about. So I wonder if our staff could just expand on what's included in the ambassador program. I can tell you from the feedback that I've received from people who are operating businesses and cultural institutions and establishments that go, especially ones that operate later in the evening, the idea of having the ambassador program running from 7 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night is very, very attractive. They really like that idea of having people out there who can be talking to folks, welcome to the neighborhood, pointing them to where they need to park and how they get to where they're going, especially when all the construction is happening. And I just wonder if our staff could speak to it, and especially in terms of how many people would be out there in the core area. I know the model is not exactly determined, you know, if it's going to be a nonprofit organization, who's going to be hired to do the ambassador program, but it is a fair amount of money, and I imagine it would cover a fair number of staff.
Through the chair, I guess I'll take the last question first. I don't actually have the total number of persons here right hand. I can see if I can get that for you. In general, though, this is actually one of the programs that's in front of you that hits all 4 of the cogs that have been identified. And maybe just if I could take this moment just to refamiliarize members of council with the 4 pieces or the 4 core area needs that were identified in the core area action plan. And these are all interrelated and you know, Mr. Stafford just spoke to the fact that a lot of his relate to just one of the cogs, but all of these cogs are important. And these actions were based on what was identified through that very compressed period between essentially Labor Day and Thanksgiving. And this plan was put together. And this plan was put together as a plan that was looking at drawing upon the initiatives across all of the service areas, which again has been noted. It was identified as being a way to make a difference in our downtown. And it was identified as a way of being overall strategic on how we would align these initiatives across the many service areas. The 4 identified core area needs were people struggling with homelessness and health issues, and they need help. People need to feel safe and secure. Businesses need an environment that allows them to be successful, and the core area needs to attract more people. They were purposefully not set as pillars, but set as cogs, because they're all interrelated. And dealing with homelessness and health helps people feel safe and secure, helps support the business environment, and helps make downtown more attractive. In the same way, things that are done to make downtown more attractive support the business. Supporting the business makes people safe and secure because they have more people with them on the downtown. And then that also then goes into helping folks with struggles. The Ambassador Program was actually identified as one of those programs that hit all 4 of those, because this wasn't intended to be city employees. This was intended to be potentially a purchase service agreement. We could be working with organizations in the community like Pillar or somebody else like that, who could be bringing folks in. And this could be an opportunity to train and work with people who actually need some of these supports and need these opportunities. So it could help meet that thing. The notion of being safe and secure, again, these were going to be branded folks. They would have uniforms on. And talking about some of the overlap that they might provide, yes, in fact, they might, but it would be that presence that's there from 7 to 11, 7 days a week. So while, yes, the police will be providing security overall as part of the expanded foot patrol and as part of what the police do, and yes, we would have additional supports for security for events that's been talked about, these would be a presence that would be on the street all the time, that would help people understand that we care about our downtown. The other part of that is that being downtown, they would touch on all of those things. They would be points of contact for folks who wanted to know things that are going on. They would be there to pick up litter as they go by, but they would also be there to help and understand those folks around the streets that would also need their support. So that's what this Ambassador Program is. And again, I apologize, I don't know what the number is of people that could be associated with that program, but this was intended to be a pilot that could run, deal with these issues, and if it's found to be effective, it's something that we could certainly look at expanding on over time.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, you certainly answered the initial questions sort of, and then said much more about the Ambassador Program, which I appreciate. But I would say I'm going to give one example of what's going on in Old East Village, just so folks who may not have this information directly can appreciate it. So at the Palace Theatre, they run an outstanding community theater operation, and they have been dealing with a lot of the consequences of homelessness for many years. And the issue has been intensifying significantly in the last couple of years. And if you talk to the executive director of the Palace Theatre right now about how much time his staff are spending on things that are not theater related, right? So this is just like, picking up garbage outside, dealing with people who are coming to the building who don't actually want to be there to see a theater show, all the various things that are sort of the consequences of homelessness and poverty, and the Palace Theatre, how much time they're putting into it. It's about 25% of all their staff time is dedicated to that. That's just one organization in one building, right? With a staff of people. And, they figured it out. They do actually great work on it. Frankly, they know how to work with folks in a way now because they do it every day. This is a daily thing, every day. And what it is it's not sustainable. for them. And they've had to change their operations. They've had to invest in capital, security things, they had to move equipment, all kinds of investments that they've had to make, some of them to protect their staff. Right now, they have to ask everyone for their ticket before they come in. They've had to change things in operations that they don't really want to have changed. They don't want to be operating that way, but they kind of have to. And something like the ambassador program, what is needed is a lower cost, very visible, feet on the street program. So have people out there walking around, doing little things here and there, helping people out, noticing a problem, flagging it for the right person, and not somebody who is like a fully paid, fully equipped police officer, which is way too expensive. Frankly, not a bylaw enforcement officer who is gonna do bylaw enforcement, but not necessarily do the other things, and not necessarily a road operations person who's gonna do just those things. We need somebody who's sort of a generalist type person, who, there's a lot of them, and that they're very visible, and they're walking around. And that's gonna take a lot of pressure off what is being done now by the private sector. They're trying to deal with that, all their own staff in their own areas, but what's not out there is a group that's kind of moving around and getting to know people and establishing relationships. And I think this is actually a very important program that will really help with the consequences of homelessness. It's not going to solve it, right? And this is not the solution part of what we're doing here. This is the part of the mitigation part. And I think especially if we hire the right people and we're training them in the right way, letting them know how to connect people into the services that they need to get housed and into housing with supports, I think that would actually be very helpful, right? And so I think this is a really important one. I hope people will consider it. And it is proposed to be a 4-year program. It's not proposed to be a permanent program that goes on forever. And so perhaps there's a different way we could finance it in the discussion. I'm open to that because I do think it's during this period where we have intense homelessness and the consequences of that, and intense construction and the consequences of that we really need the pilot program in this 4-year period. So I'm hopeful that we don't actually need it 6 years from now.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to actually pick up right where Deputy Mayor Helmer left off. And I'm going to channel our recently retired city manager here. 4-year pilot project, budget bomb. $2.8 million that doesn't have a permanent source of funding. And folks, it is very easy to fund a pilot project. Are you going to vote to end it in 4 years' time when we don't have a permanent source of funding for it? This is actually a very big chunk of money with a very big impact. And what we actually just heard from our staff is we're going to ask these people to do a whole range of things. Dealing with folks who are challenged with mental health or addictions issues requires some special skills. It requires some training, it requires some sensitivity, it requires a whole lot of knowledge. And then we're also going to ask them to promote events and be guides for the core area and let people know where they can go to shop for this and that. That's a whole nother different set of skills. And then we're talking about having them in uniforms on the street from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. 7 days a week. This is probably the single biggest component of the core area action plan. Part B, which I'll remind folks was not administratively prioritized by our staff. This is the single biggest piece for me that is an issue here. We haven't really, in our response from staff, heard exactly what these folks are going to be asked to do. There's a whole bunch of tasks that have been suggested that it might be part of their responsibilities for. But really, at the end of the day, for me, I come back to what Mr. Hayward would tell us all the time. Beware of pilot projects. You're creating a budget bomb. There's no permanent source of funding. You're really creating all you're doing is kicking the can down the road. So, and this has a tax levy impact, a pretty significant one. $2.8 million is not insignificant. We have, enhanced bylaw. We have enforcement of loitering. We have establishing a core area garbage and recycling collection program. We have street cleanup, pressure washing of sidewalks. We have all kinds of other components in here that do the exact same thing that we're saying the ambassador program employees are going to be asked to chip in and help with. To me, the core funding that we're providing for those basic things on an ongoing basis makes sense. Yes, let's help the businesses get their garbage and recycling collection going, the residents as well for that matter. Let's provide, you know, the street cleanup. Let's provide the storefront for bylaw and for police. But to create a $2.8 million budget bomb for me is just not something that I can support. And I really hope colleagues remember what Mr. Hayward would tell us about pilot projects. Really give that some serious consideration before you vote to support this.
Other speakers, if Deputy Mayor Helmer and then Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get lectured about creating budget bombs from Councillor Lewis. I gotta tell you, I think he's right that you gotta be careful about how you're financing things. I worked with Mr. Hayward for a long time, and I think he's a great guy, and I don't think we should be dragging him into the budget discussion now that he is retired. Honestly, just make your points. It is described in the strategy that we all approved that this particular program is a 4-year pilot program. So, you know, it's not like it's designed to be a permanent thing. And that is the kind of thing where you could potentially use a one-time source of financing to pay for it. Now, it's not being proposed to be paid for that way, which is fine. And I think that that is reasonable. And it would be better if we had it funded from the tax levy. We decide not to do it and it provides some tax relief in the future. That's fine. And that is sort of my preference. But I do think it is the kind of thing that can be financed in a slightly different way if that is the hang up for people. So, I mean, I appreciate what Councillor Lewis is saying, but it verged on kind of lecturing me about, like, you know, financial principles, and frankly, I'm not interested in it.
Councillor Van Holst.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I'll comment on this particular item a bit. Whether or not we would stop promoting a program like this after the pilot's finished, I think there is some value in attracting people downtown, getting them used to coming back downtown again, and then dropping some programs once they're in the habit of coming. Because I do encounter many people who say, I never go downtown anymore. I don't want to because of the sort of the untoward things that they think they will find when they go down there. Whenever I look at expenses, I always ask myself, what else could we do with the same amount of money? And we're trying to attract people downtown, and we're spending well over $1 million a year to try and do that. And so I've mentioned something like this before in the past. You could just pay people to come downtown. And by that, I mean, for $250,000 a year, we could give away $5,000 worth of downtown dollars to people who come downtown. Maybe they would get, that would be 100 people who get $50 to go out to a restaurant or spend the money some other way. But there's a pretty direct way to attract people downtown. Hey, there's this possibility that I can do this when I get down there, and that's fun. I'll probably bring up that idea as a comparison when we talk about some of the other investments that we're going to be discussing, for instance, at the Forks. But it's just another way to think about that. What would really work to get people downtown? I wanted to comment on a couple things. Councillor Cassidy said that it was great. We've got more housing coming downtown. Although high end, I think it's really important that we do that because we've got our offices down here, and have said our offices should be down here. So that means people can walk to work. What's unfortunate about London is we're not allowing offices to be in other places, so that if you live outside downtown, you don't get to walk to work. And of course, that means that we need more street widening, and we've got more cars traveling around. So I think that's something we should think about at some point, allowing office space to go into some of the other places, and that would ease up our entire system. And we should also think about where to locate our supportive housing. And I don't think it all has to be down here. Just because people hang out downtown doesn't mean that this is where they have to live. I hang out downtown all the time with you people, but I don't live here. So that's something else we should think about when we're doing it. And I see a lot of good ideas here, things we should experiment with. I do appreciate Councillor Morgan's description about why these were split into A and B. So for that reason, I might go along with his voting, but I'm going to listen to if there's anything else that my colleagues have to say. I'll still consider that. There's a couple other comments. I do hope that we're successful in the things that we're trying. We are budgeting for things over a number of years, but this is just putting money aside. We haven't actually committed to 4 years of these programs. And what I mean by that is if something doesn't seem to be working, we can switch to something else. And our staff are nimble and bright. And if we're getting reports back on how this is going, we can decide if we want to change gears or change tactics.
Councillor Cassidy.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking to see how we're going to vote on this. Are we going to vote on each initiative separately? Are we going to vote on A? Are we going to B? And what about those amendments that I heard so much about at the beginning?
All right, so great question. Let me answer that. So what we have prepared so far is, as this motion has been moved with a mover and a seconder for business case A and business case B supported in its entirety, what I've heard is a number of people wanting things broken out from both of those components. And so what we can do is we can pull those components out, we can vote on them separately, and then there'd be a general motion to approve all remaining components in both of those sections separately. What we have kind of pulled out so far, if you want to turn to maybe page 85 and make a note, I will do this by initiative number. In Part A, it looks like there's a desire for 29 to be voted on separately, 45 to be voted on separately. In the capital portion, 22 to be voted on separately. And then in Part B, if you keep going to the operating piece, 25 is a separate vote, and I don't know if there'll be any changes to the funding source on that, but we could talk about that when we get to that one. 43 to be voted on separately, and 54. That's what I have so far. And I'll tell you the reasons for those being separate is some people want to just support those and vote against the rest. Some people want to vote against the thing being pulled out. That kind of accounts for everybody's voting options so far from what I've heard. And if there are others that people want voted on separately, either to support or to vote against, we can continue to do that. But right now you can see that's way less than voting on everything separately. Councillor Cassidy.
For now, I'd also like to pull out for 7B, number 42 and number 23.
Under operating for 42?
Yes.
And you're in operating, right? So
Yes. For 7B.
for Part B, so 23,
Yep.
you want separate, and 42. Okay, we will make sure we have that. I'm going to go to Councillor Hopkins, who might want to add something, and then Councillor Squire. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get clarification on Councillor Cassidy pulling 23. Does that also mean A and B 23, or how are we sort of dealing with the duplications in both plans?
Well, right now, 23 is included in the general motion in A, and it's going to be separated out in the decisions on B. that's what the counselor asked. Maybe while you think about that, I can go to Counselor Squire, if that's okay. I'll need your microphone, Counselor Hopkins.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd indicated I was going to support the capital for housing. I want to support in Part A, items 23, 40, and 42. So the rest I'm going to vote against, so I just want to make sure I can vote in favor of those two.
Can you just articulate those again? We've got in Part A, 22, which is $5 million for create housing with supportive living arrangements. What were the other ones you wanted?
The other ones I want to support are out of operating Part A, 23 and 42.
23
Thank
and
you.
42 in A, operating. Again, you'll see this all as a motion on your screen. Our clerk has been judiciously typing it all up, but it's not in the system yet, because we're going to copy and paste it in when we've got everything articulated for everybody. But that's where we're leaning now, if you've made notes. Again, we can make adjustments to that, but as you can see, that's way less than everything separate. Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Cassidy? Okay, do others want to deal with things separately? Again, we can continue debate on this. I'm not trying to cut that off, but I do want people to have a sense on how we're going to approach it. Councillor Cassidy.
So now that we know what's pulled out, I wonder if perhaps we could deal with it as if they are motions. And so if people are going to debate stuff, because, I do want to comment on, for example, the ambassador program, but now knowing it's pulled out, I'm not going to, because I suspect there will be further comment when we get to that vote, and I'm not going to comment twice. I only want to comment once.
I think that's a good approach, because I can't really stop people from debating what they want to debate. So given that that is a preference, what we can do is, if colleagues are done with the general question discussions, debate on the whole thing, as it's delineated now, we could, okay, Councillor Van Holst, are you looking to separate it a little more?
Thank you. No, I was going to make a request from you. It's possible that how we vote and debate on the individual items will change how I want to vote on the big ones, so on the ones that are collective. So I'm going to ask, rather than approve all the ones first and then look at the individual ones, we do the individual ones first and then do the body as the remainder.
That's how I'm going to approach it.
Brilliant, thank you.
There are items pulled out of, say, 7A. We're going to deal with the individual items pulled out of 7A first. Then there will be a general motion to approve all of the remaining items that were not pulled out of A as a separate motion. And then I'm going to do the same with B, but B is going to be completely separate from A. So I know there are things in both, so people have pulled out parts of one and parts of the other. I suspect that's because maybe they're supporting all of A and they only want to support part of B. So I've asked people to delineate it the way that makes them comfortable making the decisions they want to make. I'm happy to divide it further, but the way I've just described it, I think accommodates your voting style as well. Okay? All right, then maybe the best thing to do is to put those on the screen so you can see them, and we will deal with them. Oh. We're going to do them one at a time, because that's the way that colleagues want to vote, but we're going to vote on these separate. The broader motion will be after the individual pieces that have been pulled out. Since a couple colleagues just added a couple, they're just finishing up with putting that together, and then we'll be done. Now, magically, it is time for a half an hour lunch break. If you would like to take the lunch break, I know we've just had an important debate, people are watching, but it would allow us to have all of this stuff typed up and ready to go by the time we come back. So if people want to take a recess for a half an hour, we'll return at, I'll say 12:20. Moved by Mayor Helmer, or Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. All those in favor for a recess until 12:20? That carries. Don't discuss the motions on the floor, because debate it here.
considered.
All right, everybody, if you could take a seat, we're going to get back to it. So at this time, the mayor has asked if I call on him for a motion related to the agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we have a pretty extensive agenda, and I'm told we're not going to, there's a chance we may not finish it today. In fact,
Understatement.
you weren't supposed to laugh at that. Apparently, it's true. So what I would ask colleagues in consideration of one of the items on the agenda, that item number 9 relating to Fanshawe College, in consideration of their business case regarding Innovation Village, that be considered as the first item of business, moved to our Thursday, February the 13th meeting. And I would ask for support from colleagues for that.
We've got multiple seconders, Councillor Lewis or Van Holst, take your pick. I'll say Lewis because he put his hand up first. We have the language done up. It's just saving and circulating so people can see exactly what it says. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll put that up for voting.
They all laughed at me. So, you know.
Councillor Turner? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, so we will deal with the Fanshawe College request on the 13th as the first item. So there you go. What we're currently on, though, is business case 7A, which is where we started today, and continue on with an important discussion on this one. I believe where we left off was I had asked for the lunch break so that we could finish typing up the delineations in the vote as everybody kind of shared their thoughts on the things they wanted separately. We have that now, and the way we're going to proceed through this is I'm going to put them on the floor and ask for a mover and seconder for each of these delineations. If colleagues choose to discuss them, they're welcome to. If they feel that we've discussed enough, we can move to voting. I'll just run it like normal motions. So the first one that I will look for support on is that Initiative 23 in Business Case 7A, the expanded case management approach for helping vulnerable populations in the amount of $3.3 million be approved. Who would like to move that? Councillor Squire, seconded by Councillor Salih. Discussion on that. Councillor Van Holst.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask how many new caseworkers this item will bring on board?
Cool.
Yep, thank you through the chair. So for stabilization spaces, we're looking at around 10 staff when fully implemented. Resting spaces, that was 10. For stabilization spaces, we're looking at 12 staff, and then supportive housing 5, and those would all be third-party agreements.
Okay.
Thank you. And just one other thing, I have a binder here. Was this belong to any of my colleagues or something? Okay, thank you.
You've got the mayor's binder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion on this one? It's moved and seconded. The language should be on the screen. I see none, so we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-1 with one recuse.
And to answer Councillor Turner's side comment, the secret plan to fight inflation, that would be a confidential item. We wouldn't deal with that in public session. The next item that we need to put on the floor is that Initiative 29 of Business Case 7A, the operating side, enforce loitering regulations and proactive bylaw enforcement in the amount of $600,000 be approved. Who would like to move that one? Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconder. Mayor Holder. Discussion. Councillor Salee.
I just want to see the motion first before, and then I'll confirm.
For sure. We'll make sure that that's visible on the screen. And then I'll open the vote when you're ready. Or unless you'd like to add comments, I'll give you that chance too. Okay, it's on the screen now, so you can take a look. Go ahead.
My preference would be to, I'm comfortable with proactive bylaw enforcement, and I know it's, it's just language, but I think it's important. Unless someone could, articulate to me why it's important to put in enforce loitering regulations. I think if you just, proactive bylaw enforcement to me should suffice.
I can tell you why the motion's that way is that's the way it's worded in the business case. To answer why it's worded that way in the business case, I'd have to look to our staff.
Through the chair, staff would have no concern if the loitering was taken out and it was just specific to proactive bylaw enforcement, because loitering is included in the streets bylaw as a violation.
Would you like to do that? Is the mover and seconder okay with that? Yeah, everybody's good with that. So we'll change the language, and then we'll open the vote if there's no further discussion, of course. So it's going to say proactive bylaw enforcement. That's what it's going to say. Councillor Salee.
And just another question, sorry, and I know we've been talking about this a lot. If it's specifically, again, I know it's being taken out of the motion, but could staff kind of operationally let me know how they would enforce loitering, kind of how that would look like, and would people who obviously are disadvantaged and might not be able to afford a ticket, what that would mean to them through the chair?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, we would enforce that the same way that we are enforcing it through the CIR program, working in partnership with London Cares and also working in partnership with London Police. The focus is very much focused on care and compassion, but also balanced with the focus that you can't continue to stay here. So you can't continue to sleep in somebody's storefront. You can't continue to sleep in one of the municipal parking lots.
Okay.
Sorry, and apologies to my colleagues. Operationally, so would it be first educating, giving a person opportunity, or would it just be going straight to enforcement? Because even in my ward, I've had some of the challenges where we've had individuals kind of camp out at times, and sometimes it can be challenging because the community really is divided on what they want to see as the approach.
Through the chair, it'll be a three-prong enforcement process, focusing on education first, then voluntary compliance, and then enforcement if necessary.
Councillor Salee.
Okay, I'll leave it to the mover and seconder, and I'll think about my vote with the milliseconds that we have left. I'd be willing to support it if we would include the language where we added the lens of with a compassion, and sorry, the language I believe that was used, compassionate and sorry, what was the last piece? Mr. Kotolik, you said compassionate and something else that was, I thought really should be included in the motion.
Through the chair, just to be clear, we're looking at proactive bylaw enforcement and all the bylaws that we enforce. So there's a very large property component to this, but specific to loitering, it would be education, voluntary compliance, and enforcement if necessary.
Councillor, if I could be helpful, what we're doing right now is approving the budget for the lines. We're not necessarily providing direction specifically for the plan. The plan is the plan, and I think Mr. Kotolik is emphasizing how the plan will be executed. I recognize that you have a desire to change the motion. I just want to be careful about us adding direction on how to enforce the plan to all of the authorizations of the budget components of the plan, recognizing that I understand your point and know that it's an important one. So I just want to find the right spot for you to do that. And I'm not sure attaching directions to the budget authorizations it might not be the right spot to do that. But once the budget is authorized, the core area action plan will report through the various relevant subcommittees of council. And I think further engagement on how that plan is being executed once the budget's authorized would be, an appropriate engagement between staff and council as well. I don't know if Mr. Kotolik wants to comment on that, because I want to respect what the councilor is attempting to do, but I also want to recognize where we are and what we're actually authorizing today from a budget perspective.
Through the chair, given the number of departments and partner agencies involved in this program, there will be updates to various committees of council. And at that time, we could be providing updates on the proactive enforcement initiatives in this area.
It was also brought to my attention that in the area of bylaw enforcement, we do have an MOU with the province, and we just have to be cautious about the way that the appropriate engagement we have on the way that things are enforced. And I think a proper discussion through standing committee is a good way to ensure that happens to the councilor's satisfaction.
And just as a follow-up, I guess, question to you, Chair. You talked about the MOU, so just so it's clear, and I saw the clerk looking at me. So it would be inappropriate for me to, because we're then kind of wading into the operational side of it. Is that correct, on the enforcement of the legislation?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, there's a memorandum of understanding and agreement with the province of Ontario, and also within council's code of conduct as well, that they not involve themselves in enforcement matters, that they leave it to the independence of the staff to enforce bylaws.
Okay, we have moved and seconded. Any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0 with 1 recuse.
The next initiative is Initiative 42 of Business Case 7A Operating, 4-year funding core area construction dollars pilot program in the amount of $200,000 be approved. Who would like to move that one? Councillor Kayabaga, seconded by Councillor Squire. Discussion on this one? No? Okay, we'll open this one for voting. No, we're ready to vote now.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 12 to 1.
The next is that Initiative 45 of Business Case 7A operating, activate spaces and places with bistro chairs and tables in the amount of $200,000 be approved. A mover for that? Councillor Van Holst, a seconder, Councillor Kaibaga. Any discussion? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, you may feel differently. I will be voting against this one. I think the Invest in Dundas Place and the capital Invest in Dundas Place also with $50,000 a year each year. If we need public chairs and tables, I think that's the appropriate for that to come from. I don't think it needs to be on its own. I referenced this earlier. I think in line 62 where we've got the removing the encroachment fees for patios and signage and things, that encourages private sector involvement. So that's the reason I'm voting against this one. And obviously I recognize not everybody will agree.
Okay, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. This is, this amount is small enough that I would just like to see it happen. And my question through you to our staff is, how much of this 50,000 is for the purchase of the chairs and tables? How much is it for the staff to move it around? And will we get a report on how successful this is somewhere midway along this 4-year investment?
Through the chair, it's a combination, as you suggest. Sometimes we purchase furniture as a capital item. We anticipate, much like the wear and tear on an outside item like this, I think there'd be a regular purchase of chairs and tables in order to keep up there, and along with staff and a pickup truck to move them around is the estimate for the $50,000. So it isn't broken down thoroughly, but summer employment with the pickup truck and then the materials as well. And just a reminder that this is for the core area as well, not just Dundas Place.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, one thing I like about the core area action plan as it's presented is there's a lot of little things, and I think that's great for us to experiment with a bunch of small things, see how they work. This could be a popular item with people. It might not be, but we'll know for sure with a fairly modest investment.
Councillor Lehman. Sorry, I'm skipping you, Councillor Turner, but Councillor Lehman needs to make a declaration.
Thanks. I've had a chance to consult with the Integrity Commissioner on areas of concern. I want to thank my councillors for being so engaging in the discussion, to give the Commissioner time to get back to me.
You're welcome.
Very considerate. This is, I'm a big believer in the core, and I did not want to taint this vote, our votes as we go through this in any way. So I wanted to make sure 100% that I was on solid footing. I do have a conflict where there is direct monies being put towards the LDBA, as I'm a member. And so therefore I will declare a conflict on the new item, Invest in Dundas Place. On the rest of the items, I do not have a conflict, so I will be participating going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one seems like it might be trivial, but when you take a look at what New York City did with Times Square, and they pedestrianized it and made it a very, very active space. One of the key components of this was bistro tables, the ability for people to just sit down and enjoy the space and interact with it. One of the critiques I've heard about Dundas Place is that a lot of the street furniture that's existing doesn't have backs. And so that becomes challenging for those who might be a little more mobility impaired or elderly to be able to find a comfortable place to sit. This is a great way of being able to allow people to spend a little bit more time in the space and interact with it. So I'd encourage you to support it.
And I have no other speakers. Okay, we will open this one for voting then.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 9-5.
Okay, I didn't have this one on the list before, but given the declaration that one of our colleagues has made, we will vote on this one separate as soon as it gets back up. That the new initiative in business case 7A operating invest in Dundas Place in the amount of 200,000, I don't think that's the right amount, 1.2 million be approved. Who would like to move that one? Councillor Kayabага, seconder, Councillor Cassidy. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 10-3 with 1 recuse.
Okay, the next one is that we're in the capital side of things now too. That the initiative number 22 of business case 7A on the capital side, create new housing units with supportive living arrangements in the amount of $5 million be approved. Councillor Squire, Councillor Kayabага, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is carried 13-1.
So the next one is initiative number 29 of business case 7A on the capital side. And this one says enforce loitering regulations, proactive bylaw enforcement in the amount of 50,000. Given the change to the language on the last one, I think I'm just gonna go ahead with the different language on this one as well. So it'll say proactive bylaw enforcement in the amount of 50,000, is it? Yeah, be approved. Who would like to move that one? Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconder. Councillor Van Holst. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting too.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-2.
And if you just indulge us for a second, colleagues, there's another invest in Dundas Place that needs to be called separately that I did not indicate before. We're just going to get the language for that ready. I'll get you the language in a second. That new, that new initiative of Business Case 7A on the capital side, invest in Dundas Place in the amount of $200,000 be approved. Mover for that, Councillor Lewis, seconder, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Lehman, you had a question.
Advice of the Integrity Commissioner, I just want to ask staff, is there a transfer of funds to the LDBA in this particular motion?
Through the chair, no, there won't be. This is an investment that we would take care of, much like a permanent big screen or other items like that to enhance, whether it be power enhancement or something like that. So it will be city funded.
Okay, any other discussion or questions on this one? No? Okay, we'll open that one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 11-3.
Okay, the last item is pretty much everything that's left. So it would be that the balance of Business Case 7A administratively recommended, or administratively prioritized, or we're winging the language here, that the balance of Business Case 7A, administratively prioritized balance of the full core area action plan be approved. Moved by Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Kaibaga. Any discussion on everything that's left in 7A? Okay, seeing none, we can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-2.
All right, great job. 7A is complete. Now we'll move on and do the same thing for 7B, which is the for consideration parts of the core area action plan. So the first piece that we need to put up on the 7B side of things is Initiative 23. That Initiative 23 of Business Case 7B operating, expand case management approach for helping vulnerable populations in the amount of $700,000 be approved. Mover for that, Councillor Sully, seconder, Councillor Lewis. Any discussion? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. When we previously looked at this amount, I asked staff, and was given an idea of what that would cover. Perhaps I could do the same here. So this is a number of case management workers to be located where?
Thank you, through the chair. These funds were identified to be taken out or at the time as to identify for ramp up of the program. So the numbers I provided earlier, if fully operational, that's what this money would go towards. So it would be those same numbers, which were for resting spaces, 10 full-time staff, for stabilization spaces, 12 full-time staff, and for the supportive housing units, 5 full-time staff.
Deputy Mayor Helmer, sorry.
Thank you. It seemed to me like Councillor Van Holst was trying to understand the differential if this didn't happen. So you gave us the total. If the additional money didn't go through, what would be the impact?
Sorry, through the chair, thank you. It's just a function of how fast we can operationalize those spaces. So with the money this year, we'll be able to ramp up quicker versus a staged ramp up over year 1 and 2.
Thank you. So we could go immediately to 10, 12, 5 instead of waiting to get to those points later in the multi-year budget.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Any further discussion? Okay. Councillor Cassidy?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. I think this is really critical. We've seen what people are enduring in our core, and it is happening throughout the city, but we see the concentration in the core and we see the suffering, and I really believe that we need to support this and fund it as quickly as possible. This isn't something that can wait. And we know, we hear all the time in the city that this is a crisis and it's critical for us to act now, and that's what we can do right now.
Any further discussion? Okay, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-1.
Okay, the next is that initiative 25 of business case 7B operating, create 4-year core area ambassador pilot program in the amount of $2,875,000 be approved. I look for a mover for that one. Deputy Mayor Helmer and Councillor Cassidy. A discussion on this one, Councillor Salee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question to staff. Can anyone confirm if at any time the intent will be for the ambassadors to have any Ontario security licenses through the province?
Through the chair, I don't know that I can answer that specifically. There were questions raised about all the different services that they could provide, and certainly if we initiate this program, it's something we can look at as to what the levels of training might be for certain aspects of what their job would be.
So that, sorry,
Yep, go ahead.
through the chair, so my only concern would be that if they were to get a security license, because then that would be essentially two-tier policing. So I just want to ensure that that won't necessarily ever be the case. I just wanted to get very clear clarification from someone. I see Mr. O'Brien might be able to help.
Yeah, I'll go to Mr. O'Brien.
Certainly through the chair, I don't think it was anybody's expectation that these individuals would be licensed as security guards. The duties that are being proposed with relation to these positions are not primary security functions.
Great, thank you. So through the chair, as that has been clearly indicated, I could support this because it's clearly, that isn't the intent, that they will be licensed security personnel patrolling downtown.
Councillor Lehman.
I would just like further clarification on what the ambassadors, query ambassadors, what their primary duties will be.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think as I indicated earlier, it's intended that their duties are going to cover all four of the cogs. Helping, not as security guards, but security as a presence on the street. Helping with things like minor litter pickup, helping serve as guides to direct people, and helping have that first touch with folks who are on the street. So I think their job at this point is something that would be refined as we go through this. The whole notion of the ambassador, I think number one was the presence on the street to help meet all of those different needs that were identified as core area needs.
Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
And what skill set would you be looking for in those individuals?
Through the chair, I believe the skill set would probably match what the function is. I know that there are folks here who could probably answer that a little bit better than me. Mr. Yanchula, I believe, is up in the gallery, might be able to provide a little bit more background on that. And if I could pass it off to him.
Mr. Yanchula?
In the models that we've looked at in Atlanta or Minneapolis or places like that, they've been, the skill set is first of all to be grounded in the community and members of the community. The second part is that they have police clearances so that people know that they can be confident in addressing them. And the third is that they demonstrate the high amount of compassion. So in reference to the earlier question about would they be securitized, those places don't do those kinds of things, and that is the model we have to go on so far. I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a follow-up question to that. I know you talked about the 4 areas that this plan looked at, and one of the areas was business, and I'm just wondering how the ambassador program works with businesses in the area.
Again, in those other kinds of communities, there would be an intersection with the business organization representatives where they would be briefed on the territory that they're walking around in. They would know, they would have guides that they could distribute. They might not need to know every single kind of business that exists, but they could say, I can help you with that. Where should I eat? I can't recommend one place, but I can give you this brochure that tells you where you can eat. Where can I find a restroom? They would know that kind of stuff. So that would all be part of the training in the business community so that they wouldn't, for example, be relying on having to go to a business to use a restroom or something like that.
And if I could have just a quick follow-up to that, how would the ambassador work within the construction projects that we're going to have to deal with?
So that's also a model we've been researching. Some staff went to Hamilton last week to see how they had their ambassador program developed, and we have a model that we can follow. What has happened in that example was people went out well ahead of construction. They were trained in what the core purpose of the project was, what the timelines of the project were, who to call if they needed something, and then they would go in and check in terms of a team rather than just one individual, and bring that back to a centralized location, and the manager in Hamilton would then vet questions and answers. And often in real time, they have these pads where they can get the answer while they're out on the street too. So we've been exploring models, waiting to see whether these would be funded.
And if I could just follow up with a quick comment, I will be supporting this. I think the downtown core is going to be dealing with a number of construction projects in the next number of years, and having an ambassador is going to really enable not only the businesses but the whole community moving forward in a less intrusive way.
Councillor Kaibaka.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just had a question on what is the is this going to support what the LDBA is already doing in terms of having ambassadors support businesses? Because when I read this item, I was under the impression that the ambassadors would be to currently support the businesses, but I just want to know if we're not adding onto what's already happening, because I do know that the LDBA has started a pilot project in that way as well. So just kind of want some comments on that.
Through the chair, this is the core area action plan, so this is beyond just the LDBA. This is the area between the jurisdiction of the LDBA, the Old East Village. It's the full length of Dundas Street from the Forks all the way out towards Queen's Park. So it's a much larger area than just the LDBA ambassador program.
Thank you. And just to ask the same question that my colleague, Councillor Sally asked as well, is just to make sure that the ambassadors are there to support the community, are not there in the capacity of law enforcement, because if we have foot patrols that we're increasing in the core, and security and all kinds of stuff that is super law enforcing that we're adding. I just want to make sure that the ambassadors are more on a community level and not an enforcement level.
It's through the chair again, that is the intent. This is an opportunity for training as well, peer support. This is, you've already heard, is not an additional enforcement level, it's a presence level that can provide many functions.
All right, I have Councillor Salee, Cassidy, Helmer, Lewis, and Mayor Holder. So Councillor Salee, you're next. Oh, you're good? Okay, then I have Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I didn't speak on this earlier because, yeah, because I knew it was going to get pulled out. So I think this is something that's really important to support. I understand Councillor Lewis's concerns about a budget bomb, but I also think this is a true pilot program in that it's needed right now. And depending on the success of this really crucial and period for downtown that we're about to enter into, this crucial period of major construction. We've just come out of a couple of years of some hardcore construction downtown, and we're about to enter a new phase. And so this is a program that is really, really needed right now. And if we determine that it's been successful during the worst period, there may be some really good reasons for us to continue with it in a scaled down version. But this is when it's really, really necessary, and we may decide, not to go ahead with it. But that's a decision point in the future. And if you see how the funding is ramped up in 2021, 22, and 23, that's indicative of when we are anticipating the biggest impacts on the downtown area, not just the businesses, the cultural aspects of downtown, the community aspects of downtown. That's when we're anticipating the biggest impacts on those areas. And we want to encourage people to continue to come downtown. We want to keep that sign open that says our downtown is open, not just for business, but for fun too. And so I think hearing from staff and everything that they expect to put into this program, knowing the study that has taken place, what the research that our staff have done in other cities that have these ongoing programs, I think it's a truly necessary program that our businesses would be very appreciative if we put this in place. And I think if we turned our backs on the downtown during this construction phase, that would be a very sad thing. We've invested millions of dollars over the last few decades in our downtown. We can't see that investment go to waste. And so I really encourage everybody to support this ambassador program. I think it's something that we really need.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I've spoken about it a bit, so I'm going to try and be brief and on point and not repeat myself. Just because there's been a lot of questions about the ambassador program, I thought I would try to reiterate some of the things that these folks are going to be doing. One is that they're going to be walking around. I mean, I think that's important, and perhaps everybody already knows that, but it's really covering a regular beat and offering information and assistance to people and taking that kind of more welcoming perspective. I've seen this in other places where, you step off of the transit and there's somebody there who's saying, where are you trying to get to? And they can actually help you. it is certainly pretty common in cities now to have these kind of ambassadors doing that function. They also talk about them identifying issues and connecting with coordinated informed response. So we funded coordinated informed response, which has a whole bunch of functions. And one of the roles of the ambassador is to see things that are issues and connect them with coordinated informed response, which I think is helpful because it's more eyes out there walking around. They're gonna see lots of things and they're gonna be able to draw attention to that, to the appropriate resources. They're also gonna do the same thing with police. So if they see some issue that is a bigger issue, then they're gonna be able to connect with police and get them mobilized, which I think is appropriate. Again, I know the police are gonna appreciate having more eyes out on the street, keeping an eye. They're also gonna identify all those garbage, bylaw, all those tiny little things that are issues and do some minor pickups, you know, where there's stuff on the street. And over time, that really will improve things. You know, we approved the higher clean standard, you know, earlier in this discussion for the core area. This kind of like ongoing maintenance, little minor pickups here and there, it's gonna really make a big difference. There's also some stuff that they'll do around the bistro tables and chairs, making sure that those are not wandering away, and keeping them working and in the areas that they need to be in. So they really have a lot of different things that they could be doing. I think the key thing is that there'll be a lot more people on the street between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m., 7 days a week, right? So that's one of the reasons why it's fairly expensive, is that it's really a wide span of service. You know, it's all day, every day. These people will be out on the street and they'll be visible because of the uniforms. And I think people will notice that there's something significantly different. I do think it's important to have it for the next 4-year period. I'm not so sure that we're gonna need it, certainly not at the same scale, you know, in year 5 or 6, if we're looking further ahead. So I know people are very sensitive to what's gonna be the impact on the property tax levy. I think for a 4-year pilot program, that using the 2019 operating surplus as a source of financing is appropriate. We can cover off the rollout of this pilot program over 4 years. We can see how it goes. We can talk about whether it needs to be permanent and at what level in the future. So I'm gonna suggest that now as an amendment, and we'll see if people are comfortable with that as an alternative source of financing instead of the property tax levy. And then we can vote on the overall program, whether we think it's a good idea to continue with it, to start this program at all.
Okay, so we have some wording for Councillor Helmer's amendment. I'm actually supportive of seconding that. I indicated that to him. So we'll get that language up on the screen and we can discuss. It would be ideal if we could discuss the amendment, the source of financing, separate from the issue. That way, because it is an amendment. Hold on one second. So we're doing this as an amendment. So we'll keep the debate to the amendment. There will be an opportunity to come back on the main motion once we've determined the source of financing as well. I have people on the current speakers list who wanted to speak to the main motion. I'm just going to check with them to see if they want to speak to the amendment too. Councillor Lewis? No, don't speak. Just let me know if you want to speak to the amendment. Not the amendment? Okay, I'm going to keep you on the main speakers list. Van Holst? You want to speak to the amendment or main list? Amendment, okay. And Squire, amendment or main motion? Main motion. Okay, I'm going to go to Van Holst because he wanted to speak first. Lewis, I'll keep you on the list for the main motion.
Okay, so is this the new, is this the new motion? I wanted to wait until I saw the amendment.
I will read it so people can see it. Okay, the Initiative 25 operating 4-year core area ambassador pilot program in the amount of $2.875 million be amended to be funded from the 2019 operating budget surplus, which is a surplus that we referred to the budget process for consideration. That is what the motion says and reads on the screen. And this is an amendment to the main motion. So if it's passed, it'll be the way that the main motion is funded. If it's defeated, we go back to debate of funding the main motion through the way that it's articulated in the business cases. Councilor Van Holst?
Sure. In terms of the funds that we have available to us, it doesn't make a large difference, but I agree with Councillor Helmer that pilots are one-time funding. I would like us to do lots of pilots and test things out. I think that's a way that we can be agile. So I'll be supportive of his amendment.
Councillor Squire.
I was going to support, through you, Mr. Chair, this either way. I think the amendment makes sense where it is a pilot. The one thing I would say about pilots that I think is important, I think if people are asking for a pilot as a councillor, I think you should be prepared and make it a sort of a prioritized matter that you should come back and explain why your pilot has worked or not worked. I accept that responsibility with regard to the subsidized transit passes, and I think it's really important that we do that so it doesn't just become a permanent program without it coming back. But I'll be happy to support the amendment.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd be more comfortable with this source of funding than the direct impact on the levy. But even before I can decide on this, we had a question from this morning that we still actually don't have an answer from our staff on, so I want to come back to this. How many people, how many employees are we talking about here? We still don't have, we hear about how this is going to put, more bodies on the street. How many?
So the question is, how many people is this going to create or hire or get us?
Sorry, through the chair, no, still do not have a number for you.
So no number yet.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. If the case is to the point where we don't have a number, then the source of the funding either way, I mean, I appreciate Deputy Mayor Helmer bringing forward an alternate source of funding. I think that's more appropriate, but when we can't even get an answer to that question, I really can't support this particular business case.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks. So I appreciate the amendment proposal. One-time funding or one-time spending requires one-time funding. I think that's the most appropriate way to do that. I guess my questions for you would be other opportunities for one-time funding, recognizing I'm not sure if this is notwithstanding our surplus policy. And then the second part to that would be Economic Development Reserve Fund or the Council Initiatives Reserve Fund, if those might be other options that we might, or mix and match.
Sure, so I will answer the first question. I'll go to the treasurer for the second. During the course of the last surplus debate, we made a deliberate motion to, notwithstanding our policy, to refer the surplus to the budget process. So it has landed here, notwithstanding our surplus policy. On the other possible or appropriate sources of financing, that's a question for the treasurer.
So through the chair, just as he described, that 4.5 million was approved through the mid-year monitoring process to be set aside for budget discussions. The remainder, you mentioned specifically the Economic Development Reserve Fund. A large amount of that reserve fund currently is tied up in potential business cases that you may approve. So there isn't a lot until we have a little bit more decisions available to unencumber those funds as of yet. So I would say the first source is appropriate for the 4.5, given that was specifically earmarked for the budget. And as we get further along in the decisions, that may free up some money in the Economic Development Reserve Fund that might be used for some initiatives. But currently, the balance would not be sufficient to support this.
Okay, thank you. Was there an additional reserve, like a council initiatives reserve? I don't have a list of them, but I seem to recall that being something that had been augmented over previous years.
He's talking about the Community Investment Reserve Fund, I believe.
Thank you, through the chair. The Community Investments Reserve Fund is Council's reserve fund. There is not sufficient funding in that reserve fund to fund this much magnitude. It's significantly lower than the 2.7 that is being requested.
Thank you. So do you have a sense, through you, a sense of what that balance is? As I had mentioned, perhaps there's an opportunity to draw from multiple sources on this.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the current balance in that reserve fund is approximately $1.5 million.
Okay. Councillor Van Holst.
Again, so we're just voting on the amendment right now, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, well then, I'm happy to vote. I'd like to speak after that.
I don't have any other I have Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you. This $3 million spend is frankly a clear example of superfluous spending on a very tight budget. Whether it comes from our surplus or not,
it's superfluous. It's,
Any other speakers? Okay. So this is on the amendment. This is about the source of financing. This is not to approve the business case, but to approve the change in the source of financing from the tax levy to the operating surplus that we referred to the budget process. So I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-2.
So back to the main motion with the new funding source. I had Councillor Lewis on the list, and I'll look to others.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now I'm going to channel my inner Councillor Squire for a moment, so stay tuned. But there are some things further along in this list that I think are really, really important for us to fund. And I'm going to give you two examples right out of the top. The subsidized transit passes, which actually did start as a pilot program and didn't have a source of permanent funding and now needs one. And I am going to be fully supportive of that business case because that has been a really good thing for this community, to have kids under 12 riding the bus for free, to have a subsidized pass for our secondary students, to have a subsidized pass for our low income earners, and thanks to the work that this council did last spring, to reinstate the seniors bus tickets. So I'm going to support that one wholeheartedly. We're also going to talk later in this budget debate about doing a better job of clearing our sidewalks in snow events. The expense that we're looking to apply, and now I granted that it's not coming out of the levy now, although our operating surplus doesn't have enough to cover the whole amount. This one line item would pay for both of those things. The subsidized transit passes program and better snow removal on the sidewalks. And yes, those costs would be a permanent addition to the tax levy, but those are things that I am absolutely able to go back to my constituents and say, yeah, but you got better service out of it. You got better transit service out of it. You got better snow removal on the sidewalks out of it. We haven't moved that budget line very much during this debate, and I continue to be concerned about the seniors who are on CPP and OAS and what they're going to do when their property taxes go up $100 a year or whatever that is. And I know that all colleagues are. I know that you're all trying to balance that care and compassion and the cost of these things. But for me, this is one of those items where we don't have a number of staff that's going to provide. We don't have actually a really clear job description. We've got a bunch of bits and pieces that we're going to ask them to fill in on. So to me, this one just does not make sense. And I get that colleagues are going to disagree. That's okay. But this is going to be a no, because for me, I don't see the value on this with all of these other great things that we're doing in the downtown core. I can't see that this expense is going to return the value of the dollar that we're putting into it. When we're doing all of these other things like expanded case management, which is really important, when we're doing things like the garbage and the recycling program for the downtown, really important. All of those things that we're doing. And then we're gonna have this sort of vague one put on top of that. And I can't justify that expense.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, so I'm going to channel my inner me and be myself on this one. So I want to address a couple of things. The first is I want colleagues to be cautious about comparing this to the subsidized transit program decision we made. That was a program that we anticipated to be successful, and we probably should have found a permanent source of funding at the time. And now we're in the decision point of, hey, we've got a successful program, and now we've got to fund it from the tax levy. Not a great spot to be in, but we'll deal with that when we get to that business case. On this one in particular, there are construction issues, there are temporary issues. We actually anticipate things with all of the investments we're making, getting better. And this is a program that we can anticipate not needing in the future. And so I was not supportive of actually funding this one fully from the tax levy, because that is for sure a way to set up a program that is not going to end. In this case, something that we're expecting to not be needed forever, it is appropriate for a one-time source, much more so than the subsidized transit programs were. Also during the debate, I want colleagues, as we proceed through the budget, to be cautious about the language we're using. I know there's been a couple comments. One was turn our backs on downtown. In 7A, we just approved $16.3 million. And so I think colleagues, I will support this one, but I respect that on some of these components of these items, some people will say yes, some people will say no. But we're making significant investments with all of these business cases, and colleagues will have differences of opinions on where to direct that money. So I'm going to try my best to be as respectful as possible in the debate, even when I disagree with colleagues, because I think there's a lot of tough decisions here. This is one of them for some of our colleagues, because they've got opportunity cost decisions that they're making with the tax rate they're comfortable with, and I respect that, and I'm not going to presume to fully understand their decision-making. I'm going to focus on mine. So this is one I will support. I think the source of financing is appropriate, but you see me not support other things in this particular Section B business case. So,
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. Could we see what the impact of going ahead with this business case would be on the tax levy, the way it's financed now?
Certainly through the chair. So this change to the source of financing would be enough to drop the average annual increase from 4.3 to 4.2%. It was a low 4.3, now it's a high 4.2, but it is enough to change the rounded number.
good. I don't have anyone else on the list, except for Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff. What do we get in the first year of this program?
Through the chair, what you get are the fewer number of ambassadors. It's ramped up over time. So that's why it's a lower number in the first year, increasing the subsequent years.
All right, thank you. I found it helpful to know the staff complement we were getting for the expanded case management approach. I would like to know, like some other colleagues, how many people we're going to see here. Until I have that number, I think I would vote it down. So I might ask that we just refer this item to a time when staff can get us a number on how many people we will see downtown. If that is expected to be available within our budget deliberations.
So
maybe I should ask that question first. When could we have that number on how many people we would see in the core on a daily basis walking around with their eyes on the street?
Mr. Barrett.
Through the chair, I just received, and this is very much a rough estimate again, because this was intended to be a purchased service from an outside organization. There was the opportunity that it could be full-time, part-time, some combination thereof. It was also intended that through that purchase service, the nature of the folks who could be actually in this could be through training programs and those kinds of things. So with all those caveats on, what this was all based on was having 8 people on the ground each day. So in other words, 2 shifts of 4 people to be able to do this. That was what I have here as the estimate of the cuts, or of the numbers that were created. But that could be changed again based on the nature of the funding, the nature of the partnership.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Mr. Barrett made the point I wanted to make, which is this is something, if the budget is approved, there would be some kind of process to find a best price and a great service delivery model, which we don't exactly know yet, right? People have different ideas about how to deliver it within that envelope of funding. And so it's not predetermined, and it's not going to be city staff who are being employed to do it necessarily. It could be much lower cost people. So I think it's good that he said that, but I think that's why we don't have a specific number of like it's going to be 10 people.
Okay, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you then. So this being a purchase of service, I guess we would look for a 4-year contract. I would want to know halfway through how this program was going, because I'd be disappointed to spend another $1.6 million for the second couple years if we weren't really satisfied with what was happening. So I want to ask if ending this partway through would be a possibility, because otherwise it may not be as nimble as I would like to see.
Sounds to me like that would be something that would be subject to the terms of any sort of purchase of service agreement, but I'll go to our staff to see if that's the case.
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct. And considering the concerns with the length of the contract, we could limit it to short-term contracts, just with periodic monitoring and indicators to report back.
Okay? All right.
Okay, thank you. Well then, I think at this point, and of course, our budget deliberations are going longer, at this point, I may support this item. I think I would like to see how it works. I also think that if we're going to invest in the core area at any point, now is the time. We and our citizens want to see a difference. They want to see a change. So this might be one of the items that helps us a lot. So I am inclined to see how it goes, but I will be watching closely.
Okay, thanks. That exhausts my speakers list. So what we have, if the original mover and seconder are okay with it, we've just left you on. That was Helmer and Cassidy with the new source of financing. So as amended, Initiative 25 of Business Case 7B, I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is carried 10-4.
Okay, we're now on Initiative 42. So that Initiative 42 of Business Case 7B on the operating side, fund 4-year core area construction dollars pilot program in the amount of $200,000 be approved. I have a mover in Councillor Kaibaga and a seconder in Councillor Turner. Discussion on this one. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. When we had the discussion about rapid transit, there was a lot of concern that came from the business owners in the core about the impact that construction would have on their businesses. At that time, part of the discussion was about what opportunities there would be to support the business owners through the time period of construction. I think it's important that, especially where we're doing large projects and having significant impact over a prolonged period of time, that we take efforts that are appropriate to mitigate those impacts to the business owners. I'd urge you to support this one because I see that as instrumental in that end.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I'm inclined to support this initiative because I think it is important that we create incentives for on behalf of our merchants. I want to come back to the question I posed before, and that is where our associations are, the Downtown Business Association being one. I'd ask the question because they're the ones where, for example, downtown dollars have typically come out of. And if the incentive behind this is to help support our merchants through tough times, which I think as a merchant, our families are merchants, I really truly get why we're trying to help those when the challenges are there. But where are the business associations in this? That would be the question I'd ask. I'd like them to stand tall and be part of this process too. Because look, they're as sensitive to the needs of our business community. I just don't, and maybe I could ask the question to staff just so I can get some clarity around this. Have the associations, and I guess there's two, potentially three, but I'm thinking two particularly, but the LDBA as well as the OEV, have they been approached with respect to supporting this program?
Through the chair, This is a program that would actually, as the mayor noted, the downtown group have the downtown dollars. There's not a similar type program in the Old East. This is one related directly to the construction. It would supplement those programs. And again, it's for the entire core, so it's not just the area of the LDBA. It's the LDBA, the Old East Village, and that area in between that's not under the jurisdiction of either.
So thank you for that. So acknowledging OEV doesn't have this program in place, and that might be something they consider at another time. And or maybe anything that we support flows through them for distribution, and that might be appropriate. We know that with our downtown loop, we're going to have some commitments on Queens Avenue. We're going to have some commitments on King Street. So there'll be some place for downtown merchants to be impacted for sure. Is LDBA going to participate beyond this commitment? Have we approached them to participate to support downtown vitalization, not revitalization, for our business merchants?
Through the chair, we've had a number of discussions with both downtown and OEV regarding the construction that is coming up in terms of the business improvement associations. We haven't had as many discussions with Midtown. It's a relatively new group. We would intend to continue to work with them to manage these programs appropriately. We have not asked for any direct financial participation at this point. Certainly, any opportunity to do so would be welcome in terms of topping up those values, but they would be an instrumental part in the design and delivery of these programs.
Well, thank you to staff for that answer. It's not satisfactory to me, but your answer is. But at this point, the stage of non-participation that I'm hearing to this point from LDBA is an area of concern. Look, they have a vested interest, as do we all, and they collect their levy from businesses for the purpose of promoting. And it would strike me that it's an obvious and logical one. So I would like to encourage staff to carry on that conversation. But my expectation is LDBA would stand tall in this and want to support their merchants through these challenging times. I mean, we saw it on Dundas Place, and I'd like to, well, at least we saw the challenges of merchants. I'm not sure that we saw the participation, and I can stand to be corrected on that. But I would look to staff to highly encourage that participation. Any comment would be helpful.
Certainly through the chair, that would be our intent, is to have those conversations and encourage that is the path forward. We do have to recognize that the business improvement associations do have very different abilities to deliver some of these programs. Certainly OEV and the new Midtown area is not quite as robust in terms of both their finances and staff resources as well. So we'll be working very closely with them.
And I'm respectful, Chair, that the newer associations and or just ones that are may not have the same resources. And I guess I'm focusing on the LDBA because I think there was sufficient opportunity for them to participate, and I would imagine that they would, and I would imagine they'd be glad to when approached by us to help support their program initiatives. So we'll all keep our toes crossed. I'll look forward to a positive dialogue between the city and our downtown association.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'm going to say I agree with what Councillor Turner said right off the start about the merchants saying where, certainly in the construction we've had in the last couple of years around Dundas Place, I know that they would have loved to have seen this in place already, and there's going to be a lot more impact. Where I struggle with this one is that we funded half of this amount in Part A, so there is a pilot project funding in place. It's the level of pilot that we go ahead with. And I want to share with folks, so the Argyle BIA, out in my ward, we had construction on Dundas Street last year as well, and we're going to have some more coming up. I know survey letters have gone out already because I've had calls from residents and business owners asking what to expect. I know that the BIA in the Argyle area has actually increased its advertising and promotions budget in anticipation of the construction to help support those businesses. And I also acknowledge that the level of intensity of construction that we're going to do in the downtown core is higher than what we're going to do out in Argyle. There's no doubt about that. But I do struggle also with the idea that we're going to fund another 4-year pilot program. I'm happy to fund the first half of what we've approved. But we're saying it's okay to fund it in the downtown and the OEV, but there's construction out in Argyle. There's construction out in Hyde Park. There's construction all over our city, frankly. And I'm really cautious that we're sending the wrong message to say we will do this for the core area, but we're not gonna do it for other areas. And I think that becomes an issue of, you know, the fairness to all the commercial districts in our city. Whether that's in Pond Mills in Councillor Hillier's ward, or whether that's in Hyde Park in Councillor Morgan's ward, or whether that's, you know, out in Huron Heights area in Councillor Sally's ward. These projects happen all over the place. So I was happy to support the first level of funding, but this one was not administratively prioritized by our staff. And I think because it's a pilot project, I'm not gonna double down on this one. I just don't feel I can support this one with the money that we've already put towards this project to get it started. I'd like to see how it goes. And maybe once we get some results back, we might have some data that says to us, you know what, we actually need to create sort of a permanent model to rotate this around wherever we're doing construction to support our commercial districts. But until we've got some results back, I just can't double down on the funding on this one.
Councillor Kayamaga.
Thank you. So I just wanted to comment on this because it is one of my favorite, I would say, because for me, I got to engage in a lot of different businesses downtown that I wasn't even aware during the time that they were doing this project. And this was even before we were, you know, campaigning, because there was another pilot project that was ongoing at the time. It doesn't, and I understand and respect the concern around, you know, not having the LDBA participate, but I think that they do have their own program that they use, and this would be an expansion of it, and it wouldn't just be down to, like, the LDBA would not be the only one affected. There's also the Old East and other BIAs that are affected that do not have the capacity to contribute or to have their own funding to do this, like Midtown. And Midtown is a fairly newer BIA, if we can call it that, or community association. And it's also in my ward. And we did support them to get connected with staff. They have a lot of things going on in their area, and they haven't had support in a really, really long time. I would really like to see this go forward because it's going to support them and not just the LDBA. I think LDBA is going to continue to contribute as they have in the past to support their members and also be able to participate in this project. But there are other BIAs and other areas in the core, and it's my understanding that there's more than just the LDBA that gets affected by this, and that they don't have the same capacity as the downtown business association that to be able to do this. So I really want you guys to support this, because as we're trying to respond to the core area issues, and not just around construction, but supporting businesses to get through, you know, even more construction that we're going to get through. Like downtown just finished, we just finished, you know, the Dundas Place, and now we're going to go through the BRT construction. There's a lot going on, and this is a pilot project that connects the businesses to the community, and the community gets the opportunity to go around and not just support the businesses, but also get to know their area and spend their money and time in supporting the businesses that are going through a construction period. So I love this program. I really want to see this supported, because I know that it has an impact on not just the LDBA, but it goes farther, and it supports also the Midtown Association that has been asking and looking for support for a long time and has no capacity to be supported right now. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this. It's really important to do that. Thanks.
Councillor Lehman.
Just through you, Chair, to staff, does this program involve funds being transferred from the city to the LDBA?
Through the chair, we haven't finalized the program design and exactly how we would do this. I would suggest that that is a possibility, and you may want to consider that accordingly.
Thank you. As it is a possibility, I will abstain from this vote as I'm a member of the LDBA.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to just follow up on Councillor Lewis's comments about the program and this being a pilot project. And I agree with you totally. I wish we had this when we had a construction site in Lambeth Main Street. Took a couple years, and the challenges, especially to the business community, for not only people attending the business community, but businesses themselves surviving. And I know we're talking just about a pilot program here, but I think this is a good place for it to start, and I hope to see that this program will continue because it's needed, especially in communities like Lambeth that do not have BIAs or any kind of groups that can add and help construction move forward in a reasonable manner. So I am very supportive of this, and I'm hoping that through this pilot program that we can learn some lessons and who knows, maybe implement them when we move forward with large construction programs.
Everybody can hear me whispering. Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. Sometimes on some of the smaller amounts, we take the longest discussions, but I think it's important that it's all important, so I think it's important that we understand. So of this allocation of some $200,000 over the next period of construction, as this was considered, I don't think any of us would generally disagree that getting support during periods of construction which can have dramatic impacts. We saw it on Dundas Street. We saw it on Dundas Street where merchants were talking about reductions of 50% plus of their business. I mean, very dramatic. And that's when it's important, I think, that we can stand tall, whether it be through our business associations or not. But I would imagine that as we have considered this $50,000 per year investment into our merchants, that we've had some consideration as to where it might go. You've touched on carefully where it could happen. I guess I'm really directing this to Ms. Scher, since I think you've taken the balance of the commentary. Do you have any sense, as you've planned for this amount, because it came from somewhere, as to whether you'd imagine that would be potentially an Old East Village application or contributions through that, how it might be distributed? Can you just give us a little bit of background? Because I think as we vote on this, we want to do it intelligently and have eyes wide open. Can you help us a little bit there, please?
Through the chair, I'll speak to that, and I actually wouldn't mind speaking just briefly to the idea this is a true pilot for us. We haven't designed the program exactly, but our intent is to work closely with the business associations where there is one and with businesses directly where there may not be one to figure out the people who are most impacted and the best way to make sure that these construction dollars get in the hands of potential customers so that they're able to go out and support those local businesses during trying times. So places particularly where there's full closures, loss of parking, challenges with loading and access. Those are really the areas we've tried to target through, say, the Dundas work. With respect to this being a true pilot, if I can just keep the mic for a second and have a little bit of latitude, we always intended to use this as an opportunity to develop a playbook and some procedures around how this can work elsewhere on major commercial locations for really disruptive longer-term construction projects. It's not probably an always everywhere for smaller, shorter scale projects or where we were able to maintain great access, but we have a lot of really big work coming up in the city, and that would be our intent, is absolutely to use this to develop those to have answers to the questions the mayor has asked in terms of guidelines well in advance. So that will be part of our work with this.
Well, I think, Chair, that's answered as well as that can be answered. And I think time will tell. It's not lost to me. This is for the core area action plan. So it doesn't relate to Huron Heights. It doesn't relate to Argyle. It relates specifically to downtown right through Dundas through to Old East Village. And that's where we're talking about. And we can only imagine over the next 4 years where the areas of focus from a construction standpoint are going to be. So I think we can presume from there where the emphasis is going to be. But if you are going to work through associations, BIAs, as the case may be, and there's two that come to mind, I presume there will be a monitoring process that will be in place because if it is a model, and I'm sympathetic that if there's a model for other parts of our community, and I think what this pilot does actually, though, I think it sets a precedent that when there are construction requirements in different parts of our community, I can imagine the business community, through their associations or not, are going to come calling. And they're going to say, please help, because you did it for here, you did it for there. We're desperate, we're in need. And I'm empathetic to that, but I don't think you could have imagined this without also imagining it would be a precedent. And so I think it goes beyond a pilot, would be my comment on that. So not sure it deserves a response, because I don't think it's a fair beyond that, but I wish you well with that. I think it is important for business's sake, and I just hope there's an equity and a fairness, and I have confidence in the ability of the associations to do it the right way.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment just from the chair's perspective, because I just throughout the course of the debate, and I'm not pointing out anyone in particular, just so colleagues are aware, we have approved in 7A $200,000 of construction dollars pilot. So we're doing the program for sure. And in B, this is basically, you know, a larger program. So I think there's great comments for sure on how the program will be articulated and run. I just want everybody to for sure know that there is an approval for a level of the program, and this is certainly would be an enhanced level for that program as well. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Well, I definitely believe we need some life support for businesses that sometimes are experiencing construction impacts. I remember years ago visiting a restaurant on Wellington Street that was new. I thought, hey, this is a great place. And then a week later, we started a huge construction project, and I thought, oh, it's too bad. I don't know that they'll survive, and they did not. So that's the kind of thing we want to avoid happening. I was happy to approve the first pilot project in A. I don't know that I see a value of doing the same pilot project again. I would prefer to see us do something different. For instance, just a direct subsidy for businesses that are suffering from specific impacts. So I may go with Councillor Lewis on this one and vote this down. But I would also say that at any point, this is $200,000, a small amount. It's something that we could take from our Community Economic Development Reserve Fund that we found has got about $1.5 million in it. If we had something that was working, if our pilot said it worked and we want to continue, I would be happy to take another $200,000 out of there to beef this up. So I'd almost rather see we just front end or front load the part A with $100,000 each for 2 years to see if that works, if that's necessary. But I would rather see if a pilot project works than do a double amount of it. So I'll vote against this one, having voted for the other one.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and you actually already did 90% of what I was going to talk about, which is we've already funded this to $200,000. Now we're discussing whether we're funding it $400,000 through you to our staff. In terms of the developing of a playbook for how this might look in the future in other areas, do you see any barrier to being able to develop that playbook if it's only at the $200,000 level? So I'll ask that question first.
Through the chair, no, that's our intent regardless.
Okay, and then second question, through you, Chair, to staff as well. Would this be something, because it is a pilot, so it is a one-time fund, that for this particular item, we might look to the Economic Development Reserve Fund as a one-time drawdown to do this Part B rather than impact the tax levy?
I don't know if you heard the question.
Through the chair, so certainly there's a number of sources. It's $200,000, so I think as long as the reserve fund has enough to cover that, that would be sufficient. Certainly, you have the remainder of the $4.5 million that was allocated. That would be through their economic development is one possibility. The surplus is another possibility, and you could look to the Community Investment Reserve Fund as well.
Go ahead. Okay, then colleagues, hopefully this won't draw out the conversation too much longer, but I'd like to move an amendment to this motion that the source of financing for this plan be changed. My preference would be the Economic Development Reserve Fund, but I'll take the treasurer's advice on which fund she thinks is more appropriate.
Through the chair, that's a low enough number that it would be able to accommodate that, yes.
Oops, sorry. Okay, so that's moved. I would look for a seconder for that particular one, Councillor Hillier. So moved and seconded. I have Councillor Helmer and Kayabaga on the speakers list. Would you like to continue on and speak about this particular amendment as well? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it all at once. Councillor Lewis read my mind. I had already sent some language to the clerk, so that's great. Save me the time. I want to just put it in context, right? So I've been talking to some business owners who are anticipating what's going to happen on Dundas Street. The first phase of that project in Old East Village is coming up, and people are very concerned. And when I was talking about all the different things that are in the core area action plan, I can tell you the construction dollars certainly got people's attention. But then they asked, well, how much money are we talking about? I said, well, it depends on the budget. You know, it's divided up. It's $50,000 a year in Part A. It's $50,000 a year in Part B. And they said, what, for the whole downtown and Richmond Row and Old East? So you just imagine this. Take $50,000 a year and divide it by 100 businesses, all of which have many customers. That's $500 per business, right? Divided amongst a bunch of customers. So what we've done in Part A is, I think, helpful. It's certainly a good idea. I'm glad we were doing it. But the Part B part is making it much better, right? And I think if we think about how it's going to be spread out through all these things, you just look at the map of all the construction projects that are happening in 4 years. There's a lot of different areas and a lot of different businesses with a lot of customers. So I think doing the full amount is really important. I think this kind of way of financing it is appropriate. I hope colleagues will support it because this is really a very small initiative in the grander context of all the business activity that's happening downtown.
Councillor Kayabaga.
So I'm going to support this amendment because I was going to make a comment to encourage people not to vote it down because I thought it was going to get voted down. Because, you know, I just want to make sure that, and I had a question to staff to make sure from the first one that we approved is also going to affect the Midtown area as well, places like Midtown and okay, then that's good. I see some nodding. So I'm happy with this amendment and I'm happy to support it.
Any other speakers on the amendment? I'll just speak briefly. I'm not going to move chairs because the mayor's gone. I'm going to support this. I wasn't going to support the enhanced program before, but as I think about it, using a one-time source to enhance the program temporarily is I think, an appropriate way to go. I probably would have chosen surplus, but I'm not going to get fussy over that particular thing, only because that was the component that we referred to the budget process. So I'll support this too, whereas otherwise I wouldn't have on the tax levy. Oh, I guess I was the last speaker, so if there's none others, I will open this for voting. And this is on the amendment for the source of funding.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0 with 1 recuse.
So Councillor Kayabaga moved and Councillor Turner seconded the original. Are you cool? Are you good with seconding the newly amended one? I just said cool, but I'm not cool. I almost said, are you cool with? This is what happens when you're on one item and it's 2 o'clock. So we're on the main motion as amended now. If there's no further debate, I can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0 with 1 recuse.
I want to assure you my 11-year-old daughter has adequately informed me that I am never cool, especially when her friends are over. So we'll move on with the items. That was 42 in Part B. So the next one is 43. That Initiative 43 of Business Case 7B Operating, experiment with the temporary free municipal parking in the amount of $600,000 be approved. I'll need a mover, Councillor Hillier, and a seconder, Councillor Lewis. Discussion. I've got three. Maybe I'll start on this side and go Councillor Hillier first, Councillor Kaibaga, and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you very much. Regarding this, first of all, staff, can you tell me if Covent Garden Market is included in this program?
Through the chair, no, it's not.
And what is the time frame for this? What is the length of time for the free period?
Through the chair, that'll be determined on specific events, so that'll focus on the construction areas, special events, sale days. So I'll give you an example of when we did this project already during the Christmas season. We had a request for having reduced parking for the Flex Day party. So through the Honk mobile app, we provided free parking for a specific day, for a specific period. And that was done very quickly, efficiently, because we have the Honk mobile app.
Councillor Kaibaga? Nope, good. Councillor Lewis?
Really quickly, I was the person who wanted this one pulled. Well, others may have asked too, but I know I asked. I think this is a good idea. I hear that paid parking downtown is a barrier to folks coming downtown, and even more so during construction periods. So I think experimenting around special events, times of interruption, this to me is one I can support very easily. I think it'll be good for the downtown businesses and the businesses across the core area.
Okay, Councillor Squire.
Having lived in London my entire life, I know one thing, and that's Londoners do not like to go somewhere and pay for parking. They just don't. And I still don't. If we're going to the hockey game, we will go great distances to park for free. God bless you. Not as far as City Hall, but, you know, far. So I'm really in favor of this one. I think people are going to, this will be taken up by citizens, and I think it's a great idea that's going to help.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks. I won't be supporting this one. I think it's a pretty good evidence that parking is never free. In fact, it's got a dollar figure associated with it. I recognize that's in lost revenues, but nonetheless, it's if we're going to be encouraging active and public transit, this kind of works counter those purposes. And I think this is a good opportunity to whittle down the cost of this grant initiative in general. So this one makes a little bit more sense to vote no against.
Mayor Holder.
Thank you. I'm going to vote in favor. Look, I think I have confidence in staff that we're going to tie some of this into issues around construction and what's going on in the core as well. So I have a lot of confidence that staff will handle this appropriately. And while I do not mind parking at City Hall for any downtown event, and having walked to work this morning, I will tell you that that I think there are some benefits to offering this out to folks. Because one of the things that downtown and the core and Old East Village compete against are large malls that provide that kind of scenario. And I think we're trying to encourage more support of our downtown merchants. And I can imagine this being utilized for that benefit as well.
I have Councillor Van Holst, then Cassidy, and then Hopkins.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, as a science teacher, it's hard for me to resist experiments. I like the idea that people get a chance to be introduced to the Honk mobile app. If you haven't used it, it's a great alternative. Especially if you put money in, for some reason the ticket doesn't print out, you regret not going with Honk, and of course you can always top up your parking wherever you are. So it's a great convenience. My question, looking at an experiment that's 4 years long, how will we know that this has been a success? What are we looking for? in terms of measurement, because again, this is something that we could save $600,000 or $300,000 if we halfway through decided it wasn't getting what we hoped for. So there's my question, how are we gonna know halfway through whether this was a great idea or not?
Through the chair, because we're using Honk mobile technology, we will have real-time data. So at any point in time, we can ask Honk to run the numbers, and we'll see how many people are taking advantage of the free parking and at what locations they're taking advantage of the free parking.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Katolik brought up the free parking around Christmas, and I recall that we were actually, we discontinued that, and I believe we were asked by the Business Association, or were supported anyway, because I think what was found during that free parking initiative, even though it was meant to encourage shoppers to come downtown and shop downtown for Christmas, what ended up happening is a lot of people that work downtown ended up using the free parking. So through you, Mr. Chair, why do we not have those same concerns that it's the intended market for this free parking might not be the beneficiaries of it?
Through the chair, that experiment for free parking was done pre-Honk. So now that we have the Honk mobile technology, we have real-time data, and the limits of parking, we're not looking at doing parking 24/7 free. We would provide parking at specific locations for specific time periods. So, for example, you might provide parking for 2 hours in lot 1 and 2, which is at Dundas and Adelaide, for two free hours, as opposed to 24/7 free parking, because I can predict that if 24/7 free parking was provided there, that parking lot would be full of residents' cars.
Thank you for that. So what about people that do not have a smartphone then would not be able to avail themselves of the free parking?
Through the chair, we looked at that option too, because we get that comment all the time. I don't use a cell phone and I still go downtown. The benefit of Honk mobile technology is that it's live and the data is real time. To change the parking meters, be it master meters or individual meters, would mean that staff would have to go and physically change the software and hardware in those meters to provide for free parking, as opposed to us literally calling up Honk today and saying tomorrow in lot 1, we want to provide 2 hours free parking.
Good? Okay. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will not be supporting this. I think this is something that I know residents in my ward would probably not use this. If they wanted to come down, regardless if it's free or not, I would hope that they would come downtown and support downtown. I think this is something that I can sort of not support. I know we have programs in the past where we can encourage people to use the downtown, but I would like to see, other modes of transportation to sort of facilitate that to happen, as opposed to having free parking.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Lehman.
Just like a couple of comments. Parking is not free. Neither is it free at malls. Merchants pay that parking cost through their common area costs. I would prefer to see a pilot program, and I understand there's capabilities already in Honk, that merchants, there would be an easy way for merchants to subsidize parking for the customers that come through their doors. Back in the day, we would go out and feed meters for customers, and this would be an easier way for merchants to bear the cost, because they're directly benefiting like they do in malls. So that would be my 2 cents worth from my background.
That exhausts the speakers list. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
It seems like this is a 4-year experiment, where we want to do targeted free parking in the core during this period of very intense construction activity. And I think that makes sense. There's a lot of people who are trying to get downtown by driving. There's impacts on how they can access businesses. There's a lot of confusion around parking, and I think a targeted intervention like this can resolve some of those problems. And I think it will do that throughout the core where we have a lot of construction activity. I think the flexibility that comes from honk is really helpful. If we had similar kind of flexibility with other modes, or if they had as high costs as having to come down and park, I think we'd have to think about how to do that as well. You know, I've been thinking about how do we do something like that for transit? But it's very hard. You know, you don't know where people are going. How do you target the support? Are they going downtown, or are they going past downtown? It's actually quite difficult, and so it's difficult to do the kind of targeted thing that is being suggested here. If anyone can figure out a great idea, I mean, I think that's something we should be talking about, because a lot of people get downtown on the bus too. In terms of the parking thing, so I generally support it, but I do think it's a 4-year thing. And I don't know why in year 5 or 6, we would still need to have money available in the base budget for free parking. And so I would like to suggest that we also, just like we did with some of these other things that are for a 4-year period, and that are in the for consideration components, that we finance that from operating surplus. It's $600,000. It's not a small amount of money. It's more than we're actually putting into the construction dollars program. But I do think I support it during this 4-year period, but I actually probably don't support it in year 5 or 6. I don't know where the construction activity would be happening that would be so intense that you'd need to have free municipal parking in those areas. So I think it is something that's going to disappear. I'd like to put a bit of a sunset on it, and I'd suggest that as an amendment.
Okay, I'll second that. And that's the source of financing amendment for the municipal free parking to be the surplus as well. So that'll come up as an amendment moved by Deputy Mayor Helmer, seconded by myself. Any discussion on that amendment on the source of financing for this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the amendment on the source of financing for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen, thank you. Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-2.
Okay, so the source of financing has been changed. The original movers were Hillier and Lewis. Are you okay with okay, so we'll have an amended motion that you'll both move and second. Same motion with the different source of financing. Any further discussion on this item as it's been amended? Seeing none, we will open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 10-2. Ten to 4.
Okay, colleagues, 15 minutes till a break. We got 2 more components to vote separately, and then everything left in B motion. So the next one is oh, sorry, I lied. There's 3 more. That Initiative 50 of Business Case 7B operating, establish new core area garbage and recycling collection program in the amount of $100,000 be approved. Who would like to move that? Councillor Kaibaga, seconded Deputy Mayor Helmer. Discussion on this one. Councillor Kaibaga first, and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to know, why is this a standalone? I know that we have been looking for a recycling system for the downtown that works. And I know that we just approved a green bin program, and I have received a lot of emails from my residents who live in buildings, in the downtown. And they're looking to see how the green bin program and recycling is actually going to flow together with the downtown. And I'm moving it and happy to support it, but I'm also curious to know how this stands alone outside of, the green bin programs that we just approved, and how that's going to connect together as well.
Through the chair, we have in Part A proposed $100,000 in 2021, $200,000 in each of the subsequent years for this program. This $100,000 stands alone as a top-up for full implementation in the first year. This program is a little bit different than the general service we're looking at for multifamily residential downtown. We have an ongoing issue with garbage bag ripping and spreading around the downtown, and we are looking at a way to provide a more focused collection mechanism, potentially involving carts, timed collection, a bit more secure way to deliver that service in areas where we know we have an issue that, even with the frequent collections we're already doing, can't be solved, and that could potentially be exacerbated by the presence of the green bin program as well. It's another thing on the street. So this would be a bit of a different delivery mechanism. We need some time this year to design it, and this last $100,000 is for full implementation in year one.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to pick up on Councillor Kayabaga's question and on Ms. Scher's answer. This one really stuck out for me as a weird one because it's $100,000 just in 1 year. In Part B, it was not administratively prioritized, and I hear that you need to design and then roll out the implementation. And I recognize that in Part A, we approved $100,000 in 2021 and then $200,000 each year after. This would top up 2021. But since it was not administratively prioritized, is it realistic that we can deliver full implementation in 2021? Or was the idea that, we might have some challenges here anyway, so we could do part in 2021 and be to full operation in 2022?
Through the chair, we actually are hoping to try to pilot something this year on a small scale. I believe we can roll this all out in 2021, but as part of, the desire to try to manage the impact on the mill rate, we're giving the option to council to do a half implementation in the first year. I am confident that we can deliver the program if that's council's desire.
Okay, that's all the speakers I have on this one. So I am going to open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 11-3.
Okay, the next one is that Initiative 54 of Business Case 7B operating, provide grants to implement safety audit recommendations on privately owned property through the Core Area Community Improvement Plan in the amount of $300,000 be approved. Look for a mover. Councillor Turner, and a seconder. Councillor Kaibaga. Discussion. Councillor Lewis.
Thanks, Chair. Briefly, this is one that I have a huge problem with because it's using public dollars to provide grants for implementing audit recommendations on privately owned property. I think this is very clearly one area where the private sector needs to step up and fund its own implementation of its safety audits. We've got implementation of our safety audits on public property. We've got, dollars put in to do safety audits on public property. I think it's the public dollar is for public property. I don't support spending public dollars to provide grants for recommendations on private property. I think that's up to the private sector to fill that role.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, could we get an example of a private property safety audit recommendation that would make things more safe for the public walking by?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the best example would be where there's public-facing property abutting to private properties, such as a corridor that, as an example, there may be a recommendation to control that, and it's impossible for us, not being the owner of the property, to do that. So there may be a recommendation that affects the private portion of that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't understand what that means. Could perhaps a more specific example?
So there may be a corridor that comes off of a public sidewalk, that there may be activity that's going into that area that's owned privately. And there may be a recommendation to assist with the public portion that they suggest that there be controls into that corridor.
Okay, thank you. So there might be an ambush point or something like that that we could mitigate, I suppose, is what is being suggested.
Councillor Squire.
An example that I went through was in North London along the river area where the backs of properties abut properties owned by Western University, and a safety audit was done for the area, and my understanding, I may be correct, but Western was part of the safety audit, and part of the safety audit said, and it was because there's a pathway through there, and for women walking on the pathway, there was a lot of brush that sort of made it not safe from that point of view. In other words, people could have been lurking in the brush. So it was suggested, I think, that Western do some cutting of the brush, and they did that. I think they did it with their own money, their own volition, and it was part of an overall safety audit. So that's a case where a private property owner actually stepped up and did the work themselves, which I thought was great in that particular case. So it's always nice to give a shout out to Western for being a really good citizen in that case and doing that. But generally, I think safety audits are a great thing. And a lot of areas in North London, which I represent, have done safety audits, and they work very well for them in those terms. But that's the example that I experienced. But I sort of, with Councillor Lewis, I think the public property we should handle, but I'm not as convinced on the private property.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. So if I read this initiative correctly, it would be the city would provide grants to privately owned property holders based on recommendations we as the city would make to those individuals, and then provide them the funding to be able to implement. Perhaps through you, Chair, to Mr. O'Brien, is that understanding correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So then, what would be our area of jurisdiction if, let's use the example that Councillor Squire pointed out, where there were some issues of safety for an individual, and it could be Western, who appears to have been of their own volition compliant and supportive, and I'd expect no less, and good for them. But what's our enforceability? If we saw an issue that was on private property, abutting or not, a public property, but we felt that it was a broader issue of public safety, do we have any, may we compel private property owners to respond to a direction from the city? And I don't know if this is a question for Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Katolik, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what our area of jurisdiction, responsibility, authority, and compliance requirement might be.
Through the chair, when we've done property standard blitzes and have identified issues that could be addressed through crime prevention, through environmental control, we have suggested solutions, but we can't enforce those solutions onto private property owners.
And so, Chair, we can't enforce it even if there was grants available for that, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So through you, Chair, it isn't the issue of grants, it's from an enforceability standpoint, albeit it might make it more of an incentive for an individual to want to do it. What has been our track record in terms of requesting private property owners to support initiatives that we've come forward with? And I don't know if that's in the last year or 2 years. I'm just trying to get a sense that if the city has in fact said to a private property owner, we think for the sake of safety, we would like you to do this. Can you give us a sense of compliance, please?
Through the chair, we've only done this a few times, and we've always done this in partnership with the police core unit. And that's where we've identified property standard issues with buildings and with properties. And we've coupled suggestions for crime prevention initiatives that they could do. Some of those suggestions would be trim that coniferous tree to 8 feet so that there's eyes on the street, or trim that tree because it's totally covering the lighting on the rear property parking lot. So it's suggestions like those, but we can't compel them to do that.
I'm sorry, we can or cannot compel you. Help me with that, please. I didn't hear.
Through the chair, if they don't do it, we can't do it for them and bill them. But in most cases, because we're coupling property standards orders, that those property owners will fix the building and also do those things that we suggested through crime prevention. But we've only done that through a couple times, and they've always been through blitzes that we've done in conjunction with the police.
So I'm not sure if the intention, Chair, is for this to pay for blitzes or whether we are, but it doesn't help me understand a little more clearly. Has compliance been reasonably or extremely good with respect to property owners when we have asked them to respond to safety related issues?
Through the chair, the compliance has been very high, and the last one that we've done that we did with the police and the community was the one that Councillor Squire mentioned with Western University. It was 100% compliance.
So perhaps my final question through you, Chair, is, so what are we hoping to accomplish by making an investment of $300,000 into this that we aren't already achieving through what is considered fairly high acceptance anyway? Is there something new, different, or something from an expectation standpoint that we would imagine getting as a result of making this kind of an investment?
Through the chair, there could be a suggestion, for example, that to address loitering in a storefront in the alcove, that the property owner invest in some form of gate system or garage door system that would prevent the loitering. So that would be one example that we would provide grants for. We know from looking at other municipalities that there are examples where property owners along major corridors do employ those types of devices to address loitering in their storefronts.
So here I thought it was my last question, but it's like Columbo, one more thing, and I'm just, so do we have specific examples? So do we have?
Columbo. Yeah.
Hey, I know who Columbo is too,
millennials
all right?
who Columbo is.
I would advise my colleagues to check Netflix, actually, if they want to do that. Sorry. So are there some municipalities, specific municipalities that have implemented then a program like this to encourage, I'll say safety, you mentioned loitering, but safety factors. Again, I'm trying to make an evaluation of the merits of this relative to not having it, which has been the current case. So there's one thing, clearing of trees and all, and I get that, and there are things that you can compel, or we as a city can compel people to do from a broader external standpoint. But when it comes to grants for a merchant to be able to say, put in a, I don't know, you mentioned a gate so that people don't loiter in their hallway area, atrium area there, perhaps. But I almost wonder if that isn't, if it makes sense why a business wouldn't do that anyway. of their own volition if that's an issue. So maybe you could help me understand where the examples have come from, notwithstanding Columba, please.
So through the chair, let me just add a bit of context. So this is purely audits for private properties. It's not necessarily about the compliance of those audits, but it's recommendations on what they can do. In terms of providing grants or dollars for them to make the improvements, we could do that through expansion of, say, our CIP program in the downtown or in the core. And that would, at that point, then, in a sense, if we are providing dollars for specific improvements, they would make those improvements. And as Mr. Katolik mentioned, there's been incidents where we do proactive inspections, and we do seek already voluntary compliance. But this would help enhance that program, complement the program through these individual audits to heighten the knowledge base for the private properties on what options they have available to better secure their properties. And it could include things like, you said, fences, lighting, gates, where there's laneways, things like that. And those would be all part of the audit and the tools that they can do to improve their private properties.
So through you, Chair, what this says is providing grants to implement the recommendations, not to finance the audits themselves. And I don't want to quibble on where those dollars go, but you've already indicated that there are certain amounts of grant money that are currently available. What I've heard thus far doesn't compel me to want to support this in the spirit of being mindful that we want to help private property owners where we can. I'm just not sure this is our best use of resources. Thank you.
Okay, I have a speakers list still on this, but it's 2:30, so I'm going to look for a motion to take a 15-minute recess. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Deputy Mayor Helmer. 15 minutes. All those in favor? All right, that carries. Okay, I need everybody to take their seats. Okay, I have quorum, so I'm just going to go. We are in the middle of the debate on Initiative 54 and Business Case 7B, which is basically safety grants on privately owned property as part of the core area community improvement plan. I have Deputy Mayor Helmer next. And just so you know who's on the speakers list, Councillor Kaibaga, and then Councillor Cassidy, and then Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, so the way I understand this program is it's going to be $10,000 per property and cover 50% of the cost of the safety improvement. So the safety audits identify some things that could happen on private property. The grant would be $10,000 because the private property owner can be putting in $10,000. So you can imagine that maybe 10 properties per year would be supported by this incremental investment up to $100,000. I'll tell you where in the core I see some benefit for this program. You can imagine around a municipal parking lot, there's a lot of privately owned properties. And in Old East Village, for example, there's some public walkways that come from those parking lots out to the public street. And that's the major connection between the municipal asset in the back, the parking lot, and the businesses and institutions out on the street. So people go through there all the time. If there's a safety improvement that needs to be done on the private property that directly abuts the private property, the public property, sorry, so the public walkway, say you want to put a light in, and it's better to put it in on the private side than it is to put it on the public side. This makes that a lot easier for that to happen, and it gives a little bit of public support for something that might otherwise not happen, where the private owner says, you know what, not really my problem, I'm not gonna do it. This cuts the cost down a bit, and it makes those smaller scale improvements much more likely to happen. I think it would be helpful. I think we have to look at all these different improvements. I think the private property owner has to be participating for it to go ahead. It's not covering 100% of the cost. So if they're not willing to, if they don't think it's a priority, they don't think it's an issue at all, but this is it won't happen. But if it is something that they think is a priority, they do want to put some money in. I think a lot more of these small improvements would happen if this program was available, the grant program. So I think it's worthwhile. I recognize not everyone's going to think it's a great idea or that it's necessary.
Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment based on the mayor's comments and the questions that he had. I just wanted to kind of remind my colleagues why this is on the table to begin with. It was through a collective conversation that we had with businesses downtown who are experiencing a lot of challenges around needles on their properties, and at times a lot of them, and they have staff and they're not. We can't pick them up, and I know that staff have mentioned that we wouldn't be able to enforce, but we would at least be able to assist them through such difficulties as they came to us looking for support. And I also wanted to remind the mayor that this is something that he had encouraged us to look into, or staff to look into, when we had the discussion that was tabled by the mayor with the different business owners and the LDBA and other members of the community who are interested and invested in making sure that downtown continues to thrive. So I myself am not sure what the real impact is going to be with this investment, but knowing that this is a huge challenge that we continue to face, and I just 2 days ago I had a meeting with a business owner who faces his back door with the current safe injection site, and he's just looking for support and help, and it's my understanding that he doesn't want a fence right now, but he's also looking to see how we can work together with the city and his business to continue to keep the area not only safe for him and his staff, but also for the neighbors around and for the people who are also, using that back alley to be able to, sleep before we find them shelter. So people who hang out there also need to be kept safe, and there are a lot of needles that are around there, and there's a lot of different activities that are happening there. And so that's the reason why I'm supporting this, because it was not a one-time conversation. It was a lot of consultations as to why this should be put on the table. And I just also wanted to remind the mayor through the discussion that this was his suggestion, and this is something that he proposed that we look into. So in case he had forgotten, thank you.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the beginning of this, I wasn't entirely sure where I was going to end up, but I do want to remind people that we do provide incentives all the time to private property owners to do things to their properties. Whether it's through like property tax, like rebates when their values go up because they've fixed up a heritage property, or brownfield incentives to encourage development on abandoned industrial sites. We provide, and our development charges rebates. Like, we provide all sorts of incentives, grants, funds, loans, different programs that are for private property owners. So to say that we shouldn't do this because these are for private property owners it goes against what we're already doing. So I would just want to read from the plan itself, item number 54, provide grants to implement safety audit recommendations on privately owned property through core area community improvement plan. The safety audit conducted for the core area will reveal spaces on privately owned lands that could be improved to create safer conditions. This will be focused on the privately owned spaces that interface with the public realm. The audit will produce recommendations to specify what improvements should be made. A new program will be established to offer private property owners and businesses grants of up to $10,000 per property and up to a maximum of 50% of the cost of the safety improvements. The program will specify what type of improvements would qualify, for example, cameras, lighting, gates, etc. So Deputy Mayor Helmer gave some very good examples, and we do know in Old East that there have been concerns when some of the street parking is going to be reduced, but there is ample parking behind some of the front-facing buildings on Dundas Street. However, you have to go through these corridors, which are many of them, if not all of them, privately owned. So safety is a big concern for people using those corridors at night. And if we can encourage private property owners through a safety audit and through contribution through this program, then who wouldn't want that? I think it's a good program to support. I understand the arguments against the private property, but I do want to remind people that we do that all the time in the city. We do give grants and loans and incentives of various kinds to private property owners.
Councillor Van Holst.
Mr. Budget Chair, safety is sometimes kind of frustrating. It's a trump card that it can often be played, and you almost have to support things. Sometimes we support items that just have the perception of safety. You know, at times we may invest hundreds of thousands of dollars to reduce the number of injuries from 0 down to 0, for instance. But my one hope about this one is that they would be very specific. We would know for sure that we were getting some gains out of this. My concern, I do share with my fellow colleagues, is that this should be the things that are benefiting the public and not primarily the business owners who should take care of their own safety. So I would like to know how we can have this. How can we be sure that these of these recommendations, these are the ones that our own city is putting forward? So I would almost say these should be city initiated, but perhaps through you to our staff. How can we guarantee that these are of all the safety audit recommendations, these are the ones that our staff have prioritized for the public?
Mr. O'Brien.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the audit results would be analyzed by city staff and make a determination and prioritization of what those recommendations are, and And in that way, we would be able to distribute and determine the most appropriate projects.
Okay, so I would be happy with a process like that, as opposed to a process where the business owners themselves are applying for grants for things that are basically helping only on their property. So I see those, I see a distinction between those two things, and I would like to somehow ensure that our staff are suggesting the ones that are going to have a greater effect for the public.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. So we've heard an example through the Deputy Mayor of one idea where this kind of funding might be of some benefit. I'd like to ask through you, Chair, to staff, is there any other example that you might give that might be helpful, I think for us, perhaps for me, to determine that this kind of additional support would have benefit to the broader community, because that's who we're expected to serve?
Through the chair, I believe this is similar to what the Deputy Mayor mentioned, but the example we often talk about, and I was trying to get to earlier, is you have a corridor that is private and it is in between two public spaces, and that corridor could be poorly lit, presenting a safety risk to both the private and public areas around it and people traversing it. There may be a recommendation that there be better lighting within that corridor to improve the safety of people traversing the two public spaces.
So, Chair, we, as Councillor Cassidy pointed out, we already give grants, loans, and incentives already. So is there any sense, I'm sure we've done some modeling on this, I'm trying to understand how much more participation might we anticipate as a result of this new financial support?
Through the chair, we provide grants, for example, for facade improvements, but currently there's no grants available for improvements to private property that interfaces public property with a focus on crime prevention through environmental design.
All right, well, that's new information to me. That I thought, based on prior comments, that there was some type of financial support in the example that Mr. O'Brien just gave, and you're saying currently there's nothing in place for us to do that. Contrary to what I heard just a few moments ago from one of our colleagues, that we already provide these types of grants already. It seems like this is new. That's a question, I think.
Through the chair, nothing specifically tied to safety audits. It's tied to facade and building improvements.
I find that helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks. So this is an interesting one. I don't disagree that to some degree there's a responsibility on the property owners for doing this, but there's a bit of a disproportionate pressure on businesses within the core at times. And I think it's important that we recognize that and take some steps to support that too. Simple measures often come out of analysis through CPTED reviews. And it's really just, in a lot of cases, about making something a little more accessible, a little more open, so that there's more eyes on the street and more eyes on the property itself to help support that. In the last term, we passed that we wanted to take a look at policy from a gender lens. And street safety and personal security often comes from the way that our environments are designed and how we approach those too. So I think this is one small element of that, but I don't think it's insignificant. I think it actually creates a material impact on the perception of safety and the actual safety of people and businesses, and I think that's something that we should support.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. It's moved and seconded, so I'm going to open this one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 9-5.
Okay, that initiative 55 of business case 7B, operating implement safety audit recommendations on public property in the amount of $600,000 be approved. I need a mover for that. Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion on this one? All right, if there's no discussion, we'll get this up for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-1.
Okay. Okay, so that is all the stuff that was asked to be pulled out separately from Part B from 7B. So the next motion is that the balance of business case 7B, the for consideration balance of the full core area plan, be approved. Who would like to move that? Mayor Holder, seconder. Need a seconder. Deputy Mayor Helmer, any discussion on the balance of B? So everything that we didn't already deal with. Okay, then I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 6-8.
Okay. So colleagues, if you recall, business case 8, we've referred to the end. We did that yesterday. Business case 9, we referred to the end. We did that today. So we are on business case 10A, which is HDC funding for affordable housing. So this is the part A of that business case. I would look for a mover on that. Councillor Lewis? Oh, not a mover. Councillor Sali is a mover. And a seconder? Oh, okay.
Sorry, Chair. No, I was trying to get your attention because Councillor Cassidy and I at least discussed this, and recognizing that our staff have some, there's a number of housing business cases here, and we've done this for other items. We just did it for the core area action plan. We've asked the clerk to prepare some wording for us, and we're just suggesting that we put all the housing business cases together, so we deal with them one after the other with HDC and LMCH, so that we can wrap our heads around all of our housing questions at the same time.
Okay, and you said you've prepared some language, and Councillor Cassidy is willing to second that? Okay. Just take us a minute to find that. As I'm sure you can imagine, we had a large number of motions that we were working through previously. just maybe if you could just articulate exactly what you're doing, and then I'll get that up.
Yes, and I know the clerks are looking for it, so I wonder if perhaps our staff could provide us an update from the budget modeling now that we've dealt with the core area action plan on where we are while the clerks are pulling that up. But it's basically moving, the intent is to put all the HDC and LMCH business cases together so that we're not dealing with them as a bulk group, but so that we're dealing with them one after the other. So I believe that's items 10A and B, 12, 18, 19, and 21. So we would deal with those in that order next.
Yeah, we're just, we have the wording up, we're just missing one that we're just gonna add in. And then we'll have that up. I want to address this motion first, and then I will deal with Mr. Murray's, your request about the model. Okay, I'll let Mr. Murray do that now while we finish just typing in the other components of that motion, because I want to make sure that it's covered everything. I want to get it on the screen before we deal with it. So, Mr. Murray, if you want to go ahead and give us an update on where we are.
Certainly through the chair. So based on the decisions that have been made, we have reduced the 2020 tax levy increase from 5.3% to 4.9%. And the other more significant change is the reduction in the average annual increase from 4.3 to 4.2%.
Okay, there you go. So I'm just gonna hold for a sec while we get the language up on the bringing forward all the housing business cases. It is moved and seconded, so I am gonna make sure we get the language up and it can be reviewed by the mover and seconder. So if you click current item now, it should be loaded in. The motion is to bring forward all those business cases that are listed in the motion. I just would like you to take a look and see if that's, those are the ones that you intended to bring forward. Okay, that is there any discussion on this? Okay. So this is not approval of them, this is just bringing them forward, and we would address all of these now in the order that they come up. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Van Holst? Closing the vote, the motion is passed 13-1.
Okay, I lost that one. I had an order I wanted to go through, but I take the will of committee. So we will do it in the order that was passed. So my intention here is to deal with all the housing cases. I would like to do, the only difference to what you see on the screen, and I believe this was the colleague's intention, was that we would do 10A and then 10B, like together, not, we had to add it in, it was missing, so, okay, good. So that brings up 10A. So HDC funding for affordable housing. Councillor Sally was trying to move that earlier. This is 10A. You're good to move it? Okay, seconder? Councillor Cassidy. Okay, so this is business case 10A, HDC funding for affordable housing. Any questions or debate? Councillor Squire.
This is what I've been saving my money for, is not my money, but the money that I have on my sheet of paper here. Don't quote me on that, please. It's already done. I need to know, I remember sitting here a long time ago, and the HDC stood up there and said, if you give us this, I think it was $4 million today, it's gonna go here, things are gonna happen, and people aren't feeling or seeing things happening. And we've changed our structure so that we have one board member. So how do we know, or how do I know, or how do my constituents know that this money is going to start creating affordable housing spaces? Because I think for the vast majority of people, having apartments in buildings that are just a little bit cheaper doesn't provide the solution. They want to see new units on board that are really going to be affordable units. So perhaps someone could address that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. You will recall in the last couple of weeks, you've received through the CAPS agenda the overview of the first housing quarterly report. And in that report, we identified a number of activities. What was missing from that report, and you subsequently received, was an overview of the projects that are the new affordable housing units that have been developed. And I'm going to pass this to Mr. Justizia to provide you with a quick overview of those units in the last little while, including an overview of what's happened with the money, the surplus money you gave to HDC.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, over the course of the last 3 years, you've made consistent investments in affordable housing, and I can go through the numbers. And over those same 3 years, our market has changed considerably as well. So the community dialogue related to housing affordability, I'm going to use it that way because I think when you switch it around to housing affordability, it's less about the program, it's more about what people are experiencing. The housing affordability for Londoners has also changed dramatically. So I could speak to the numbers of what we've been able to accomplish, where our investments are, but I think what that doesn't speak to is what else is going on within the broader context of housing and affordability for Londoners. So since, and you referenced through the chair, the additional $2 million, and that goes back to, I think, 2017, which didn't end up being $2 million, and those questions about that. However, you actually did something more important than the $2 million because what you did is you did allocations of land. And as we look forward to the future, the numbers and how we've structured affordability over the last 20 years that we've been running these programs is going to change dramatically. Even the projects that we're doing right now are going to be very different in the future because of the availability of land and because of material costs. So over the course of the last few years, as we talk about how many projects we start each year, it doesn't mean how many projects we end each year. So in the course of the next year, we will conclude 200 more units that will enter into stock, and then next year after that, we'll probably have another 100. And each year consistently, over the course of the last 3 years, we've created about 100 more new affordable units. And I say affordable units, meaning units at 70 and 80% of average market rents. And when we think about who those units are directed to, because of the work that we do in partnership with, you were down there a minute ago, that we do in cooperation with Housing Services and Homeless Prevention, the intent is that not only are we able to structure affordability within the building, but there may be ways of bringing other people into the building to create mix and to create deeper affordability. So sort of like you were just talking about with not being pillars, these are cogs that work together. I could speak to the number of units, but it also attaches to how we work with the partners in the community to get to depths of affordability and how we work to bring in other programs and municipal services, including the tools that you've approved. So I'll stop there. About 100 units per year in the course started. In the course of the next year, we'll have about 200 completed this in 2020, and probably another 100 in 2021.
I'm also interested in partnering with other organizations. And I have to tell you that one of the things I've heard from the community with regards to our housing in general is it's difficult, and this is what they say to me, it's difficult to partner. It's difficult to partner with us in doing something in terms of building a development. And I have to tell you that the people I hear about the most in terms of the work they do are the indwells. The people that are experts in this area that are building purposeful residential space, Habitat for Humanity, all of these organizations that have ways of building properties that are very, very effective. Homes Unlimited is another one. And I can't say that I'll be honest, I get a lot of positive feedback about working with the city, and I just want you to comment on that. I think it's really important, given that we're not contractors, that we help these people in the community, that we're providing them with funding, assistance, other than just showing them how to fill out a form, that will help these spaces get in the community.
Through the chair, I think the idea that it's complicated and it's not simple is absolutely correct. It's complicated and it's not simple. And that's not necessarily because development of affordable housing is complicated or HDC or the city is complicated. Development of multi-residential is complicated. And as we're getting into depths of affordability, and as you've talked so much already about supportive housing, those require very complicated strategies. So a big part of what we've done is we've made sure that we're partnering in with, whether it's homeless prevention or through homeless prevention with the health sector. These are not simple things to bring together, including the work that you've done over the course of the past few years on creating the toolbox that we need. And there's still a lot of those tools in the toolbox. I have no problem in taking in recognizing that it isn't easy and that sometimes it must feel like we're the part of it not being easy. What I also know is the difference in affordable housing when we're creating it is that it's not just about how much it costs to make. It's about making sure that the cash flow will work to actually create the building and that it will be continuously sustainable so that no one is ever coming back to council saying we need more money. The whole intent of the way affordable housing is built is that it is all based on that budget, business case, building structure, everything coming together. And that is complicated, especially when you add in the notion of supports. And so what we do is we help those partners, including the ones that you've talked about, but many others as well, navigate that system and then provide the funding and then cash flow that funding.
Okay, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we just recently passed an affordable housing CIP, and one of the things that did was provide loans for companies to get the upfront money necessary to build the project. Now, through you to Mr. Exesia, I think that the HDC performed a similar function for some of the projects that they've worked on. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the function of what we have done in the past, what we are doing now and in the future is going to continuously evolve. Yes, we've assisted where the CIP has assisted or will be assisting, but in a very different way. The way I would present to you is this way, is that the one resource that everything starts with is land. And the one resource as we go forward in the future that is going to be the hardest thing for the nonprofits especially to acquire is land. Up until now, the way the nonprofits have been able to acquire land for affordable development has generally been through either the direct participation and contribution of fundraising within their organizations or reaching out to organizations like the London Community Foundation who have been instrumental in some of the funding. So picture that as being that upfront funding, which very often either means that it's interest-bearing but it's more risk tolerant to working with a nonprofit versus the CIP, which comes in to actually incent the development. Now, the CIP to incent the development is getting it to shovel ready. So that program and that process will be different. Once you are shovel ready and you have a great work plan, you then need to be able to pay the permissions and the permits, which is where the CIP funding comes in. But it's also where the work that you're doing related to Bill 108 will come in, and the parameters that are going to be available through DC waiver. Everything that I just said has nothing to do with affordability. Everything that I just said has everything to do with making a project happen. The depth of affordability happens with the funding. So unless the funding is there to get to that depth of affordability, because what you're doing is you're reducing the carrying cost of the building. The more we reduce the carrying cost, the more units we get at deeper affordability. So yes, we cover off funding of the CIP, but what we do more than anything else is we stack funds. We've gone out to CMHC, we go out to the federal provincial funds that we administer on behalf of the city, and we bundle those together. So lots of different funding and a lot of different structure there.
Other speakers? Okay. So this is business case 10A. It's moved and seconded. There are no other speakers. I will open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, we'll move now to business case 10B, which is in the for consideration section. It's basically obviously linked to 10A. I'll look for a mover and a seconder on the 10B item. Moved by Councilor Lewis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Helmer. Discussion on 10B. Councilor Lewis.
So, through you, Chair, a comment and a question, because I definitely want to see us move ahead on the housing file. And the comment is that I'm a little concerned when I look through the business case for A and B combined. So, sorry I didn't raise this in A, but when we have a metric that says current new affordable bracket at or below market rents, colleagues, I'll be blunt, I'm not interested in units at market rent. That's not affordable to me. Sorry, that's on page 113. I see a couple of people shuffling through their books, the business case metric there, current new affordable at or below market rents. So that's a concern. And through you to our staff, the question on this is, Part B, administratively, or Part A was administratively prioritized, Part B was for consideration. And my concern is, will the money sit there, or do we have the capacity to actually deliver on the additional units that this funding indicates it will create if we approve these funds? Because I just don't want to see the money sit there. Can we actually realistically, with the needs we have, meet these numbers?
Ms. Stagersberry.
Through the chair, so yes, Part A was specifically to keep you at the 100 units that you have been creating with your $2 million investment over the last 13, 14, I guess 16 years. Part B is to increase it, indicating to you that in our housing stability plan that you approved back in December, we're looking at, we need 3,000 units a year. This is 150 total. We have to do it, and I would suggest to you that we have stakeholders in our community that want us to do this. One of the things that we should have said to you earlier is that as an organization, HTC helps community partners try to access other funds, including the federal funding, co-investment funding. And as an organization, the city, with its support from HTC, we've done very well with co-investment funding from the federal government in this community, to the point where we're reasonably well subscribed to it. So I think that there are agencies in this community that want to help us move this forward, developers and others, and I think we will move it forward as is defined.
Go ahead. Okay, and so just for clarification on, and I appreciate that, but on the metrics, the at or below market rents, could we just get some clarification there? Because I recognize that in some cases, we are assisting with buildings where there are market rents and then units that are below market rent in the same building. And I hope that we're not counting units that are market rent as part of our work on affordable housing.
If I could start through the chair, I just want to be clear that in any of the housing that's been developed over many years in this community, it is a combination of types of services and types of, I guess, subsidies. And so in some of the not-for-profits and even in the social housing providers that we've worked with, there have been market units in that. And the intention is to provide supports to people and not create only buildings with just subsidized units. It's to get that blend of types of things. I'll pass over to Mr. Stasizi to speak to the broader piece about market rents in general.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think you've also heard the context of market rent, at market rent, through different programs, including the bonusing under Section 37. So yeah. So within that context, we understand, and we've had great conversations with the social justice and the social advocacy community that I think has changed the dialogue on this a little bit of recent. And the reality is, we all know that we have a great need with people who have incomes that are much lower than that. But I implore council to note that we have a broad need of affordability. And some of it is visible and some of it is invisible. When we're talking about at market rent, let me just explain that current market rent for a one bedroom is $915. But I challenge anyone to try to find a unit at $915, because when we say market rent, we actually mean within the vacancy rates that currently exist, which is in one bedroom units around 1%, which means that there is no vacancy. If you were to go out and look for a one bedroom unit, or if you were to leave your one bedroom unit that is maybe $500 a month, it is re-renting on the north side of 1,000, and generally between 1,200 and 1,500. When we're putting units, and when you're approving units through bonusing at $915, we understand that that might not be where you see the depth of affordability. But we do that based on the pro forma and the function of the building to make sure that it's a win-win. But we're also doing that fully with an understanding that when we're talking about rent at $915, we're talking about people not being in core housing need who have incomes in the neighborhood of $35,000. The average income of Londoners right now, single, is $40,000. In other words, we've got a huge population of people, often working 2-3 jobs, looking for that unit that might be at $900. So the reality is that our definition of affordable housing is much broader. So I fully take on the challenge of how do we get to deeper affordabilities, and Ms. Dadersbeer was spot on. We try to balance and create cross-subsidization and create mix to get to that deeper affordability. But also, we need units right up to that. I'm going to use the singles, but we also need that in the two bedroom now just as much almost. We're talking about from affordable being at AMR, average market rent, down to probably 50% of average market rent. And we only get to that depth of affordability when we build and then partner in with allowances and supplements as well, especially with the support partners.
Great, that's very helpful. I appreciate that, those comments on that. And I'll just finish with a comment of my own, because I also want to say when I talk about, you know, when we see buildings with at-market rent and then below-market rent, I actually am really encouraged that those kind of developments happen, because I think mixed income buildings, mixed income neighborhoods are really the best way to do housing in the first place, so that we're not creating pockets of real extreme poverty, but instead we have mixed life experiences and mixed opportunities within buildings and within neighborhoods. So on the other side of that question, I just want you to know that I appreciate that that model is really the best way forward. Councillor Squire.
So just so I'm clear, the purpose of case B is to increase the number of affordable units hitting the market from 100 units per year to 150 units per year. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So my second question is, what is included in that 150 number? In other words, are all of those units that through bonusing are being made a certain percentage of market rent, are they included in the 150 units you're creating every year, or are they not included in that number?
Or above is generally not included in the number of units that we subsidize. The reason why those are in the building is to cross-subsidize the units. So we don't fund the units that are higher than average market rent, and nor do many of the government programs.
No, but my question was, are you including those type of units, like where a developer is building a building, and then we go in and say, look, will you build 10 units at 70% of market rent? Are they included in your 150?
So through the chair, those we have added on because there is no cost to the bonusing. So if you're speaking specifically to the bonusing units, we are able to do the bonusing units within existing staffing and within existing budgets. And because it's the offset is units for the height and density, we are not including cost in those units. So we are not funding bonus under Section 37 units at all. However, what we are able to do is, because council has advanced these kinds of strategies like Section 37 bonusing, we've been able to utilize that, and when we're talking to developers, they can actually leverage that for applications to federal funding, because bonusing under Section 37 is considered a municipal contribution, because what you're doing is you're doing an offset. So we are able to leverage that as a way of getting other federal funds in.
I'm going to support A and B because clearly constituents have identified to me affordable housing as a priority for the City of London. So I'll be supporting both parts. I continue to encourage the Housing Development Corporation to do two things. Do everything to build more units, obviously, but be very clear and transparent in your reporting to council in terms of telling us what are you accomplishing and how are you doing it. Because I still find that, for me, and perhaps I'm dense, but I find it difficult. I find it very difficult to understand exactly what the Housing Development Corporation on a monthly or 6-monthly basis is doing. And it's really important, at least to simplify language, to simplify what you're doing so that I'm more able to understand it. So I'm supportive of what you're doing. I would just like to understand it better.
Understood.
Thank you. I have Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do believe that even if an apartment was at average market rent, depending on the area it could be affordable. So an affordable unit in an expensive part of town might be the number that's the average market rent. You can confirm that, but let me ask the question I wanted. If I'm a person who moves into one of the affordable units that the HDC has helped create, can you tell me how my rent will go up? Rents are going to go up. What's it going to be like as the years go by?
Through the chair, subject to the program that the unit is created under and subject to whether or not it's done under partnership, generally any unit that is created under a contribution agreement with the city is held to whatever the current percentage of the average market rent is. So let's say the current average market rent is 915. The starting point for that unit, if it's an 80% unit, would be in the neighborhood of $750. The rent from that point can only go up by the Residential Tenancy Act amount to a maximum set. So the rents are then held so that even upon vacancy, the rent cannot jump beyond the allowable. And that is all done, it's all covered off within the contribution agreements. And then those contribution agreements are confirmed on a regular basis through Housing Services.
Okay, thank you. That's encouraging. Let me ask you a question just for a clarification. Should the property change hands, we've noticed that, which is something that's happening a lot. People are telling me, somebody new bought the place I was renting, kicked me out, and now it's renting for much more, and I can't find a home. What happens if the properties that we have helped with change hands?
Through the chair, all of the programs that we administer retain a security of tenure to the tenant, a sitting tenant, including at the completion of the contribution agreement. So even at the end of a contribution agreement, the sitting tenant would be allowed to retain their affordability and the rate of their rent. A sale of any property that is an affordable property is sold with the encumbrance. So we work very closely with the city's legal department so that any encumbrance goes with it. The only way that you can exit our agreement is to fully buy it out. And if we've incented a project for 50 years, the full value of that entire project is retained for the full, it's not graduated down for the full 50 years. So the project and the tenants are protected in the event of a sale.
Okay, thank you. So this program may be a little different than the average person in London thinks. We've got an HDC. I suppose they believe we're trying to build units as fast as possible, but in a way you're actually trying to spend your money to make them last as long as possible in terms of affordability. Is that a good way to describe it?
If you're, through the chair, if you're to think about how do you achieve value in the development, you achieve it a number of ways. One is how much money can we leverage in for the money that we have? So even to Councillor Squire's earlier question, when we're estimating the number, and the reason why it's complicated is because we don't necessarily get that number on every project. It's an investment downstream, almost like you do with industrial lands. However, whenever we're making those investments, we are trying to hold the number of units, the depth of affordability, the duration of affordability, the mix, and making sure all along that each of those buildings is sustainable through whatever costs they may incur. So the capital repairs that are needed, the need to be able to cover the mortgage is all built into that building, so they're never coming back for additional government funding.
Okay, well, that's also wise planning. Thank you very much. I thought I might have one more question. It slipped my mind. I'll turn this over to my colleague.
Okay, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps through you. In business case B, business case A is about maintaining our status quo, and business case B is about augmenting that. I was speaking with a constituent who actually raised a really interesting point, and most of our, with the exception of perhaps Habitat for Humanity, most of our initiatives are focused at rental housing. Do we have any opportunity or space to be able to invest in low market rate purchased housing, supportive mortgages, those kind of things, so that people that are working really hard at the edge of the poverty line are able to build equity rather than just continuing to rent and put their money into an operating expense rather than being able to amass some sort of property at the end of it?
Through the chair, there is opportunity for programs like that. And in fact, there's room for a lot of different programs. The challenge with those programs is being able to blend ownership within a rental market situation. The rent-to-own model struggles a little bit with existing government funding, sorry, through the chair, through some of the existing government programs related to affordability. And then the third part to that that becomes a little bit challenging is that right now the average home price in London is between $420,000 and $450,000, which means that when we're talking about at the edge of your affordability, when you're talking about the population that we have who are living in core housing need, you would need to have an income in the neighborhood of about $90,000 to be able to enter into the kind of program that you're talking about. So although we're always exploring those through housing services, and I can default to Ms. Datersbeer if there's anything further that you want to add to that. The reality is that we have a priority and a focus right now. And the priority and the focus has so many people in London living in core housing need that the notion of home ownership is so far away. Those circles, even just 5-6 years ago, used to overlap. They don't anymore. So although we continuously are exploring what are the different forms of programs, right now I can say that the ownership circle is pretty distant from the where the population that we've been prioritizing is. And again, that's just going with the work that we've got within our housing stability plan.
Any other speakers? 10B, Councillor Van Holst again, and then Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Sure, and just a question in terms of delivering these houses. Can you tell us or give us a little update on perhaps the HDC acquiring school properties or some of those other opportunities that has come up? And maybe again, just to remind us what opportunity the HDC provides us where as something that the city couldn't just provide as well, because it seems like some of the things you described the city could do, but maybe there's things that this core city as a corporation couldn't.
Through the chair, the thing that I think makes our work most unique is the ability to, is the work that we're actually getting into. So much of what we've done has been defined based on past programs. But as I said earlier, the greatest challenge that not-for-profits are going to have related to affordable housing development is going to be related to access to land. So a lot of the work that we are doing is related to accessing and readying lands for the purposes of advancing affordable housing. So when you look at our strategies, not only do we have the work that that has only been able to be advanced through the work that council did in the surplus asset policy, the sale of surplus lands, but also the school policy. So you're actually creating the policy framework for us to do some of this work. What we are trying to do through the board is then map out our commitments so that we are both funding existing projects and that we are also able to advance on commitments related to acquisition of lands. And then where we have acquired lands, such as the lands that were allocated a few years ago, is working as quickly as possible to get those lands zoned and ready for their maximum use for affordable housing. So what you're seeing right now, sort of like you did when we started as a municipality, the industrial land strategy, is there's a cycle that you haven't yet seen in full cycle, and I know that you're waiting for that cycle to hit, where lands are translated into places that people are living. That is absolutely part of our work.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I support this business case, and I think because they're similar amounts, I'm just going to point out that, we made a relatively small adjustment to the minor road budget earlier in our meeting, right? We reduced it by $800,000 on a $10.8 million budget, and that adjustment on its own covers the entire impact of what we're doing in B. So we can increase the affordable housing grant contributions by 42% by just making that small adjustment over in one part of the roads life cycle budget. And I think in terms of the priorities that we've got, I think this is a really important one. I think when I look back at the multi-year budget we had last time, not increasing the contributions to affordable housing, I think was a mistake in retrospect. We left them flat at $2 million. We had the one-time additional money, which I think was appropriate. But considering the need, I think this is a very appropriate increase. I know it's significant because it's going up by 42% over time, but I think it's the first part of what we need to do around housing affordability. I mean, this is not It's not gonna resolve the whole issue, it's just one little part.
Any other speakers? Okay, this is business case 10B. I will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1.
Okay, the next one that we're going to deal with in the housing space is business case number 12. This is LMHC infrastructure gap, 15.5 million, net levy 5 million. I look for a mover on this one. Councillor Lewis, seconder. Councillor Kaibaga. Discussion. Councillor Lewis.
I'll make this really short. Big dollar amount needs to be done.
Okay. Councillor Squire.
You know, we, through you, Mr. Chair, we've been here, some of us, for 5 years, and I remember we've initially received reports from exhausted-looking people in the gallery who were trying to manage the infrastructure gap of London Middlesex community housing. Now we have exhausted people who are helping us move forward with that. This is probably one of the most common things that I hear about is what's going on with London Middlesex community housing. You know, why aren't we dealing with the infrastructure gap? And we absolutely have to. It's a problem that we've taken this over and we've had to deal with this from past governments, but it's our responsibility and we have to do better, I think, by the people that are in that housing. It's absolutely our responsibility, so I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. Earlier, I think last year, we received a report from LMCH that identified a potential infrastructure gap of about $480 million, $450 million over the next 10 years. How does this reconcile with those needs? This seems to be a little short of that, recognizing we probably don't want to have significant impacts on the budget and we're trying to cushion it, but how do we square that?
Through the chair, thank you. And that your last comment is exactly it. We're trying to find a balance of in all the business cases that have come forward, trying to find a balance of building new, fixing existing, putting tools in place through the CIP, and also obviously supporting the work in the homeless prevention area. This is not obviously what you saw before, but to be quite frank, we're coming back with an asset management plan. We'll give you a better idea of exactly what we can, what we should be fixing. 400 million, in my opinion, and I'm not an expert in this, would have been all units perfect at a given time right away. And we're looking and taking a much more measured approach to this. And so what you see here is a combination of both an increase over the 2.2 million that's part of their operating budget that you have already indicated an approval for, but also asking them to do more work, which also requires a commitment both from staff and organizations in this community, including developers or maintenance people as well, to take on this work as well. So we're trying to find a balanced approach to this. We won't get to the 400 million, but that's everything brand new. And while we would like to have that reality, we're going to try to work moving forward. You'll also see the other business case that's associated with this case is involving access potentially to CMHC co-investment dollars. That's another way for us to get access to funding. An organization is only so large as to be able to do an amount of work, so we don't want to put too much work on this organization while it's trying to continue to move forward on fixing its existing units. So we're trying to find the balance in that.
Thank you. I appreciate the response. It sounds like some of the challenges with this will be those what you have identified there. But I think I'd heard once that the repair value to get to perfect condition isn't that far off what the total asset value is of LMHC properties, and that would be like a complete renewal of. But it sounds some of the discussions that had happened before was that there were opportunities to leverage some of those properties to help develop further and retain some of the value out, or grab some of the value out of those properties so that we could reinvest back into housing. I'd imagine that's what's coming forward in the report later on.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, where is the province? Are they in this? Could they be in this? Have they been in this?
Through the chair, what I would say to you is that the province divested the responsibility of housing to the municipalities. And in doing so, indicated to municipalities that it would be our responsibility to deliver housing, the social housing portion, especially that which was part of the original housing authority system. That doesn't keep us in any way from having discussions with the province about how to fix our units and how to support the fixing of it. Over the last 2 to 3 years, we've actually been able to access specifically 100% provincial dollars through the SHARP programs, the SHAPE programs, so social housing asset repair programs. We have had investments of 100% provincial dollars. For things like accessibility, for energy efficiency, and I can certainly show you that as part of the operating budget that's already gone forward. But at this point in time, when we start to look for additional dollars to help with repairs, we would need to make a special request to the province to do that, and I'm happy to take council's direction on that as well.
Because clearly, this issue is far bigger than our little municipal budget. When you're talking dollars in the neighborhood of 400 million, it's a tsunami for the poor little property taxpayer here in London. We can't do this alone. It's simple as that. But with regard to the $5 million ask, do we have parameters in place to ensure that that is being spent efficiently to address this infrastructure, the gap?
Through the chair, I'll speak both as the board and as the managing director. The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment, and I didn't want to make a comment at first because I realized that I'm preaching to the choir here. Many people on this council do support housing and putting the funding in housing. And many people actually campaigned on housing, and as we realize, it is a huge issue in our city. We do know that more than 70,000 people in London live in the poverty lines, and I was reading actually in the business case as and this is really sad actually, because the province is supposed to be supporting us in this. The federal government is supposed to be supporting us in this. And there are works ongoing works to get the federal government to support us. But this is something that should have been done a long time ago. In the business case, it mentions that since 1978, there has been no new public housing built. It's mind-blowing, and I understand that it's frustrating to a lot of people who would rather see the province take, more initiative to support this. But at the end of the day, the people who are affected is us. It affects our budget, it affects our community, and every other initiative that we want to undertake as a city. When the province is absent, we have to take the initiative to do something. And I campaigned on housing. This is something that is really important to me. I've needed this housing before. I grew up in housing, and I understand that something needs to be done like yesterday. So I understand the frustration where I'm equally frustrated that we have to take on, as a municipality, we have to take on housing. And it continues to be downloaded on, many things continue to be downloaded onto us, but this is an area in which affects our budget, affects every single thing we do in our city. And I would continue to encourage, and I know I'm preaching to the choir because many people in this room do believe in housing and want to fund housing. So there's not a lot of people need to be converted on this. But I just thought that I'd make that comment because we're gonna keep mentioning how the province should be doing their part to support housing. But we, as municipality, we have to do our part to take care of our community in the absence of the provincial funding. I'm happy to support this. I'm looking forward to, and it's not even the greatest outcome of what we would like to see and where we would like to see the housing in London move forward and be funded and be supported. There's definitely a lot of room to do more, but this is more than, this has to be supported and we have to move forward with this. Thank you. And thank you to the staff and thank you for everyone who's been working hard in these really difficult conditions. And I look forward to seeing how this is gonna all work together.
I have Councillor Hopkins and then myself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I think not supporting this is a really something that I can't even contemplate being on the board for a number of years. One of the things I learned being on the board is the need in our buildings. And we just had a conversation about affordable housing with HDC. And this is where, when we look at community housing or social housing, how different it is. Because the money that goes into a housing not only maintains the stock, so we're only looking at 5 million, we heard we need 480 million, but we're also supporting the most vulnerable in our area and responding to tenants' concerns. So the amount of money, we can't do it with this small amount of money, but it is a start. We're finally putting something into it. And I know staff mentioned that there's an assessment management plan coming forward. I wonder if, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could sort of ask when we can expect that, because I know we are looking at aging buildings, increasing our stock, there's so much work to be done. I think that information coming back to us is very important.
Ms. Beer?
Through the chair, the plan is being worked on currently. It's being worked on in partnership with our colleagues here at the city. And you will see that plan, I'm going to say in the spring. It's going to come to the board first, the LMCH board, and then you will see it at some point in time this spring.
Councillor?
Thank you. I think that's really important to get that management plan back, because we are going to be looking at a number of issues within our building, our aging building, and then supporting the most vulnerable. I think we have many, many challenges ahead of us. This is just a little drop in the bucket as we move forward. It is something. I'm glad that there is a plan for this. I also know there's funding asks that are being asked of the government as well. If we can have a little bit of an update, or are we looking at increasing our funding asks? I sort of want to know a little bit more where we've been with the funding and where we're going with the funding for our buildings.
Ms. Beer?
Through the chair, I think you're talking about the request for federal funding. So it comes as part of a business case that we can talk about. It is here for you to consider as well. So we continue to work, and our staff are here, and they can speak to it more directly if you've got specific questions about it. But we continue to work with our federal colleagues as part of the co-investment dollars, the repair and renewed opportunities. And we're hoping to be able to get to a spot where we'll get at least an agreement with the federal government about funding. We're still in the midst of it at this point in time.
I know there'll be more conversation going forward with that, so thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call on the cool councillor, Councillor Morgan.
Uncool, no, that's been determined. Phil says semi-cool, I'm not sure what that means. I remember sitting in council chambers last term, and we were on the verge of potentially deferring having our London Middlesex Housing Corporation speak, because there's a lot of other things on the agenda. And at that time, I said we really need to hear from them. This is a crisis. And I realized that was at the time seemed like an inflammatory tone. And council ended up hearing the delegation, and that was where we first heard the number about the size of the repair bill and the condition of the assets that they had. It was the first time we'd heard about the results of the report that the board had commissioned on the state of their assets. And it was 200 and some odd million. It was a very big number, which we all know that number is much larger now because the assets continue to deteriorate. So this business case, and I think Ms. Dadersbeer spoke well, is the right amount of money to start to address that at a pace that the Housing Corporation can handle and make very effective use of. And when you look at the actual business case, you can see, although we don't approve the next multi-year budget until the next term of council, you can see that money ramps up over time, because getting a hold of the condition of these assets is not just a short-term investment, but a long-term investment that's going to need more money over time. And during that time, I hope our lobby efforts are successful in the way that the National Housing Strategy is deployed, and we're able to get a lot more money into the city from other levels of government to help with that. But what you see here is a plan of the municipality trying to take control and do what it can with its housing assets and make the improvements we need to make. So I'm very supportive of this business case. I think it's well-paced, it's well thought out, and it really sets us on the path of starting to tackle this issue. I do have a question for our staff about the business case, and that's in the capital expenditure components where we're drawing down from reserve funds. In that component, it talks about the county's contribution to the capital component. And my curiosity is, I see we're drawing from reserve fund. How does the county, do they have their own reserve fund that they draw from, or is that something that they deal with in their own budgets?
Ms. Davis-Beer?
Through the chair, as the notes in the budget identify, it's part of the apportionment agreement. I actually do not know. I maybe would defer to the treasurer or Mr. Murray to speak to whether or not they have it in a reserve fund or they make it as part of their operating budget. I believe it's the latter, but I will defer to them.
Ms. Barbone, do you want to take that?
Yes, through the chair. So the cost sharing is based on the apportionment agreements that we have with them. So on an annual basis, they pay a portion of the operating and then would pay a portion of the capital funds that, if there is anything there based on the agreement to apportion, would come through. So this is the contribution for our share into the reserve fund, and then the capital projects would then draw down through that funding source, and anything would be apportioned based on costs accordingly based on actuals each year.
I get, the reason why I'm raising this is, again, I'm very supportive of the business case, is we're going to talk about land ambulance later, and we're going to talk about the county being responsible for that and the way that we flow information back and forth. And in this particular case, we're in charge of the asset, and there's an apportionment agreement. And as we ramp this up over time, particularly in the 2024 to 2029 timeframe, I think our engagement with our county partners on this is going to be a really critical component of, funding this asset. Because as we ramp up our component of it, I mean, there's, their contribution under the apportionment agreement is going to go up as well. So I think that this is a really great example of, we're seeking something on one side, and this is an example for us to really, engage with them on an asset, a housing asset that is partly funded by them, and an opportunity for us to, get back together in partnership. And I know our staff will do a great job with that. I just wanted to outline it, particularly with the magnitudes of the investments that are going to be required as we move beyond this multi-year budget into the next one. So again, I'm supportive of the business case, and I just draw attention to that aspect of it too.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, so I want to say that Councillor Kaibang is absolutely correct. We need to move forward with this, whether or not we're getting support from upper levels of government. However, I think that there may be some support we can get from our own city. I know that we've had, and this may be slightly different in terms of the capital, but we've got tradespeople who would be willing to help out. I know we could have a program where people come and work on units, repairing units on the weekends. I have those skills. I'd be happy to come out. I know there's people much more qualified than me that would be willing to do so too. I believe that a program like that could get things moving as well. So people in London recognize that there's a challenge here, and they want to meet that challenge. My question through the chair to our staff too is we talked about that this amount of investment can't make everything brand new, but I believe there are things that do need to be brand new, and will some of those things be happening?
Through the chair, I do want to be clear that when the Housing Corporation looks to repair or fix its units, it does the best it can, and it would obviously want to do the best it can to make sure that the unit is as repaired and as brand new as possible. When I talk about brand new, we're not, we're repairing the urgent things that need to be repaired and ensuring that the unit meets a standard for which any tenant in our community would want to access. In terms of accessing services from other stakeholders in the community, I want to share that LMCH uses both their own staff and also contracted staff to do the work in all of the units. And so where we have seen partnerships already, whether it's with Fanshawe or a potential partnership with the Lennon Home Builders Association, we are looking to other ways to access supports in this community to get units fixed. As you can imagine, there are risks involved of having people qualified, and I'm not suggesting you're not qualified, Councillor, but we, as an employer, need to ensure that we have addressed all the proper risks and have the proper insurances in place as well.
Thank you. So, and a little more, perhaps I'll be a little more specific in my last question. Are we looking at taking down some of the properties and using the land? I know I see that we have some properties that are very dilapidated on very quality land. So, and maybe I'll just rephrase that based on your expression through you, Mr. Chair. We've got some properties that seem to be reaching the end of their useful life, and they sit on pieces of land where new properties like those described by Mr. Gastizia would be great locations. Are we planning any of those kinds of transformations?
Through the chair, it is clear that our units are aging, and you will see as part of the business case on regeneration, there is a plan to move forward to regenerate units, and including possibly creating new ones, different density as well.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
I have Councillor Lewis, and then I have no one else on the speakers list. Deputy Mayor Helmer and Councillor Squire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I just want to assure my colleague to the right that I similarly offered to help put up drywall at East Lyons Community Centre, and Mr. Stafford wouldn't let me do that either, so don't take anything Ms. Daters-Beer said about your assistance the wrong way.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that we're really moving ahead in a significant way in terms of the capital funding for community housing. A lot of residents in my ward live in community housing, and we've heard lots, and I'm not going to get into the details, about all the challenges that are being faced by the buildings, the conditions of the buildings. This is a pretty significant step forward. It wasn't really until 2017, I think, that we really started to increase the funding for this sort of thing at all. You know, the capital budget for community housing was $2,208,000 in 2008. That's as far as I went back to see, you know, what the capital funding was. That is the base level it was at when I was elected to council. And we made some changes in last term of council. We increased it. We pulled down some money to help with building and maintenance. And very importantly, and it's mentioned in the business case, and this is what I really want to dwell on, in 2018, we had $500,000 in assessment growth that was allocated to London Middlesex community housing. In 2019, we had $500,000 incremental assessment growth. And that essentially is the plan for this foreseeable future, is that we can try and carve out $500,000 incremental assessment growth to this reserve fund. So in addition to the business case that is in front of us, which I support, there's also, like, you know, that's $5 million in the period of the multi-year budget. It's just from the assessment growth components that I just mentioned. Then there's another 20-something million on top of that in the rest of the forecast that we're dealing with in this one. So that's actually more than what's in front of us in the budget business case right now. And I think that is what is required, is making maximum use of all the things that we have available in terms of sources of financing, put the appropriate amount on what is, you know, growth related, put the appropriate amount into increasing the capital funding generally for community housing, and then going to the province and the federal government for the rest, because there's lots left. Even after this is about $75 million in the 10-year period. The need is much greater than that. So we are going to need help And there's lots to do here. They started as provincial assets, and certainly I hope the province is going to join us in renewing them, because they're really important community assets. This is the biggest step forward we've taken in, I don't know, 20 years on community housing, so I hope it's unanimously supported.
Councillor Squire.
I did want to, through you, I didn't want my comments in support of this to be taken as a statement that I support or think this is a great way to move forward with housing in the City of London. There's a fundamental challenge with the housing, which is the costs far outstrip the revenue. In other words, the rents are very low and the costs of operating the buildings and maintaining them are very high. So it creates a massive subsidy of operating costs of the buildings, and it's leading to a spiral. So, you know, I appreciate we have an absolute responsibility in this area. It's not a recent provincial download. It's from years ago, and it is our responsibility, but I don't view this type of housing, this type of structure as the future of housing. You know, I think people who live in London community housing, we should present them with the opportunity to advance in housing. I think that is the future, providing better housing, better options for people than what we're seeing right now. So I think there's a better way, and I hope we accept this responsibility, but continue to find those better ways.
Councillor Lehman, you're up.
Apologize. There was a concern earlier this year about vacancies, too many units not being available to assist with the homeless or people on the waiting list, which we have a massive list. I know we're making steps in reducing the amount of vacant units. Will this funding accelerate the progress we're making on that front?
Through the chair, and I want to reflect on the fact that we do have staff here from LMCH, and so I'll start, and if they want to add, I would certainly encourage them to do that. This work, the funding that's indicated here is to support repairs. We have obviously the operating budget, which you've already looked at and given your concurrence to, helps to address repairs, ongoing repairs, but this will help to even do more repairs. While they are perhaps two different processes, filling vacancies versus fixing units. They are obviously tied together. A unit needs to be fixed in order for you to be able to offer it moving forward. The quicker we can get units fixed and the more money we have to do that and fix them to a better level, that obviously supports our vacancy initiatives. The organization, from my observations over the last number of months, has been focused very much about fixing the units to get vacancies filled, whether that's through the development of supportive housing initiatives or actually from addressing issues like pest and other issues. I think this money is intended to address the bigger issues that units need to be that need to happen for the units to be repaired, and it's a longer, broader piece moving forward. It's a little bit about recycling and moving the entire portfolio of units forward. It is obviously tied to vacancy as well.
Other speakers? Okay. If not, this is business case number 12, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Kaibaga. I will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, colleagues, I want to share a couple of points with you at the moment. So the pace has not been really quick today. I mean, we've dealt with really important stuff. We've had really important debate, and I want to address a couple of things related to that. Well, the first is a couple of people have asked me why I'm not enforcing a 5-minute rule. That's because the budget debate's really important. I have no intention of stopping colleagues from speaking on these important issues. Also, I can't really stop them from breaking up their comments into sub-5-minute chunks and speaking as many times as they like, and some colleagues feel the need to weigh in multiple times. So from my position as chair, I'm going to continue to roll through the budget in the way that I have with respect to allowing colleagues to speak on these items in the way that they have. The second is we need to have some more time for the budget debates. Because what I don't want to do is need to add more time after the 14th. The challenge with that is we start to compress the schedule into the reporting structure that the clerks need to pull all the budget stuff together for council. Pushing the meeting back in March, given that there's March break and other commitments, is difficult unless we push it really far back. So the options that we have before us is, option one is, let's keep going now. And we can continue to work through a number of these business cases tonight. When we look at the Monday and Tuesday options next week, there are multiple councillors with Monday and Wednesday nights, multiple councillors with multiple commitments, either budget ward meetings or other items. So that would be difficult to call a meeting where I would be requiring a number of colleagues to miss what is budget-related consultations. So my preference is to continue working now. We'll get a bunch done, and then we ideally can put ourselves in a position to finish in the last remaining 2 days. Again, it's a function of the debate and how long it takes over those 2 days, but in the opinion of the treasurer, the clerks, and myself, the pace we're going, we're really gonna be compressed to finish in the amount of time we have unless things change. So I said I wouldn't start a new item after 4:15, but I wanna see if there's any objections to continuing on now. There's an objection, okay. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a part-time counselor, which means I work here and I also have a law practice that during this time is full-time, basically. I've never been busier in my law practice than I am at this moment. It's just too, and I'm gonna be frank with you, it's too much to ask of me. It's too much to ask of my family, to just say, hey, just stay Friday night. You know, my wife and I are supposed to have dinner tonight. We haven't been out and so I just think it's, to just foist it on us like this, I'm not really very happy about this request. I booked off 4 full days from work, Thursdays and Fridays. I make everything. And now it's just like, oh, I'll stay here for a while. No, I'm not for that.
Councillor, I'm not suggesting that, and I think, I mean, all of us have other commitments. I've basically using vacation days and burning through them to do the budget process. I think we all understand the sacrifices we're making for this. I'm asking because I'm trying to address a problem. If there's objection to it, we don't have to continue today. I'm just providing some options. So, Councillor Van Holst.
Just looking for a little more specificity, Mr. Chair. Are you suggesting that we continue until 6, which was sort of the time we blocked off, or past that?
I was open to suggestions. It sounds like councillors would like to end today, but I do believe we might want to schedule some extra time to make sure we get through. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
In the interest of moving things along, I'm going to suggest that we recess this meeting at 5 o'clock and that we continue until then. I'll see if there's a seconder for that.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Cassidy to recess the meeting at 5 today. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to put that on the screen for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 10-3.
Okay, given that, the next item that is on the agenda is business case number 18. LMHC co-investment with CMHC 2022 to 2023. Do I have a mover for that one? Councillor Kaibaga, seconder, Councillor Lewis. I think you two did that last one the opposite way. Discussion. Councillor Lewis, and I'll start a speakers list. I'm essentially going to ask our staff through you the same question I asked earlier. This one was not administratively prioritized. If we go ahead with this, what's our capacity to actually deliver? I mean, I heard earlier, we want to be careful about how much we put on LMCH at one time. So I'm happy to put more dollars into housing. I just want to know, can we effectively use these in the manner that we've had laid out here in the budget?
Through the chair, as you'll see in this business case as well as the other business cases, we've actually tried to identify that there are staffing implications of doing this much work. So we've added that you'll see staffing requests in this business case. This business case is, and our colleagues, Ms. McKenzie, Mr. Van de Velde, and Ms. Benluz are here from LMCH and can jump in at any time. This is a business case that we're moving forward because we have an opportunity to access funding from the federal government through the Co-Investment Fund. And our federal colleagues at CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, we are working with them in collaboration with the city staff to try to advance to a spot where we can try to access through a partial portfolio approach. To answer your question, Councillor, I think it's important for us to identify to the federal government that we want to access these dollars. And I think that in doing that, we would want to try as best as we can to ensure that we have the capacity within the organization to do that. We're asking for the dollars and your support for those dollars at this point in time, and then we will need to go and look at how we will ensure the capacity is there within the organization.
Go ahead. Great. I just wanted to confirm that. You know, on our last business case, I think Councillor Kaibaga mentioned that we need to go after provincial and federal dollars wherever they're available. Let's go get those federal dollars. Other speakers? Sorry, okay, I have no other speakers on this particular one. This is the business case number 19. Or sorry, 18, the LMHC co-investment with CMHC. I'm going to open it for voting.
Councillor Van Holst. Closing the vote, the motion's carried 13-1.
Okay, business case number 19 is the LMCH operating staffing and security. I look for a mover and a seconder on that one. I'm going to go to new people, Hopkins and Hillier. Discussion. Lewis. Councillor Lewis. So this one is important to me because back in, wow, now I'm going to have to, now I've lost my calendar date, but back in November, I believe it was, LMCH helped me host a little gathering with folks at 632 Hale, which is one of the buildings in my ward that is in the LMCH portfolio. Security was a big concern for them. It's a building with primarily older residents, a lot of single individuals, a lot of single women in their retirement years. They're dealing with issues of people, understandably, trying to escape the cold and sleeping in the stairwells. One particular story they shared with me was about being terrified of a person who was in the stairwell and bloody rags and needles, and turns out that the person that they were, you know, terribly afraid of was a 15-year-old with some addiction and mental health challenges who had just come in to get out of the cold. They didn't know what to do.
So the residents, they called the police. And part of the discussion was, you know, if there was somebody in the building who was doing a regular beat, or even somebody who was just doing a bit of a security job in the East End, in buildings in general, that they could have called and said, we're not sure what to do here. That would have been their preferred route. And I think that when we look at staffing and security here, and I know that this will take time and it will, you know, it's not gonna solve all of these problems overnight, and it still wasn't gonna address that young man's problem in terms of needing help elsewhere. But having that opportunity to have someone, a regular face, not just whatever police officer happens to respond to the call, but having that interim step, somebody they're comfortable with, somebody they know, somebody who they can talk to about all the building's security issues, would really make them feel more comfortable living in a public housing building. And so I see this as having a dual benefit. Not only will it make our residents feel safer, not only will it provide individuals who can help on site that they're familiar with, but I feel like if we take a look at what's happened in Toronto and other communities where housing development corporations and public housing providers have implemented sort of community security options, I think it'll also reduce pressure on our police forces. Not that it'll be two-tiered policing, but it'll have somebody in between who can triage between what is a police call and what's not a police call. And I think that there's a tremendous benefit to the community, to the residents of the buildings, and to the organization to have that. So I'm really, really supportive of this business case, and hope colleagues will share their support for it as well.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I echo Councillor Lewis's comments. Myself in my previous career as a paramedic often attended to London Middlesex Housing Corporation buildings, and there was significant security challenges in there. Many of you probably learned in school about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the base of that is physiological needs such as food, water, warmth, and rest. The second is security, the need to feel safe where you live. And those are considered the basic needs of people. And if we can't attend to those as the landlord, then I think we've abdicated our duties, especially in the housing space. So often as a paramedic, we'd attend to calls and we wouldn't go without police. And that was hard. That was hard to do. But often it was, there were risks involved. And for anybody entering the building to feel that way, imagine people living in the building to feel that way every day, to have extra deadbolts on their doors, having some form of defense just around the corner of their door, like a baseball bat or something like that. To live in fear every day, I can't even fathom. And as Councillor Lewis held ward meetings in a building in his neighborhood during the campaign, I canvassed through a number and had a chance to talk with residents one-on-one and hear the concerns, and this was very high on their list. So I really hope we just pass this and we don't need much further debate.
I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Thank you, and I'm sure there won't be too much debate here, and really encourage my colleagues to support this. One of the things the London Middlesex Community Housing did the past number of years is come up with a strategic plan, and the big focus on that was responding to the concerns of the tenants. And we knew through that strategic plan, we needed staff, we needed people to make that happen. So this is a great opportunity to make that happen. The security side, I can't imagine living in fear, and there are people that do live in fear in our buildings, and they need that security, and this is so needed. The extra money for the education, the different types of security, the digital parts, there's many opportunities here. It's just not placing a security guard, but it's a great opportunity to secure our buildings, keep our people safe, and so supportive.
Any other speakers? Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of questions. I'm not sure if anyone can answer this to me. Do we know who when the current contract or the security provider would expire, or who currently provides any security in those areas? And as well as just kind of a high level of kind of some of the challenges that are faced today. What are they kind of typically enforcing? Are they enforcing the Trespass Act? Thank you, through the chair.
Through you, Chair. Sorry, speaking to the microphone. Currently, we don't have a contract with a security company. I have hired security independently to work at some of our most critical buildings, 580 Dundas, 241 Simcoe, the Warncliffe buildings, but they do that just on a monthly basis for me, and that's in response to need. A lot of the work that we're still doing is with Foot Patrol, coming into our buildings, and as well, we partner with the police. We do a lot of work with the community-oriented response team. We run programs and they do a lot of work in our communities. So this initiative is quite new, and it's not to replace fully licensed security guards. This is more of a community response. It's about similar to the Salvation Army model, where it's a warm handoff. It's trying to assist. We have a lot of police calls to our highest acuity buildings. I think we average about 2.3 per unit right now. So it's trying to defer some of those calls from the police, because as I believe it was Councillor Lewis indicated, most of those are for non-criminal events that shouldn't involve police anyway. So we're hoping that we can help to alleviate some of that through this initiative.
Go ahead.
And through the chair, can you tell me if what was the kind of engagement process or the consultation with the residents and the stakeholders to say, we want to bring this forward specifically? I'm asking about the security, bringing those personnel, because I could appreciate that not everyone is going to be on board with this, and not everyone's going to necessarily agree with this. Yeah, I recognize that there's a lot of people who might want it, but there's also going to be a lot of people who don't want it. So tell me about what you've done with the outreach and kind of what your next steps are if this passes.
Certainly. In the previous year, through you, Mr. Chair, excuse me. In the previous year, we conducted a tenant survey and got feedback, and one of the highest priorities they all identified was a sense of security or a need for security in their buildings. This is not meant to have security guards standing at the front entrance to each building. That's not what the intention is here. We are trying to do some of that work at some of the higher acuity buildings through other means. We are starting a program called Digital Concierge with a company called Live Patrol, which will do some of that at Simcoe Street and Dundas in this coming year. So I don't know that the tenants in some of the buildings will feel an impact. You know, there are some buildings out in Byron, for example, where they are less concerned about security. They won't feel an impact with this additional program. And we have also, in the higher acuity buildings, we've gone out and we've had tenant engagement meetings where we've talked about the levels of security that they would like to see added to their buildings, and they are fully on board.
And just, I guess, a comment or question. So I know in many communities where we talk about, and I think what kind of Councillor Lewis was maybe alluding to was special constables in Toronto Housing Corporation, those kind of models. And I recognize where he's coming from, but you know, I want to very much be mindful that there's some challenges that do come with, you know, security or special constables in certain communities. And it could have a negative impact at times, whether it's specific legislations and specifically Trespass Act, and then people feeling as if they're not coming to a welcoming neighborhood and always feeling as if sometimes they have to deal with security, and sometimes that could lead to other incidents and sometimes issues and challenges. So I just wanted to, you know, if I do support this, to really kind of set the stage that to know and have the confidence that there's going to be a significant amount of work to recognize that some of those challenges that could come down the road. So I just wanted to see if you had any comment on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would still continue to use the London Police Services for the enforcement of any of the no trespass. That wouldn't be done through these staff. And as we start to roll these programs out, obviously we'll continue to engage with the community on a regular basis to make sure that if there are concerns, that they are raising them with our community development and community outreach staff so that we can address them appropriately.
And sorry, and apologize colleagues for the amount of questions, but this is a significant ask that I think I need to really get my head around. And the last question I had was, you kind of touched on it, where you talked about the digital concierge. Is there a little bit more that you could elaborate in a year from now, what this security complement would look like across the city, or in addition to what you've already said? I know you talked about the digital concierge. I see that there's a portion that's related to ITS. Is there any other physical security elements? Because I know people were asking me, are they going to be trying to introduce cameras into the residents or to the properties and things like that? So I just want to really have a full picture of what this is going to look like if I show up next year to one of your units.
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Chair, it's going to look different, Councillor, depending on which building you're at. Currently at some of the higher acuity buildings, we are still working to create a stronger fob system, so that's an electronic access system. We are upgrading cabling to be able to restrict floors that individuals can get to if they're not fobbed, or to allow them to have access to that. We are in the process of installing cameras on some of the family sites. We had, I think, received some additional funding from council over the last few years for lighting and upgrades at the family sites. So that is continuing to happen on all of the properties. It's hard to provide one solid answer because each site is going to look a little bit different, right? Some of the intention is still to have the majority of the sites be welcoming to individuals. If you're coming to see a family member, you're going to still be welcome into the site. It's not to create a sense of confinement or a prison. That's not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to give tenants the safety that they are asking for.
Thank you. And I guess my last comment is, this one is definitely not just straightforward for me to really support, because many of us around this horseshoe have lived in public housing, and sometimes it could be a challenge where you want to feel there's an environment that really is inviting, and it's a balance between security cameras and all those pieces, doors, fobs, and it really kind of has a toll on young people growing up, and I really want to be mindful of that. I am building some confidence with the representatives as they kind of really said kind of what their intent is and what they're trying to achieve. But I just wanted, from a year from now, that we really assure that, because once it goes to the LMHC, it's really up to them how they operationalize it. And I just wanted them to at least know where I stand on this and to really ensure that this is a place where everyone feels welcome and people don't feel as if they're in, confined space, as it was kind of mentioned earlier. So I'll listen and continue to the debate, but I will stress and I will continue to visit LMHC properties and see my friends. And if things do arise that I feel are sometimes a little too much, then you might hear from me down the road.
Okay, and I apologize. Ms. Daters-Bear was trying to get my attention at one point, but Mr. Murray's good-looking beard was in my way, so he's giving me the thumbs up. So I think, Ms. Daters-Bear, you want me to go to the gallery, okay?
I'll just start this by saying, I think, to your point, Councillor, through the chair, it's important for us, and it's been important, I think, for LMCH over many, many years to find the balance in terms of providing security while concurrently providing supports that have existed at the organization through community relations and community development. I'm just going to ask Ms. McKenzie to speak to the work that she does and leads around community relations and how this request also includes additional supports in that regard.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. This plan does see the increased number of community relations workers going from a current contingent of 6 up to 12. It's the majority would be coming in the first year, but it is slightly staggered. The community relations workers have split portfolios right now. So it's 6 staff that are trying to cope with almost 5,000 tenants. So the ratio is unmanageable. We are trying to get it down and be able to have CRWs full-time in the highest acuity buildings, so Simcoe, Dundas, the Warncliffs, likely Walnut Street as well. I think that will offset hopefully some of your concern, Councillor Saleh, with regard to the sense of community. We do have community development workers. The hope is that we're going to be able to continue to expand in that area as well, to start to help develop a larger sense of community for the tenants. I think that's equally important. But it's not just about that piece, it's the community relations workers do so much work around trying to stabilize tenants and create a sense of home. And so we're hoping that we'll also be able to start to see a decrease in tenant move-outs, a decrease in the vacancies, because people will want to stay.
Okay, I have Councillor Van Meerbergen and Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify. So obviously, there's two components to this ask: operating, staffing, and security. What type of operating staffing are we looking at?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The total ask for staffing and security is 25.
Okay, so in terms of the operating staff, what is contemplated by that? What constitutes the operating staff in this ask?
Through the chair. We've prioritized a few different sections of adding operating staff. That starts with security, obviously. Andrea already spoke to community relation workers. We're also looking to add maintenance and repair and some additional support over in IT and IT structures.
Okay, so in terms of operating staff, would that be about, I'm trying to glean it from the numbers here, but is that about half the ask and then security is the other half, or?
Security numbers currently rest at 4. The remainder, 21, is on the operational side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other speakers? Councillor Helmer, Councillor Kaibaga waved me off, so Councillor Helmer, or Deputy Mayor Helmer, you're next.
I just want to say there's a lot of important information in this case, and I want to recognize that there were some tenants who came to the public participation meeting to specifically talk about the need for security and more staff in the buildings, and I want to thank them for doing that. The line in the business case that really resonated with me was that in 1998, when the social housing system was devolved down to municipalities, the staffing level is twice as high as it is now, right? So we have half as many staff looking after the same number of units and frankly, a higher needs population. So, you know, it's down to 67.6 FTEs, and it's noted that that's about half of what it was. So, you know, we're talking about increasing the staffing complement by about 37% over the course of this 4-year budget. And I think it's actually a very significant move to respond to what is happening in the buildings. I think it's great that it's focused, so the security things are going to be focused where the biggest issues are and not, you know, spread around everywhere the same way. I think the operating staff, like it's 80% operating staff, I think that's the critically important piece in this business case. The security part is wonderful too, but I think the operating staff is really, really significant. I know this is a big impact. It's a lot to put on the tax levy, but it's, I think, really important, a major priority for us. So I'm going to support it for sure.
That's all the speakers I have. Okay, this has been moved and seconded. We'll open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14-0.
So the next one is business case 21. This is in the cases for consideration. It's the regeneration of public housing business case. I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Kaibaga, Councillor Lewis. They're the most active movers and seconders at the quick on the draw. Discussion on this. Councillor Lewis.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'll just ask our staff, through you, Chair, again, to speak to the capacity to deliver here with the dollars that we're looking at, because this wasn't one that was administratively prioritized, but I think is still pretty important.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So this is a business case that involves the work of our Housing Services Division, our city staff divisions in finance and planning, but also the work of LMCH and HDC. You will know, having been part of the previous budget and strategy had the request to put funding in for this initiative, and we're moving it forward now. Some of the work that you will see over 2020, 2021, and 2022 really are about developing the plan for this. When you start to think about how we would be looking at regenerating units, in addition to the reality of changing the situation with units, taking down units and creating new ones, those units currently are full of tenants. Tenants live in those units, those are their homes. And so part of this strategy not only involves developing and identifying the sites that we would do regeneration on, but obviously developing a significant engagement plan with tenants, a process by which we'd be looking to move them to other units in order to have vacant access to their current units. So much of this work over the next couple of years for sure involves that planning, and you see that reflected there. Moving forward, we've staged it out into 2022 and 2023, and that's when some of the work will really start to begin. I can tell you, as the board of both organizations, I have recently received some information from the stakeholders together about the plan moving forward, and I'm pleased to see that this will be a measured and appropriate approach, which will be quite built on tenant engagement, because that's the biggest piece of this as well.
Great, that's very helpful. I just want to ask one other question on this with regard to, and you alluded to it with the tenant impact. So when we're, obviously, especially when we're talking about asking families to relocate so that we can regenerate a unit, you know, it's not just that they're leaving their home, they're often, you know, potentially being relocated in a way that might see their children change school boundaries, those kind of things. So, and I understand that we only have so many units, so there's a trade-off here in terms of regeneration versus the disruption. When the regeneration is complete, are those families that have been displaced going to be given the priority to come back into those units if they wish? Or have we contemplated how that will work yet? Because I can imagine a family would be more than happy to relocate if they know that they're going to be able to come back, and in the interim arrangements can be made so their children don't have to change schools and those kind of things. But is it a situation where there's going to be a permanent disruption, a choice, or what's that look like? Understanding that the plan is still coming together.
And through the chair, those are very important questions as we look to how we engage tenants in this process and support them. I think in some cases it'll be easy for us if we're able to gain vacant possession of units as people move out, and we would maybe amass a number so as to reduce the number of people that we would have to actually affect by this. Having said that, though, tenants would have security of tenure. If they agreed to move and they chose to move with us, we try to find them another unit or another reality. They could make a choice, though, to leave as well. And so that would be their choice. So I think through this process, we'll be sure, as part of the tenant engagement process, to be clear about that. That'll be the most important thing that tenants will want to know.
Councillor Kaibaga.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just had a question. I don't think I understood that last answer from the question that Councillor Lewis was asking. I want to understand that process of how people are going to get moved and how people are going to get back into their homes, because we have seen in other cities things like this happen where people are not able to get back into their housing once they've been moved for regeneration.
Through the chair, I'll start this and then I will pass on along either to Ms. McKenzie or Mr. Justicia. I'll start this by saying we are mandated by the province to maintain the number of units we have. We have a service requirement to do that. So our intention will be to have the same number of units as part of this process, whether they look like they're townhouses or something different, stacked units in the future. I hear what you're saying about the challenges in other communities to address this. I think we will make as best efforts as we can to support tenants, and I'll pass it on to Mr. Justicia as well.
Through the chair, just speaking to Ms. McKenzie, and all along the intent has always been, how do you do this with minimum disruption, minimum impact? What's key to this is that at no point, to your question, is any full site being fully disrupted. So the intent is always, everything is going to have to be phased. And of course, that's because regeneration doesn't do the whole site. You wouldn't be doing that. Intensification and regenerating actually is in large part based on how do you know what to retain on the site. So to the degree that a tenant may be displaced, and that is going to happen, displacement is going to happen, and to the degree that the displacement creates the units and the structure that should already have been there, the offer of first right of refusal is a standard approach. But there's so many variables to the question. The intent is really minimum disruption to people's lives, and to Ms. McKenzie and to the organization, everything that they have focused on has been about how do we make sure tenants are appropriately engaged in this process, and that's where we get our guidance.
Thank you for that answer. So that brings me back to the original question I wanted to ask was, are we going to identify, I just want to understand a little bit how we're going to do this. If we have like a high priority, you know, some places like Limberlost, Bully, Southdale are some of the three areas that need this regeneration to happen like yesterday. So are we having, do we have a list of priority? Like how are we going by, you know, the priority needs, or how are we going to do this?
Yeah, through the chair, we're in the midst right now of looking at site evaluations and identifying priorities of sites. And so while I appreciate it would be good to do it yesterday, I think we're getting close to it being in the tomorrow and in the very near future.
I have Mayor Holder and Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. I think we all recognize the importance of having to regenerate aging infrastructure, and sometimes just take it to the ground level and rebuild or do whatever needs to be done. There was a term I was a little confused at because I never felt that ever referenced tenants on page 196, where we're going to decant tenants. I'm not trying to be clever when I say I don't think of decanting in that perspective, but I'm really not trying to be clever. But is that what it sounds like, that they kind of, they leave in some fashion? I mean, I'm not stupid, but I don't understand that reference, and you'll help me a little bit, please.
I will ask Mr. Justicia to respond to that.
I'm sorry, I know this is supposed to be through the chair, but I can't help but look at a couple of councillors who I promised we wouldn't be using that term because it's not an appropriate term to be using. It landed in here because it's the term that is used related to the process of engaging tenants so that there's a movement of those tenants from places where you need to be able to do development. So there's temporary movement and temporary movement back, or permanent movement. Whatever that flow of tenancy is, it has a terrible term associated with it. And to the degree that I could commit not to using it, I will try not to. I hope it's understood, though, that it's that movement process. And I apologize to Councillor Helmer.
I don't think there's an issue of apology from my perspective, because you didn't make that offer to me, but it just struck me as a strange thing. So I'll leave it alone. As long as I got the sense of what it is intended. Through your chair to Ms. Dadersbeer, you make reference on page 197, the reference to ongoing discussions with a number of stakeholders. And I'm trying to understand where the specific role that CMHC plays in all of this. We've got a tremendously strong relationship with CMHC. I think we do, and I think they would tell us that we do. What is their role in all of this, both from a, I'll say, participation, advice, and ultimately financial standpoint?
Through the chair, so there are a number of business cases in front of you. Some of them involve working with our city colleagues. Some of them involve HDC and LMCH working together with our Housing Services Division. I think it's probably fair to say that in any of the work that we do, whether it be developing new units, looking at our existing units, or looking to get co-investment funding from CMHC, we look to get the support and advice from CMHC. They provide us with feedback, they provide us with seed funding if we need it, they provide us with advice. And so I think moving forward, we would continue to engage our stakeholders at CMHC for all of those avenues.
So the final question I have, I made some reference earlier, I think it was today, when we talked about the London Community Foundation and it being awarded significant funds. Well, forgive me, Community Foundations Canada has been awarded significant funds to be distributed in areas often impacted by social housing and whatever that might involve, from affordable geared to income, those with services types of housing. I'm wondering if there's an application here or any opportunity to work with them in this regard, and whether and I'm talking about our specific London Community Foundation. And to be fair, I don't know to the extent any allocation has been made to them, but you'll note that it was not that long ago that some $20 million was committed by the London Community Foundation. It may have been for a different aspect of housing, but could you just enlighten me on that, please?
Okay. The motion was to recess at 5. I'm going to look for a motion to recess after business case 21. I need a mover, Councilor Cassidy, a seconder, Councilor Lewis. This will be a hand vote. Any discussion? No? All those in favor? Okay, we will recess after business case 21. I had 1 minute to do that, so. Go on with the answer.
Through the chair, I think we have spoken about it already as part of the business case discussions. We are actively involved in discussions with London Community Foundation. We've met with them recently around their new allocation of funding to housing specifically. They've also been involved in the development of housing, affordable housing projects in this community, going in with helping with the capital costs when they're being developed. So I think through the chair and to your point, Mr. Mayor, there's lots of work that we can do with the Community Foundation here, and we've been doing that with them, and we'll continue to do that.
All right, I have Councilor Cassidy next. Okay, I have Councilor Van Holst.
Yes, thank you. Well, this is going to be a challenge. It's like those puzzles with one square missing. You've got to move everybody around. Unless we first build something that's new, and then people could move into that. And there's a way to do it where people wouldn't necessarily be moving out and be moving back in, although there'd be some of that, of course. This item's another $6.15 to the average taxpayer. If we approve all the housing items today, that's $32. So for some people, that's a fair bit we've done for just the housing. I should ask, what would happen, how would you proceed if we weren't to approve this particular not prioritized item?
Through the chair, as I've indicated already, and as our colleagues from LMCH and HDC have indicated, there's a need to fix existing units, there's a need to build new units, and there's a need to regenerate units that are not necessarily beyond repair, but really have an end life at some point in time. There's also, and more importantly, an ability for the city as the shareholder for LMCH to take advantage of some of the land that they have as part of their existing properties. And so I think that might be, to your question, Councillor, the loss if we don't regenerate is to be able to use the project sites, the community sites in different ways to enhance, to create new types of housing, to address some of the challenging social issues that we sometimes have based on the way that the units are set up currently, and then moving that forward. While I appreciate this is a challenging thing, this continues, an improvement of this business case allows us to move forward on the work we've been doing over the last 4 years.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I just want to say that I do see tremendous possibilities for the future. I think there's a chance for us to not just make things like new, but provide something that's much, much better than what we have. And I hope, I look forward to seeing that happen.
All right, that exhausts Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Van Holst a little bit. A few minutes ago, we approved Business Case 12, which was the LMCH infrastructure gap. to the tune of about $15.5 million. So I'm just not clear, how does this differ from what we approved a short time ago? So we approved addressing the gap, or at least starting to address the gap. Is this basically an add-on to the gap, like to addressing the gap? And if so, why wouldn't it be in the same ask? Just wanted to get that clarified.
Through the chair, we need to address the gap currently to ensure that our units are maintained, but we also need to look at how we regenerate the units moving forward. They are part of similar work. The reason they are split is because there are two distinct tasks, and specifically the task of regeneration involves creating new units on existing sites. And as Mr. Justicia said, not all units will be regenerated or changed, but the process of regeneration also includes supporting the tenants in that process. So while we have to fix our existing, and that's what you saw in business case number 12, we're also asking council to consider giving direction to us to start to look at how we would change the units moving forward so that the life of those units extends past the life of the current units that are in place.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers on the list. This has been moved and seconded. I will open it for voting.
Councillors, thank you. Closing the vote, the motion's carried 13-1.
Okay, that has been approved. So I want to thank colleagues for taking a little bit extra time today. In that 40 some odd minutes, we accomplished 3 more business cases. So thank you to our staff for all their work today. As the motion from council was to adjourn or recess, after business case 21, we actually don't need a motion. We're just recessed. That was the direction of council. So, okay, we're going to need a motion. The clerk's Turner, Kaibaga, all those in favor? Okay, that's recessed.